because if you don't make a move on life, you might find that life makes a move on you. And so what that's showing, so what that's showing you is to be more open to the experiences that are there. And I wouldn't mind betting it's a little alarm clock spiritually going off for you, but it's time to look at other areas. And what you might find is that as you go through these growth spurts, it's a bit like changing your diet. After a short period of time, your taste buds change. And if you went to go back to your old diet, that would taste weird for you because you've become accustomed to the new. So what I would say to you is when you start to feel out of the ordinary or out of your comfort zone, I would ask and suggest to you that you find time just to sit and note the experiences that you are aware of that are coming for you, whether it's different people coming into your life, different feelings that you have, or even different reactions in the spiritual work that you do. So, for example, what I've learned over time is that the more demonstrations that I do, wherever I'm doing them, I feel things differently. Now, I might feel a lung condition one way one week, and it feels completely different for me another. But you're tuned into the sense of knowing what's being communicated to you. And even if you don't know, and you, with a capital Y, shouldn't know, because you should be open to feeling the sensation of what's there. Hence the name of the show. It's all about sensing spirituality, because sensing never begins and never ends. It's something that we feel all the time. So you will never be done. That's why we're human beings, not human dones. So be open with it. If you accept and acknowledge what you're feeling, it will become familiar for you. So this is the changing of the taste buds. And the more that you are open to it, the more that you will start to allow the experiences to come to you so that you are able to make progress with them and be more comfortable with them. And as you become more comfortable with them, you'll work with them and use them. So I really, really hope that provides you with a little bit of insight.
It does, yes. There are multiple realms of my life that are kind of in flux, and I feel quite overwhelmed because they're all kind of in flux at the same time. But I do like this idea of meditate on that and allow that a little.
Yes, that's right. And you feel it in your heart. That's how you acknowledge it, because you're a heart-centered being. So feel it in your heart. Okay, and just sit with that and see how you feel, and try. Don't be afraid to try. It's all in the trying and the working with it. Nobody is a master at anything. We just learn to work with what we've got as best we can wherever we are. Just keep going, because if you keep on going, you'll keep on growing. And I really, really hope that helps you. Now, what I'd say to you is please, my darling, go away and work with that and come back on the show at some point. Share with us any other questions you've got, or come back on for a reading or anything else that you might like to do. And we can grow together. We can do that. And we can share that experience with our listeners, if you'd like to do that. How does that sound? Michelle, are you there still?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, no. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh,
how does that sound to you? Does that sound appealing?
Yeah, it sounds great. Yeah, it's
okay.
It's new, but I'm curious to see it through. I really appreciate your insight.
Yeah, good. And do listen into the other shows as well that are on A1R, because you know what? There's different experiences that come through the different presenters and hosts that are there. And you know what? No one person has all the answers. And it's very much about you finding your way and perfecting your art as you go. You know, a sculptor could always chisel away another little bit of stone just to make that sculpture different as he sees it each different day. And that's kind of what you're doing to you. You're just chiseling away the excess you that just doesn't work as well. So I'm going to leave that with you, my darling, and wish you my very best of luck.
Thank you so much.
You know, and you look after yourself, and I'm going to move on to my next caller. And you know, stay tuned. Please listen to the rest of the show.
Great. Thank you so much for your help, and good luck to you as you embark on this new adventure.
Thank you. God bless you.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Bye. And I think we've got Vicky on the line.
Yeah.
Hello, Vicky. How are you, my darling? Are you well this evening?
I am fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well indeed. How is it I can help you this evening, my love?
I just wanted some guidance
Yes.
around my relationship.
Okay. And you, as a reading, yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Let me just see where we go there. All right. Now, I'm picking up a lady that comes in straight away, and she feels quite motherly for me. Now, I don't normally like saying that because it's a bit too general, but I do get this sort of very motherly sense that gathers around you. And this lady, bless her, feels for me. What I want to say is almost a little bit shaken before she passes, because she's just saying to me here, it's like I feel a bit clammy, I feel a bit out of sorts. And I know that before she passes, it's almost like I would have had some sort of funny turn. Would you understand that?
Not really, no.
Okay, all right. I need to go on mum's side of the family. So if you don't understand this as mum, then this has to be mum's mum, your maternal grandmother.
Yeah, it'll probably be mum's nan.
Okay, all right. So that'll be your grandmother, but she's a very maternal lady. So she's a very, what I want to say, heart-centered lady. Somebody where the family will be very, very important. Okay, because it's a bit like she wants to gather you all up here, and just as she comes close here, she just wants to rub you on your back because she says, "Bless you, try not to carry too much." And what she wants to do is, it's a bit like you're sitting slouched, and she wants to straighten you up. Because she says that you don't express yourself. You hold everything in, she's telling me, and you don't put out what you feel. You don't share it. And it's a bit like she wants to say to you, if I can put it this way, if you don't mind, silly old you, you know, if you don't tell people how you feel, then how do you expect people to be able to help push you forward with what you need to do? Because the way she makes me feel is almost with your partner at the moment, it's not hit and miss. It's a bit, if you said chalk, they would say cheese. Do you understand that? So it's a bit like you're just out of sync with one another, because I get the feeling that the last 3 to 4 years, life has been moving quite, what I want to say is in circles around you. Things have been changing and you haven't been able to get your bearings that easily. Are you with me? Yeah. And what she's trying to say is sometimes, my darling, you just try a little too hard to not control the situation, but want to, push forward as you think, but not allow not allow yourself to see the situation as it is. And she just wants you to calm yourself down here. She says the last 2 years in particular have been really, really busy for you, because it's a bit like your little feet are on the treadmill going at 1,000 miles an hour. And I feel that you've been spinning around in circles quite a lot. And she's talking to me about you traveling a lot, going back and forth as well. Are you with me with that?
No, not really, no.
Okay, I don't mean great distances, but what I mean is you don't stop. It's in and out, round and round.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, because she's saying to me, you just need to sit down and take time. And she talks about you looking after yourself a little better here as well, and just making sure that you just take that time to, what I want to say to you is just look after yourself and breathe.
Yeah.
Now, okay, all right, I'm just trying to work out what she's doing here. Would you understand that she liked the garden, please?
That she liked what, Sarah?
The garden.
The garden?
She likes the garden. She likes the outdoors. And she says to me here that you could do well to get out and take yourself out into the garden, to get yourself out into nature, to enjoy it, because the garden really is something that you like the idea of, but really don't fancy doing. Would that make sense for you?
Yeah,
okay, because she said, great, because she says to me here that actually you need something that takes you out of life, because you spend so much time in life buzzing around in the family there, doing everything for them, that you don't take time for yourself. And she says it's very important to have the you time. And it's a bit like I want to say to you, just have that psychological break where you can take yourself off somewhere and disconnect. Now, I feel that your partner is quite supportive of you. I do get the feeling that you split things quite well, but nevertheless, you still must have that time for you. Now, I do get this sense that there's lots of children in the family that would be around you as well, not just your immediate family, but the wider family, please. This is a family that I feel is very close and is in and out of each other's lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I just see them come in and go in there. And she just says to me, oh, okay, what are you doing with that? Sorry, she's just talking to me for a minute. Do you understand George?
No.
Okay. Uncle George.
No.
Whether that's in your family or around your family. Okay. This is a gentleman that passes of what feels to me like a lung cancer condition, would have been a smoker, please, and would have had a forces background. I need to acknowledge Uncle George. Okay. And it feels that there's a November anniversary which links to a passing for him as well. Okay. Well, just hold on to him if you can't. If you can't take him, just hold on to him because sometimes this plays out later on. She's telling me here that 1967 is an important year for you. Would you understand that?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. That's interesting. March 1967, she's giving me.
I'm not too sure. I'd have to go away now.
Okay. All right. But she's just saying to me here, look, it's just really, really important that you take time for yourself. It's really, really important that you look after you. And she says to me here that you have been getting, bless you, a few little bits of headaches there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And there's a couple of things here that she says to me. She says to me here that if you take your time out and clear your mind and express what you feel, talk to your partner, that will help you. But at the same time, I feel that I need to wear my glasses a little bit more than I am.
Yeah.
Because she says, you're a funny one, you are, because you put them down and then you can't find where your glasses are. And she's just saying to me here, well, if you put them on, you'd know where they are and you'd be able to see. So she's just having a little bit of fun with you there. Yeah. Okay. Not everybody is a fan of glasses, but, you know, there you go. That's what she's saying to me here. Now, okay, just bear with me one moment because she's trying to get something else through for me here. Right, okay. All right. Would you understand a young male that passes to spirit, please? She's calling him a boy, but I want to say, I almost want to say like a young man. And do you understand him passing either in what feels to me like tragic circumstances, or we didn't know really what the complications were to do with his passing?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, because she says it's a bit of a mystery, but this guy is a very charismatic guy. He has a great personality, and he comes and stands beside her, and she gives him a cuddle. So I know she would link on. I know he would link on her side of the family.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know that she just says here that there's still a lot of what I want to say grieving for him. Because I know that sounds a really obvious thing to say, but it's almost like his mum that would still be here is still living with this every day. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay, and you would understand that you are in contact with his mum, please?
Yeah.
Okay, and you would also understand that mum is carrying it a little harder than dad. Dad is quite a practical character for him, but again, he would be somebody that wouldn't really open up to all his feelings, but mum carries it very deep inside. And I know that mum would want to hear, because this is what your nan's telling me, that anything that could give her sign that her boy is okay, she would be very happy with. And
that's right.
Okay, so this would be her version of asking you to be a medium's medium to pass that message on. But my darling, what I must stress to you is it's very important to do this at the right moment. We have to pick our time because emotions are fragile. I'm so sorry. I didn't catch what you said. Okay. Now, would you also understand? Okay. And would you also understand an April connection that would link around this boy, please?
April. Not too sure about April.
Okay. All right. Because I'm just being told April links for him. Okay. All right. And I'm just being given that. But I just want to say to you that he is well. I do see him grown up. But do you understand why I'm being told that there's I want to say either a 3 or a 5 year link with this that's important?
Not
Since
too
he's
sure.
passed.
Not too sure about that.
Okay. All right. Just bear with me, my darling. Let me just see what she's trying to get across to me here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm just trying to work out what your nan's saying. Okay. Because he's actually, although he's very charismatic, he just sort of building his energy in the back here and wants to come forward. I do just get this sense of feeling that, would you understand that news of his passing was given to the family and that they didn't know, either that they didn't know that he'd passed or that they didn't know about some of the circumstances of the actual time that he passed?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm just getting this feeling of being sick to my stomach when I get a call. And what he's putting across to me now, his energy is just coming forward for me, is he doesn't want his mum to be so upset and to understand that he is at peace. Because he talks about the passing being very quick. Okay, and he just is saying, be grateful for small mercies. He says, I didn't suffer, I went quite quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, and he just wants his mum to know that. But like I say, we have to be very delicate about when we pass this information on. I also need to acknowledge a brother and sister connection for him as well that would still be here, please.
Yeah.
Okay, because he looks down on them because he says to me, Big Brother is watching. Big Brother is watching. Yeah. Would that be right?
Yeah, that'd be right, yeah.
Yeah, because he says, I'm the big one. I'm the big one. And he's just wants to pass that to mum, but so she knows that he still looks down on his brother and his sister.
Yeah.
Now, he says to me here that I was a popular lad, and at my passing, there was more people than you expected at the funeral there.
Yeah, there was, yeah, that's right.
Because he just says, you know, people turned up that he didn't really know. But he says it was so nice and he was so touched. And he likes the tribute that Mum said at the funeral. And he wants to acknowledge that and say thank you. So I'm gonna leave your nan's love with you for your reading and this lovely guy's energy there. And your nan did help bring him through. And I'm going to say, God bless you, my darling, because our time is coming to an end, and I hope that reading brings love and comfort for you all. And say God bless you, and thank you for phoning into the show.
God bless you.
Okay, so well, you're very welcome, my darling. You take care. So I'd like to say to you, everybody, thank you very much for tuning into the Sentient Spirituality Show, and I'll see you next week. God bless you all.
welcome. You're watching the Modern Mystic radio show. My name is Mystic Sarah. I'm going to be with you for the next 30 minutes. I'm going to be taking 2 callers and I will be introducing you to my very special guest. Now, if you do want a private reading with me, you can go through to my website, which is www.modern-mystic.co.uk, or you can get me on Facebook under Mystic Sarah and also Modern Mystic as well. So let me introduce my guest for tonight. We have a psychic medium. Her name is Pauline Walsh. She's based in the UK. Hello, Pauline. Welcome to the show.
Hi, I'm so grateful to be here this evening.
And it's absolutely lovely to have you here. Right, so let's crack on and go straight to it. So you are a psychic medium, is that correct?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about, you know, what you view your gift to be. You know, how do you view your ability?
Well, I've just done a long personal journey, and I didn't plan on being a medium, but I ended up going into Circle and sat there for about 4 or 5 years. And
none of us plan it, my dear. None of us plan it.
We don't, do we? And I said I'd never go on platform in a million years. And I ended up sitting in the Circle, which was really a very disciplined circle, quite strict circle. And I learned a lot in there. I've always been very intuitive most of my life, and I could always pick up on energy and vibration, but I sort of like pushed it aside until it got so strong that I had to do something about it. And now I go around the churches and do a lot of mediumship in the different churches, and I love it. I think it's a wonderful thing, and I've connected with many different souls, different people, and helped them along the way, and I think it's a wonderful thing. And,
now, a lot of people say that you know, they've had, you know, they're aware of spirit, you know, from a very, very early age, and other of us, you know, others haven't, you know, it comes along at a later stage for them. So what would you say, you know, has been your experience? You know, did you have any experiences as a child, or was it something that kind of kicked in as you got a bit older?
Well, I did have experiences when I was a child. I would always be able to see if someone was telling the truth, or if they weren't. I'd always pick up on their vibration, whether they were wrong or right, what energy they had. I was very much a massive empath, I am, and I've always been able to pick up on things like that. I never actually saw spirit because I was quite scared of everything around me at that time. I think I sort of pushed it away, but I was very intuitive, and I just knew, I could tell what was going on around me, and I'd say to people, you know, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, without even realising. So yeah. That's how
so just in like normal conversation, it just comes out and you just know what you should say. Yeah. So take us right back to your first experience communicating with spirit. What was that like?
Well, I had a medium come to my house, a wonderful medium, and I didn't really understand what it was all about. I sort of knew bits, but she picked up my grandmother's statue and brought my grandmother through, and it was very, very strong. The energy was very strong, and it was amazing. It lifted up the whole of my energy, and it brought so many things up. It was just amazing, and that's one of the first experiences I had with someone coming. But so that's when my energy started to really get strong, and it was so powerful. I thought, I've got to do something about this. It was just after that reading, and that's when I went to Kingston Spiritualist Church and knocked on their door and said, you know, I've got this energy. And she said, well, come and sit in Circle. And that's how I ended up in Circle. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah. And, you know, that's how it all started for me.
Now, one thing that I wanted to ask you was, what is your most unusual or most memorable experience of giving psychic readings? Is there one situation that particularly stands out for you as being wow?
Yes, there's been quite a few actually, even on platform. I've had such strong connections, and I'm trying to think of one. There's been so many, but with a private reading, I had somebody come through for a lady that was here, and it was so powerful and so strong. They were showing me everything, all what was going on in her life, and everything I was seeing, and everything you get, you obviously have to give. And it was just so strong, the energy. And she was quite taken aback, and even I was. Sometimes you get really shocked and surprised by some of the information you get, and they're quite blown away with it. And it could be the most tiniest little thing, But as soon as you hear something from spirit, you've just got to give it rather than holding it, because it's very difficult, because I used to analyze everything and put my mind in it. So yeah, definitely. So yeah, that's one of the things that's happened to me, and that's how it just got bigger and bigger, and it's getting stronger and stronger each time. So
now, there was an experience that I had recently that I wanted to sort of run past you, and I was just wondering whether you, as a medium, have ever encountered this.
Yeah.
But I was connecting with somebody, and their mother was still here. However, she was like late onset dementia, so she probably didn't have an awful lot of time left. However, I somehow was able to connect with her mother, even though she's still here, within in a mediumistic capacity. Have you ever heard of anything like that, or has that ever happened to you?
Yes, it has. That's definitely happened to me. And because I work with dementia, funny enough.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for about 15 years. So I sat with a lot of people that were dying, and it was almost like they're here, their mind's here, but it's like their body's here, but their mind's completely somewhere else. And that's happened to me before. And it was quite shocking and quite surprising, but then I understood it, because I understand so much about the dementia side. So I didn't really quite understand that. But it was quite a shock at first. Yeah, that's happened to me, definitely.
It was most bizarre when it happened to me. I think it's happened before as well, where I connected to somebody that's actually still here, but perhaps not half in, half out. I kind of call them.
100%. I see that a lot in the homes when people are ill and they're passing over. I've sat with a lot of people, and it's like they're going in and out of consciousness. So I've seen a lot of that over the years, but I totally understand that. Yeah.
So what would you say? I mean, obviously your pathway has been quite long. I mean, we never stop developing, we never stop growing. What would you say has been the most important lesson that you've learned through working as a medium?
I think that, I was very blessed and grateful to learn in such a very disciplined environment. It's taught me a lot, because it's a massive responsibility being a medium and, being a psychic. And I take it really from my heart and through love. But it's taught me very strong foundations of being quite disciplined and being very aware of the words I'm using, and being very aware of the person that's in front of me, or, when I'm in the churches. So I think that's really taught me very strong foundation. But then I went off to go and do lots of different other spiritual things as well. But that's been my main foundation, that circle that I sat in. It's taught me so much about myself, because when you sit in circle, you develop as well.
Yeah.
And I healed a lot from there. And if I look back in 5 years and to where I am now, it's completely in a different space. So spirit do really help you, as long as you're willing to help yourself.
Absolutely. That's the key to it.
It really is.
Now, we are going to go on to a caller in a moment, and we're going to see how you work, and it'll be exciting. We're all looking forward to that. But before we do that, can you just tell people how, at home, how they can get hold of you if they would like to have their own reading from you? And obviously you're based in the UK, but, you can do readings online, for people that are further afield, can't you?
I can. I definitely can. I've got Skype, and I've got FaceTime, Messenger, and I've got a Facebook page, Pauline Walsh Platform Medium. So that's what I've got at the moment, and that's how people can contact me, through Pauline Walsh Platform Medium on Facebook. So that's what I've got so far.
Wonderful. Right, let's go on to our first call. We've got Mary Jo, who is from Kentucky, USA. Mary Jo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Mary. Thank you very much for coming on to the show. I'm going to be passing you over to Pauline in a moment for your reading. Is there anything in particular you would like Pauline to focus on for you tonight?
My family who has passed away.
Oh, hi, Mary Jo. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, lovely to talk to you. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. America, it's fantastic. So Mary Jo, I'm just going to tune in and see who's going to come up for you, Mary Jo. That's the way I work. And straight away, Mary Jo, what I am getting, I don't know if this means anything to you, but I'm getting a lady, an elderly lady. She's got grey hair. I want to say she's about 5'5", quite slim. And I'm seeing her with glasses. But do you remember these? They're glasses, but they've got little points at the end. And I don't know if that means anything to you. This lady, and she had quite a very chesty cough, quite chesty when she when she spoke. And I feel like she had a problem here around her chest area. And I don't know if that means anything to you, Mary Jo.
No.
Okay, that's who I'm getting. Let me just give you a little bit more. And what I'm getting, this is going way back, and I feel like it's early sort of 50s. That's what I'm getting, because I'm seeing a very old American car, and I'm feeling it's like a big, I don't know what it's called. I think it's like a Corvette, and I don't know if it means anything, but it's an old car. Does that mean anything to you at all? Sorry?
Would the person look like they did when they passed away, or would they look different? I had a sister.
Oh.
My oldest sister passed away when she was 32, and
Yeah.
she had long black hair then, and she didn't wear glasses. But her husband had an old Chevy.
Right. Okay, because what I'm getting this is an elderly lady, but I'm getting that she used to wear little slacks and little cardigans, and she used to wear scarves around her neck. That's what I'm getting about this older lady. So I'm getting her a bit very, very slim, and I feel like she lost a lot of weight as well. I'm getting her with short hair. So does that make any sense to you at all?
Is she heavy?
So no, I'm seeing her very slim. She lost a lot of weight, especially towards the end. But she had a very strong character, and everybody knew her.
I don't know who that would be.
Okay, well, don't worry. Because we haven't got much time, but I'm just going to see if I can get something else, and then I'm going to go into a message why she's here, because I feel her very strongly connected to you. And I'm getting her, and I don't know if you understand this, but I'm getting her on your father's side of the family, this lady.
Oh,
hello?
It could have been Ruth.
Yeah, I'm getting her on your father's side of the family. She's quite a character. Everybody knew her. She's telling me she used to love music as well. I don't know if you was aware of that. She's talking to me about music.
No.
But she's a very strong character. But what I am going to do, I'm just going to ask her why she's come for you, if that's okay with you.
Yes, I'd like to know why.
Yeah, I'm just going to see if she can give me one more piece of information, and I'm just going to ask her what she wants to say to you. Because she's talking to me, I don't know if this makes sense, Mary Jo, but she's talking to me about there's been a lot of ups and downs in your life at the moment, and you've had a lot of emotional ups and downs. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride. Does this make sense?
Yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah, and you're at a bit of a crossroads at the moment, and she's talking to me and telling me to tell you to make the move. There's something you're procrastinating about, and she's talking to me about telling you to make the move and to think about yourself, not everybody else.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to do that.
Okay.
I wasn't taught how to do that.
Okay. It's easier said than done, isn't it? But she's wanting you to make that decision. And she's also talking to me about, do you understand about having a big clear out in your place? Packing up, clearing out, decluttering.
Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that. I'm procrastinating.
I know. She's telling me, do you understand? She's saying if you can get help with that, because it's all too much, it's too consuming for you.
Yes.
Do you understand that? Because she's saying that it's all been too much for you recently, and you're feeling a bit low, and she's come to encourage you to make those decisions and get back up on your feet again. Do you understand that?
Is she about 4'9"?
Yes. She's slim. She's got these little pants on, these little trousers. You know, like the drain pipes type of trousers. That's what she's showing me, and a little cardigan, and flat shoes.
My mother was 4'9", 79 pounds, with glasses.
Yeah, but these glasses are different because they've got a little points. She had a pair with the little points at the end.
Yeah, like cat-eye glasses?
Yeah, that's the ones. That is the ones. That's what I'm seeing.
I think that's my mother.
But she's coming in here, and what she's saying to me, she's talking about as well that your health hasn't been very good and you've been a bit worried. And I feel like you've got the chest problem as well. There's quite a weakness there. Does this make sense?
Yes, but my mom didn't have a chest problem. I don't know who had a chest problem.
But do you understand about you?
Yes.
Do you understand about your life? Sorry?
That's exactly my life.
Yeah. Do you understand about the chest? Because that's what I'm getting very strongly.
The chest, I do not understand.
Right. Okay. And do you understand about, I've seen it, she's showing me a very old dog now, a dog, and it's got quite long hair. She's showing me a dog around you. Do you understand that?
I have a dog, but I never had one with long hair.
It's quite a big one, and I see it's almost like a little bit of a Labrador, and I don't know if that's coming in the family, but she's showing me that. I'm trying to give me things that you would understand. And do you understand the name David as well?
David, is he passed? I know a David that's not passed.
I'm getting David, the name David around you. Do you understand that?
Is he alive?
Yes. She's called out David. That's what I'm hearing. And do you understand as well that she's talking to me about family? Yeah, David is alive, yes.
I think you're talking about my sister.
Okay, does it make sense, the name relating to her?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
That was her next door neighbor and best friend.
Yes. Do you understand there was a real bond, a real closeness?
Yes. And when you say about her chest, she passed away of pancreatic cancer.
Okay, okay. So, right, okay. So what I am getting, and do you understand, because I'm trying to get her to give me something that would make sense to you, especially about what's going on in your life at the moment. And do you understand you're finding it harder to move around as well? Because I'm feeling like there's something going on with your legs. Do you understand that?
It's my whole body. It's energy. I don't have any energy.
Yeah, because I'm feeling like you'll find it quite difficult to move around. And I feel what she's telling me, she's trying to encourage you to get help because she's saying you're very independent.
I am.
Right, we are going to have to leave it there. We've got another caller waiting. So thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you so much, Mary Jo. And we're going to go on to April, who is in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. April, can you hear us?
I can.
Hi, April. Welcome to the show. I'm going to pass you straight over to Pauline, who's going to do your reading for you. We've only got a short period of time, so I'm not going to waste time talking. So do you have a question for Pauline tonight?
I was hoping to connect with someone who crossed over, if possible.
Oh, okay. Hi, is it April?
Yes.
Hi, April. Right, I'm just going to tune in and see who's going to come forward for you, April. Let me just see who's going to come forward. 1 second.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I have got here, April, straight away, as soon as I'm connecting to you, I've got an elderly gentleman with me. And I don't know if this means anything to you, but I've got an elderly gentleman. I want to say he's about 5'6", medium to tall bit height. And I want to say quite rounded, quite big man. I want to say he had a bit of a tummy on him as well. He had a lovely energy about him, very soft-natured, I want to say, especially towards the end. And I'm seeing him with quite dark hair, but like bits of grey, but I'm not very good with the colour, bit thinning in the front. He had he was very much a man's man as well at the same time, but he was very realistic, very humble man. Does this mean anything to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, let me just see, 1 second. And do you understand there was a lot of plans this gentleman had?
Yeah.
Before he passed, there was lots of plans that he wanted to do. There was lots of plans. And I don't know if it makes sense, but I feel like it's involving you as well. There was lots of plans that you had. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you understand? I'm getting around his heart area. I don't know if you understand that.
I do.
I'm feeling around his heart area. Okay. And do you understand? He was quite poorly before, but he couldn't quite work it out what it was. He's telling me that he was going through. It's almost like he knew something was not quite right. I don't know if that means anything to you.
I'm not sure.
Because that's what he's telling me. He's coming in with a lot of love for you, April, a lot of love. And it's almost like there was something that was left unsaid. Do you understand? There's like a longing. There was something that you didn't have chance to speak. I don't know if this makes sense to you.
It does.
And it's like, and I don't know if you understand, but I'm getting you holding his hand, and I don't know if this makes sense, but I'm getting you holding his hand, and I don't know if it's you, but I'm feeling like someone was holding his hand and they were talking to him, and you didn't know whether he could hear you or not.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah. And he's telling me that he did hear what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now he's coming in with a lot of love. He's coming in with a lot of love for you, because he's saying you've been very low and very down. I'm seeing you feeling very, very low and very down. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And you're trying hard to pick yourself back up again. And he wants to encourage. Yeah, I know. And he wants to encourage you to move on with your life, obviously when you're ready, because he doesn't want to see you down and sad, because he's telling me that you're not that type of person, that you're very upbeat and very happy.
Yeah.
And full of life. He said you're full of beans. That's what he's telling me.
Yeah. Yes, I was until my sister passed away.
Yeah. And it's been very difficult for you. And there's a time frame, but he just wants to say to you, please move on with your life. And there's a lot more I could get, but I know we're running out of time. So, April, I hope this makes sense to you.
It does. Thank you, Sarah.
No problem whatsoever. But I'm just seeing, I think this is the end. Let me just see if there's anything else that's coming up. Is that the end, Sarah? I don't know.
You've got maybe 1 minute left if you want to squeeze something in quickly.
Okay, 1 second. And I don't know if you understand the name Kay.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I just got that at the end. So I hope that's helped you a little bit and helped you with your grieving and helped you in moving on with your life.
Thank you.
Bless
Thank
you.
you so
It's
much.
lovely to talk to you.
You too, Sarah. We'll be in touch again.
Thank you. Take care, April. Right, that's it. We're almost finished. So just remind everybody, Pauline, and it was amazing, so thank you so, so much, how to get hold of you, how to get in contact with you if they would like their own reading with you.
Yes, well, it's Pauline Walsh at Platform Medium on Facebook, and you can FaceTime me or Skype me, but go onto my Facebook page of Pauline Walsh, Platform Medium, and that'll be wonderful. And I've really enjoyed this evening.
Wonderful, and thank you so much. We're going to have to thank you, and we will see you again, believe me. I'll get you back onto the show, don't you worry about that.
Exciting.
So if you do want a private reading with myself, you can get through to me on modern-mystic.co.uk or on Facebook under Mystic Sarah or Modern Mystic. So I will say goodbye for now, and I will see you the same time next week.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Hi, this is Dream Reality, and I'm your host, Mary Amy, coming to you from A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. My site is listed at the bottom of the screen, maryamyofficial.com. I am an intuitive wisdom coach. As an empath intuitive, I'm able to connect to your inner spirit, which allows me to see images, extrasensory abilities, seeing, feeling, hearing information about you. I'm here for you. I see the light, the hope, and the beauty of the universe. I'm a conduit to channel your dreams, helping fulfill your earthly purpose and course to personal enlightenment. I am human and I have faults, but I strive to be a better being and good person. As a coach, I listen, I establish support and trust. On today's show, we have topics and callers. The silence of nature helps me to become more aware of my thoughts. I see and know the truth. Quiet walks in nature will assist you to becoming closer to understanding the universe, giving you subtle messages. Greek philosopher Aristotle once said, nature does nothing uselessly. And physicist, discoverer of the law of relativity, Albert Einstein once said, look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better. And that's really what happens for me, because I know that we're all connected. I know that kindness to nature and all living things raises your vibration. It's love, understanding, acceptance, to be generous, considerate, and friendly. There's even a National Kindness Day on February 17th. As an empath intuitive, I feel like I must be kind as much as I need to breathe, not for any expected rewards. I'm aware that my mission is to be a friend to those who need my support, because we're all connected. We must know that. It's not just us living on the planet, we're all connected. Here's an affirmation. Be the first to be a friend, be the first to speak of light, and be the first to acknowledge the beauty of nature. We have each other. Find a friend, one friend, and before that, you have yourself. Learn to instantly feel the strength of your mind and your physical being. Emotions are temporary. One thought can change everything. Build on your dreams and successes. Line up your words, thoughts, and actions to manifest your dreams. Never give up. Anything is possible. From my experience, I know that we all have what's called a human energy field. An energy field that's around our bodies, that surrounds us. And in that field is stored mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual characteristics. That's why when I give a reading, I can see your experiences and I see symbols and images, because you're literally walking around with all this information. Let's try a visualization technique together. I would like you to close your eyes, and I would like you to visualize this enormous golden, luminous ball of golden light coming towards you, and it encases your entire body. So the ball of light is 6 foot by 6 foot. Okay, so breathe. The ball of light is surrounding you. Do you feel its positive energy? I want you to feel its warmth and its protection. And I want you to understand that that golden ball of light will help you engage with being closer to the beautiful spark of light that's in each of our hearts. Go watch a sunrise, a sunset, and connect to that spark of light that's in your heart. There's something that's called emotional freedom technique, which is a healing exercise. And what that is you're tapping on your meridians and you're saying an affirmation. So it goes something like this. I love myself, I accept myself. 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 These are the points. I love myself, I accept myself. Wait, which one is it? I love myself, I accept myself. I love myself, I accept myself. And then right here, I love myself, I accept myself. I love myself, I accept myself. And that can reestablish your energy that's coursing through your body, which is universal life force energy. This is a new concept. When people say their chi or they say their essence, they're talking about the spiritual energy that's coursing through your body. That must be balanced for you to achieve your dreams, manifestations, affirmations. Let me share with you again The Four Noble Truths, which is a book that I read back when I was, I don't even know, it was years and years ago. And it's about Buddhism. And it's about the Four Noble Truths. And it talks about being compassionate and kind. And I'm going to remind you, I had made up this little chart. And this chart is the 4 elements of love, which is the number 1 is kindness, which I spoke about today, and compassion, and joy or happiness, and freedom. Okay, let's do a gemstone. Today, I'm going to share with you the Amazonite gemstone. It's the green gemstone. It's very, very healing because a lot of my topics today are about self-healing. So the gemstone Amazonite is a healing and helps with emotional issues and clarity and truth. I would like to remind you that you can find me on my website, maryamyofficial.com, and as well as my Facebook page and my Instagram, maryamyofficial. I would also like to thank my producers, Constance and Dave, for allowing me to have my show, Dream Reality, on their psychic network. And I missed out last week, and I'm not a singer, I'm a terrible singer. But I missed singing to our producer, Dave, on his birthday. So I'm catching up now. So I'm going to sing happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dave. Happy birthday to you. Woo! And I hope you have a wonderful year. I decided this week to change. He just wrote me a message, thank you. I decided this week to try something new, which was to bring up topics each week and to start my show that way for now rather than having a guest during the rest of the summer. So this week I covered the topics, which I will every week, nature, kindness, visualization, dreams, and affirmations. I am really here, like I've said, to help people. And I'm a being that every day is a fresh day. So I believe that if you wake up tomorrow morning, whatever time that is, if you wake up with the sun, that's a beautiful thing. And you start the day with one positive thought. Whatever that is, maybe you can plan it and you put it next to your bed so that you remember in the morning, I have to start with a positive thought. And that positive thought can be a memory of yours. It can be something that you would like to achieve. But my suggestion is to start the day with a positive thought, because that one thought literally can take you, I don't know, maybe for the first 15 minutes, but you started that way. And it's harder for that to kind of shift if you've begun that way. So my suggestion is to start your day tomorrow with a positive thought. You might also want to start with looking in the mirror and looking eyeball to eyeball and say, I love you. I love you. Because self-love is how love begins, right? It begins with us loving ourselves. We really can't love another human being unless we love ourselves. And if you don't have self-love, you're going to block someone from loving you, and you're going to block someone from accepting you. And it's funny because I've learned so much in the last few months because I've had to really, really be able to articulate what I do. Instead of just doing it, I have to explain it. And I've realized I had to go through some things myself, which were, there was people that I needed to forgive in my life that I kept thinking, oh, I did, but I really hadn't. Yesterday, I went down to the beach and I put my feet in the water and I sat on the sand and I said aloud a forgiveness statement to someone that I never forgave for something that happened, and it happened over and over, but I forgave them. And I didn't forgive them for myself. I forgave them for them, to send goodness to them, because like prayers, it matters. So I'm saying, before I get the first caller, I'm going to say that I'm saying that we should all forgive others. And very, very interestingly, it helps us when we forgive other people. Oh, I have a caller. Oh, I have David. You get these long distance callers. It's amazing. And I can't pronounce it. I'm going to butcher the name. It's Bournemouth. David Bournemouth. David in Bournemouth, England. Hi, David. This is Mary from Dream Reality. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm good. How are you?
You're good. I'm good. So I instantly received information that you are someone who you're actually a very stubborn person, and I'm not saying that in a negative light. I'm just saying you're a stubborn person and you are cautious before you leap into things. So it's funny that you're calling a psychic in Rye, New York. Let's see what I see. Okay, and what I'm getting from you is a rock. I'm getting I'm getting one rock. Actually, it's a very, very big rock. Let me see what I'm seeing. So I'm getting that you are grounded. And what I mean by that is that your feet are firmly planted in the earth, and you are not a person that wears your heart on your sleeve. And if you're emotional, okay, so when you're emotional, it takes a lot for you to kind of burst, but you will burst and when you do, it doesn't happen again for a while. Is there a direction you would like me to go into? David?
Say that again.
Did I lose? Oh, is there a direction you would like me to go into?
A direction? Yeah, I want to know what is blocking me, because I can feel something blocking me from succeeding in that.
Yes.
Okay?
I agree with you.
I want to know what it is or who it is, because I had some girl as well. She said, "I'm gonna put some black magic on you" or something. She said some madness like that.
Okay. All right. So let me give you some suggestions. Okay. So that's not a person that you want to spend any more time with. That's the first suggestion, because that means that she's trying to harm you. Have you ever heard of anything called sage? You know what sage is? It's a herb that you burn.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know?
Incense.
Okay. Have you saged your home? Have you saged your home? Because.
No.
All right, so first suggestion is don't spend any more time with that person. Second suggestion is for you to burn some sage all around your home, in your living space. You can look online and there's different examples of how you sage. You want to sage around doorways, basic living space, but make sure that you open windows and doors to let the confused energy out. That's number 2. Number 3 is, okay, I don't believe that this woman has the power to stop you from doing something. Maybe she gave you that thought and you're holding on to it, but I don't believe that she can do that. And the reason I'm saying that is because I'm getting that you're like I said, a stubborn, very grounded human being. So it's not easy. And I even had the image of a rock, like you're a rock. So I would say to try to do some things for this situation to become unblocked in your mind would be to do some spiritual discovery. So that might be prayer, that might be spending time in nature, that might be sitting down and writing out what's been going on with you, because I'm sensing that there's something that happened that's prevented you from, and unrelated to her, that's prevented you from moving on with your life. And it's almost like you're in a closet and you think things are going to change, but you have to move forward yourself. You have to put one foot in front of the other, and you have to move forward past this negative energy. Okay? So I don't know if that's going to come in the form of, on the weekends, you do something that is out of your comfort zone. Pick the most fun friend that you have and do something with that friend so that you have laughter and that you are excited. Plan an adventure of some kind, a trip someplace that you've never been to. Do something that is out of your norm. Do you think that's possible, David?
Yeah, everything is possible.
Yay! Okay. There you are. I already felt it shift. Good. Yeah, the energy shifted on you. I am so happy that you called me today, and I would love it if you visited my Facebook page or my Instagram, my website, Mary Amy Official, and I have videos and I have suggestions and tips on a calming and peaceful existence. Have a wonderful day. Bye. Bye-bye, David. Oh, okay. He didn't even say bye. That's okay, I said bye to him. Okay, so today we have another caller and another exotic name. LaShonda in Elwood, Georgia. Oh, USA. Woohoo, USA. Okay, LaShonda. Hi, it's Mary from Dream Reality. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Okay, LaShonda. I immediately received information let's see, that you are, it's funny, I got something related to a kitchen, and then I got some kind of stuffed animal. I don't know, or it looked like a cat. All right, I'm receiving that you are someone who is, has a pretty normal life, and you are, you consistently follow routine. However, I know that there's something beneath the surface that sometimes can come surface up, and something might agitate you, and then you kind of come up, and there's an emotional result, and then you go back down. You kind of settle back in, and you have a loyalty and a love, but you don't necessarily show it. Do you have a direction you would like me to go into?
Love, relationship.
Relationship. Okay. So I'm receiving relationship is I don't feel like you have happiness related to the relationship, and I sense that you would like to have a much more fulfilling relationship, and I think that sometimes you attempt it, but then you don't feel like you've made progress, so you give up. That's what I'm receiving from you.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Do you want me to give you some suggestions, or? Well,
Sure. Reconciliation.
say it again.
Sure, on reconciliation.
A recent what? Sorry.
Reconciliation.
Oh, recent. Oh, okay. A recent reconciliation. Okay. All right. So I'm sensing that I know that it takes a long time for you to establish relationships. So then you fully become invested in that relationship. And then I think your expectations are for it to improve, and it doesn't. And initially you're like, okay, maybe I'll make this change. But then you kind of resort back to being more comfortable and not taking initiative to be happier. So let's see. I sense that you're actually so cautious, so protective of yourself. And I think that might be related to fear about being hurt. But it's interesting because it's 50-50. It's 50% fear and 50% that you would like things to be better. So they kind of cross each other out. Neither one is stronger than the other. Would you like to have a better intention in your relationship, in relationships in general? In other words, would you like to have a more positive outcome and be happier?
Sure.
Okay, so then you're going to have to make bigger changes. You're going to have to. So you're going to have to put boundaries on the relationship and stick by them, and then a time limit. So you're not going to let more time go by and then not make a change, and not expect that the other person is going to change. You're going to have to make a change.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay. I understand that it's easier said than done. So I can sit here and say, oh, make these big changes or give a time limit. But I know from my own experience that all of a sudden days turn into weeks and weeks turn into months and months turn into years. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, how old am I? And I'm still not happy. So the happiness is going to begin with you. So when you start looking more internally, you will and become aware of what you want and what makes you happy, and then you set those boundaries, then everyone else has to follow after you. It doesn't start with them, it starts with you. So for you to be happy, Shonda, means that you're going to have to make changes about how you handle relationships. And I promise you, I just felt that things are going to improve for you. I just saw it. I just saw things are going to improve with you. Now, I don't know if that particular relationship is going to be everything that you want it to be, because it ended at one point for a reason. So we know that there was reasons why you weren't happy. Now, I don't know if you becoming more aware of your needs will help them become more aware of your needs, or you're going to have to move on. So what I'm sensing is, I'm sensing that you should explore that relationship some more, but I'm sensing that you might have to move past this. Okay, so I'm going to have to say it's time to go. And I really appreciate you coming to my show, and I wish you the best. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining me on Dream Reality. As your host, Mary Amy, from A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Make a friend today, and who knows, maybe they'll turn out to be someone that lasts in your life for a really long time.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me, and welcome back to those of you that are regular viewers. I hope everyone had a great 2 weeks. I myself had an awesome time off. I was in Colorado visiting my sister and meeting my brand new baby niece. She's the sweetest, littlest, cutest baby ever. And of course, I'm completely biased because I'm her aunt. Also, while there, the love of my life, who I have been with for over 8 years, proposed to me. So I'm officially engaged, you guys. Ooh. Anyway, look, for those of you out there who are still waiting to find your loves, I hope that my story brings some hope to you. I didn't meet Simon until I was 37 years old. It took several failed relationships to bring about the realization that I was the common denominator in all of them. Sure, it wasn't all my fault. Obviously, it takes two to ruin a relationship. But the obvious thing to me was that I contributed through my own fears, insecurities, self-worth issues, and self-sabotaging behavior due to the lack of my own self-love and not being myself. So I took some time off from relationships and I decided to have one with myself instead. And I learned to understand myself. I learned how to like and accept myself. I learned how to have respect for myself. And I learned so many, many things about who I was, what I was doing wrong, and the things that I was doing right. And once I kind of purged all of my BS and fell in love with myself, then Simon showed up just like that, right? And we chose to spend the next 8 years getting to know each other, supporting each other, and allowing ourselves to fall in love despite our fears, despite any relationship lows. You know, we all have to work through some issues in the beginning. We pursued our dreams and we built our own businesses. We bought a house, we got a dog, we dealt with multiple tragic losses, and we committed to each other in ways that didn't require a ring or marriage certificate until this moment. We knew that we wanted to get all that other stuff out of the way so that we could have the biggest celebration of our relationship with family and friends. So I don't want anybody to get discouraged. I hear it all the time with clients. Oh, I'm never going to meet someone. I'm not going to be, I'm not getting any younger. There is no age requirement. There's no age restriction. And all the relationships that you've had up until this point have served a purpose to teach you something about yourself, to learn what you want, what you don't want. And, now it's just a time to be patient, continue working on loving yourself, deal with your fears, deal with insecurities and any false beliefs about yourself. And before you know it, your Simon will show up and you'll have the love of your life too. So I'm just sending lots of love to all of those of you that are still out there looking for your love. And all right, enough about me. Let's get into what the energies of July will bring us. They've already started off extremely intense thanks to eclipse energies, Mercury retrograde, and our planet moving into a higher vibrational part of the universe. So one of the main things that you could have been experiencing physically is waking up with headaches over the last maybe couple of days, maybe even a little bit longer, maybe some fatigue, maybe a little bit of nausea, along with all the other physical symptoms that I've rattled off in the past for you. So this month could be a mix of awesome opportunities, new beginnings, and straight up manifestation of whatever you are putting your energy into. So be sure that you're focused on the positive aspects of life versus the negatives. And Annie Botticelli put it perfectly in her astrology report for July. She says to think of yourself as a spider. You have woven your web, and now is the time to see what comes to you. So, spider webs, they just put it out there and little flies get stuck in it and they're trapped. So we're kind of in that energy. So things that we've been working on, things that we've been attempting to bring to fruition are going to kind of miraculously show up in our little spider web. Look, Mercury retrograde gets a bad rap, but it isn't all that bad. Remember, life is a matter of perception. So this retrograde, you can experience miscommunication, confusion, changes to plans, or you could see powerful manifestations from past work that you've done or past contacts that you've made. Mercury is going to bring the past to the forefront. Expect blessings, maybe some challenges, and they're all somehow connected to the past in some weird way. You're going to tie up loose ends, work on completing projects for launching once retrograde period is over. energies in Cancer will make way for an emotional month, and Leo energies give you the oomph that you need to make changes, right? So it's going to be this mixed bag of energies. So you could, again, go from like being super emotional to like feeling fired up and ready to kick ass and take names and make things happen. You could see things around home, housing, family, creativity, romance, fun, children. Those will all be a theme for the month. Doors will be closing while other ones will be opening. So don't get discouraged if things seem like they're falling apart. It's happening for a reason. It's for the best. Hang in there. It's already revealing itself to be an exciting month. You can expect to see more things coming up in the news. I feel like there's going to be some stuff connected that's going to be coming out that's connecting people in power to the Epstein child sex trafficking case, along with other upsetting news. So expect to see that kind of unraveling. The planet is going through a big shift. Evil can only hide in the shadows for so long, and truths will be coming out nonstop over the next several years. That will be mind-blowing. We've already seen a lot of truths revealed within the Catholic Church. So there's a lot of ugly things that are going on in the world, and those things are really going to start coming to light more and more. Okay, so I won't be taking a live caller again tonight because I am taking next week off again. I know, this July, this summer has been a crazy one for me, and I've been blessed enough to be able to take a bunch of vacations thanks to other friends that are getting married. So I'm doing 2 bachelorette parties, one in Vegas this weekend, and I'll be in Baja the weekend after. So I will see you guys in 2 weeks. So I'm going to do the show for 2 weeks worth. All right. So let's get into what you can expect from tonight, July 11th through to July 25th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. Okay. So general themes. Again, lots of mixed energy. So you could go between vacationing, relaxing, having fun, you're enjoying summer, you're feeling good, everything's upbeat, to all of a sudden feeling emotionally stressed out. Maybe you're even feeling physically burned out. And if you haven't been able to take any time off to relax, that could really be the case. So you could just have total burnout and fatigue. I do just keep feeling shock and awe in some way as well. So be easy with yourself. Try to do everything from an energy and space of love, and that will make life a little bit easier. And try not to resist things. You may be forced to look at any old attitudes or outdated beliefs that you have. Many of your beliefs and perceptions could be challenged during this time. Some of you could be going through another period of being stripped to the core and feeling emotionally raw. So you could be going through purging, right? It's not fun, but you've got to get it up and out of you so that you can start attracting these things into your life that you actually want. And the only way we can do that is by letting go of the things that don't serve us. And that comes through emotions. This human experience is an emotional experience. So you can't avoid it and suppress it and deny it. It's not going to go away. You got to deal with stuff. I do also feel good luck, blessings, prosperity. I feel like rare and unusual and sweet occurrences and occasions. Like I just feel like there's a bunch of unexpected, beautiful things happening, along with maybe some unexpected, uncomfortable things. I do feel memories coming up from the past. I do feel some of those memories are coming up to be cherished. I do feel like some of them are to be forgotten, and some are coming up to be healed, and some to be transformed and looked at in a different way. And maybe even realizations of like what you thought was how it went down actually didn't go down that way. I just feel like there could be discussions surrounding things from the past. There's an energy of the unexpected again. I'm also getting a connection to elephants. So possibly maybe you see some elephants, or maybe there's elephants in the news, maybe you go to the zoo. But for some reason, I'm also feeling like I'm seeing a white ceramic elephant that could have some special meaning for someone that's listening to the show. I don't know. there's a connection to elephants. You'll have to tell me how it shows up in your life. Strength, intense energy, balance, pressure, power, perseverance, all come to mind for achieving goals over the next 2 weeks. All these qualities exist within you, and they're going to help you accomplish your dreams. And whether it's creating a business, looking for a new job, running a marathon, creating anything and everything to make your dreams a reality, you're going to have those strength and those things that are going to just give you that extra push that you need. I would caution launching anything brand new until Mercury retrograde ends, which would be the middle of August. I would wait to launch anything brand new, anything that you've kind of already been doing and working on, and maybe you're revamping it in some way, I feel is okay. But maybe if you can, just wait a little longer to launch anything brand new. I do feel some of you are thinking about taking a trip or doing something for summer vacation. I keep getting pack your bags, get the heck out of town, just do it. Even if it's a staycation in the next town over. I understand financially some of you may not be able to take a trip, but a day trip somewhere to maybe have a picnic would be good, or doing the zoo, or again, like just, I don't know, I just feel like some of you have got to get out of your normal routine and be in the presence of family, friends, or romantic relationships, but not in your usual scenery, right? Like I feel like you have to switch it up. You've got to get out and about. You've got to do things. Do some meetup, download the meetup app and go and, if you like to paint, go see if there's any meetup groups that paint. Whatever your preference or your passion is. Sorry, my brain and my mouth are not working together right now. Okay, let's see. I do feel like some of you are getting on each other's nerves. So that's why I'm really feeling like you need to be doing something fun, some sort of an activity that reconnects you and gets you out of that funky energy. A message coming through says to honor your inner knowing, take action, do what you know you need to do. You're being encouraged to love and respect yourself enough to take steps you know you need to take to move closer to where you'd like to be in your life. So again, if you're feeling motivated and you've been thinking about some things, put it in action, put it, just, again, you don't have to launch anything, but work in the background, figure out what it looks like, make notes, write down all of your creative ideas, and it'll all come together nicely in some way. Your animal spirit energy for the next 2 weeks is the Phoenix, and Phoenix energies are connected to freedom from suffering, past karma, and reincarnation. The Phoenix represents the transformation of our past. It doesn't mean running from it, denying it, or burning bridges with rage. The Phoenix employs an advanced technique described in yoga as the burning of impurities through practice and dedication. So you're basically confronting your garbage, right? That's the only way you can get through it. The essence of the Phoenix is with us when we realize that we have been suffering too long and something must change. We take a stand and decide to live consciously instead of being driven by the unconscious mind and its long list of fears and aversions. At that very moment, the spark of the Phoenix is lit and the great bird helps us burn through our baggage. We no longer run from who we are, what has happened to us, or what we have done. The stuckness and dead weight fall into the ashes and a lightness and clarity merge. As the stagnancy continues to smolder, the Phoenix lifts our spirits up and we begin to recognize ourselves again. We may catch a glimmer in our eye that wasn't there before, so look closely. It's a sign the fire of transformation is upon your wings. So really, I think this card is super fitting because we are in this retrograde period, so there are things that are going to be coming up to be looked at, to be healed, and to be purged. Like this card says, you cannot run and hide from it. If you do not deal with your baggage and your junk, you're just going to keep reliving that over and over and over again, right? And that is not fun. So just face it, face your fears, face your insecurities, face whatever your concerns are, and work through it. And if you have stuck emotions, a lot of us don't deal with sadness very well, right? Some of us can't express sadness, and it manifests itself in anger. If you're really, really angry, that's just a symptom of sadness. Let yourself cry, let yourself feel. You've got to get this stuff out. It's so important right now. I cannot stress that enough because of what's happening on a planetary level. We are going through an ascension process, and everyone is going to have to deal with their junk if you want to make this leap. And that's something we'll talk about more in the future. Okay, work. For those of you that are employed, overall feels like a positive 2 weeks. Lots of energy surrounding work, career. So many of you will get a lot accomplished in a short period of time. There's a slight caution about trying to change the flow of work, right? Like I kind of feel like you can't rock the boat. So if there's structures and policies and a system in place wherever you work or even within your own business, now is not the time to switch things up and change it, because I feel like that really could be rocking the boat and cause it to tip over. And this kind of just feels like for the next couple of weeks and maybe even through the middle of August. I want to say the shadow period of retrograde ends like the 14th or 15th of August. At that point, then I would say go for it. But if you have to do something before then, again, just kind of make sure you're in alignment with everything that you want to happen for yourself. Those of you that are currently looking for a job, I'm feeling several new opportunities, whether it's starting your own business or finding a summer job to make some extra money, or you do need a job. And I think, to me, I feel, again, sorry, brain, mouth not working. I'm feeling many of you are going to get interviews. Like, I just feel like some of you have been waiting and you've applied to like a bunch of different jobs and nothing's coming to fruition for you. But I kind of feel like that's shifting and you're going to get some callbacks. I do feel for a few of you, there is maybe a woman with lighter colored hair that may be helpful in getting you hired. And now it could also be a man with maybe more feminine qualities or feminine energy, but I just feel like someone with lighter colored hair is going to either get you hired, give you a lead to a new job, or is in a position to actually hire you. And I feel like that is the case for many of you. Yeah, sorry, hang on one sec, because I feel like I'm getting other information here. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, there's a few of you, like I just feel like you're standing outside a really tall building, not like I don't know, to me, I feel like some of you are going to get some pretty big job opportunities that are going to be happening over the next couple of weeks. It feels really, really positive. Love, those of you that are currently in a relationship and you're committed or dating seriously, overall feels like a good week. The words responsibility and duty come to mind. True love is willingness to work together to get through any rough patches, to work on the relationship. So you could see minor issues popping up that need to be resolved, right? I don't feel like it's going to be a crazy emotional time, especially if your relationship is pretty stable. I kind of feel like it's going to ebb and flow like normal. But there just could be a few times where, maybe there's a couple of things in the relationship that you haven't really enjoyed, or you're not really vibing it. So maybe you bring it up to be discussed, right? Like maybe if you've been stuck doing the dishes for the last couple of months and you need some relief, you might, throw up a flag and say, hey, I need some help with dishes. Little minor stuff like that. Let's see, those of you that are single and dating, I do feel like there are going to be plenty of opportunities to meet someone, get out and mingle, try new places, be open to people you normally wouldn't speak to. And there's a possibility that some of you will meet someone that ends up being a long-term relationship. I'm feeling a lot of potential partners right now. I just feel like there's I don't know. I just feel like there's unions that are going to be happening. So even, you know, when I talk about this stuff, I don't want you guys to get hung up on like every single person that you meet, like, oh my God, this is the one. So I've got to put in the extra effort. Make sure that you're trusting your own intuition. But I just feel like the timing right now, there's a lot of love in the air. And I just feel like a lot of people are meant to meet their other half, their significant other, soulmate, twin flame, whatever you want to call it. Because I feel like energetically, that's just what's needing to happen right now with where the planet is moving energetically. So I just feel like we're going to see a lot of people ending up in long-term relationships. And I do feel like some of you, I feel, are going to get introduced to a potential partner by someone with light hair. I don't know what it is. It feels like light-haired woman. It seems to be light-haired women will be playing a significant role in people's lives these next 2 weeks. And again, don't get hung up on the sex. You know, sometimes that can be misinterpreted. It could be a man that maybe is balanced within his feminine energies. But I do just feel like you're making connections with people, and it's going to be, people are introducing you to someone. So make sure that you accept invitations to go and do things. Go to the beach, hang out, go to all the social events. Don't worry about what you look like in a bathing suit. Only you care about that. Nobody else does. Okay, finances. Money feels pretty stable, with many of you experiencing increase. If not these next 2 weeks, definitely in the near future. I also feel a few of you will want to spend more money. I see a couple of you guys getting carried away. You're throwing around the credit card, you're throwing around cash, you're spending money on the house, you're spending money on clothes. I just kind of feel like you're in this really feel good vibe. So it doesn't feel like spending to feed a hole in your heart. It just kind of feels like you're feeling amazing and you're feeling awesome and you've got the extra money and you just kind of want to pamper yourself. But I feel like you could end up getting carried away. So be creative and shop wisely, right? Because you can shop smart and still get all the things that you want, but not spend an outrageous amount of money. So just balance it all out. Health, the first thing that I'm getting, anyone trying to get pregnant, it's a great 2 weeks for fertile energy, okay? Even if you're not ovulating and if you're tracking it to the T, I say go for it, because I'm just feeling like even if you're not ovulating, there's something energetically that is happening or is being released, whether it's like an emotional block, a mental block, or maybe you've put too much pressure on, like, oh, we're only going to do it when I'm ovulating and my temperature's this high or whatever. So I feel like you've got to just go for it, because God works in mysterious ways. Believe in miracles, lots of high energy for many of you. Most everyone will be feeling pretty good. Everyone could work on getting enough sleep, eating healthy, and stress relief. Spirituality, a group of you could feel spiritually overwhelmed and another group spiritually hungry. Whichever category you fall into, honor the wisdom within you, right? Honor what you're feeling. If you're feeling overwhelmed, take a break. It's okay. If you're spiritually hungry, well, read, explore, do what you need to do. All right, that covers this week's intuitive messages. That's all the time that I have for tonight. I hope that everyone has a great 2 weeks. I look forward to connecting with you guys when I get back. And maybe I'll have even more great news to report. Either way, if you want to get a hold of me and you'd like to book an appointment, you can reach me at 407-374-3133. You can call or text. Have a great week, 2 weeks. Bye.
I would like to start with extending a very warm hello and a very warm welcome to everybody who's taken time out of their evening to tune into the show, Ray Path Productions. I am your host, Chloe Folden, Clairvoyant. I would also like to extend a thank you to Dave for producing my show. Just for people that don't know me, this is a first for me. I've never before created video content or done any type of radio work. So definitely please send me grace and bear with me as I adapt and adjust to connecting with people in this way. To start the show, I think it would be very appropriate, considering it's my first show, to explain a little bit about what I do and what my background is, and the type of metaphysical work that I do, and the types of readings and personal and development workshops that I offer. I'm involved with 3 particular well-known and well-respected metaphysical esoteric schools. The school I'm most deeply connected with would be the Rainbow Bridge Techniques group and community. And the term Rainbow Bridge is a coined term for the type of phenomena that can be seen in the central channels of those who have done a lot of clearing work utilizing the Rainbow Bridge techniques. I also give progress readings to other Rainbow Bridge practitioners nationally and internationally, because with the Rainbow Bridge techniques, they're a technique that you use on yourself for clearing karmic imbalance within the personality vehicles internally and externally. So I'm one of the most senior, as far as I'm aware of, one of the most senior readers in Ireland to be contacted to verify the techniques as people progress through the techniques. Sometimes people like to know how the internal and external patterns and karmic imbalance is fitting and the effect that's having on them. People sometimes also like to know the condition of the central channel. They also like to know about how the antikurana threads are weaving and heart center petals are developing. So that would be the backbone of what I do. And that is how I started myself with the Rainbow Bridge techniques. I would have used them myself. And then because people knew I was organically clairvoyant, as I call it, I had people naturally come to me and ask me for readings to check their progress with the techniques. And it grew from there to where I now also do facilitate the Rainbow Bridge Phase 1 and Phase 2 techniques here in Ireland. I'm also connected with the Diana Cooper Foundation here in Ireland, and I run workshops on that school's behalf, the Lemurian Planetary Healing workshops, and also the Golden Atlantis workshops. I facilitate those here in Ireland, as well as also I'm involved with and through the Centre of Being, which would be the central hub for the integrated energy therapy techniques developed by Stephen Thayer. I'm qualified with that school to give integrated energy therapy healing sessions, distance and in person, as well as also qualified to train others how to give integrated energy therapy techniques. I teach the basic, intermediate and advanced workshops on behalf of the Centre of Being. But coming right back to Rainbow Bridge, because that is what I would like to highlight with Ray Path Productions here this evening, because I'll say it again, that's the backbone of what I do. And that is the backbone of where I started to do more public work and more international work with people. So like that, I started using the techniques myself, and then just naturally started giving readings to other people that inquired about how they were progressing with the techniques. And I also progressed on to then being able to officially give Phase 1 and Phase 2 Rainbow Bridge workshops. So that's the backbone of what I do and the foundations of what I do. And with Phase 1 of Rainbow Bridge, just to explain the techniques in more detail, what Phase 1 of Rainbow Bridge does is it centers on healing, clearing, and widening the central channel. And why that is important for a lot of people is because you can liken your central channel to a cable cord that runs through the body. And even though the central channel does extend above the head and down past the feet, the main portion of the central channel and the portion of the central channel that gets targeted with the techniques is between the Soul Star 6 inches above the head and the Earth Star 6 inches below the feet. And that's the portion of the central channel that's important, because as most people know, that's also where the main chakras or energy centers are in the body. So with the way the techniques widen, heal, and clear the central channel, it helps the chakras sit into the body where they should be, which allows for better communication between the chakras. It allows people to receive clearer inspirations. It allows people to feel more grounded. It helps people set better energetic boundaries. There's a myriad of benefits to the techniques. And when I start talking about the benefits of just phase 1 of Rainbow Bridge, I always get an image in my head over some of the social media posts that do the rounds. And one in particular where it shows the picture of a dog or a person collapsed exhausted on the floor sleeping, and the caption reads, empaths after a day of peopling, meaning people feeling absolutely exhausted after a day of peopling, as some people call it. And like that, this is why these techniques are so fantastic, because if you're the type of person that sometimes feels very overwhelmed in social settings, or if you do find that you do sometimes do get overwhelmed quite regularly, or like that, if you can feel overwhelmed with the different types of contact with people, this technique's fantastic for healing and clearing the central channel, which helps you to feel more aligned and balanced, which helps you to feel more grounded, and really, really helps with setting better energetic boundaries. And you find that quite easy to do. So with the Rainbow Bridge techniques, and the other reason why I adore them and always recommend on the techniques to people is because it's a do-it-yourself technique. So once you've received proper instruction over how to utilize the techniques, you then do the techniques on yourself. And phase 1 of Rainbow Bridge takes about 3 to 4 months to complete. And that's also the beauty of it. It puts the power to heal back into your own hands. It assists with putting you back into the driving seat of your own life. It assists you with taking your power back. Like that, if you're ever watching different motivational speakers or looking into what 12-step recovery programs are about, or even how people approach better health, these are a technique that you're not relying on going to somebody else once a week for teaching. You're not relying on going to somebody once a month to have the work done. It's a technique that once you receive proper instruction over how to utilize the techniques, you use the techniques on yourself, which really helps you step back into your own power, claim your own psychic space, and like that, the benefits are huge. So as I was mentioning, I do have an upcoming phase 1 Rainbow Bridge workshop being facilitated here in Ireland in Loughrea. It's being facilitated at the Sanctuary Centre in Loughrea, and there's only one Sanctuary Centre in Loughrea. It's easy to find. It's a beautiful beauty and holistic centre, 25 Dunkellen Street, Loughrea, County Galway, where the four-way junction is at the top of the town, across from Millennium House. We're very easy to find. Loughrea is also very accessible from Dublin Airport. So like that, I do have people that come overseas to see me for readings. So like that, please do feel free to contact me if you're interested in attending overseas to attend one of my workshops. It's being run on Sunday, September the 1st, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. So please feel free to contact me through my website, www.chloefallen.com, if you would like further details. or on my business Facebook page, Chloe Folden Clairvoyant. I always keep my events up to date. Please contact me if you, for some reason, can't find the posted event or details. But if you would like to attend on September the 1st for the phase 1 of the Rainbow Bridge techniques being taught, please do contact me soon, because that workshop is nearly booked out. As you can imagine, it is in high demand, so please do let me know soon. And I would just like to also mention that if you are having financial difficulties, there is a website, and you can access the website through my website. I have a link. So if you go onto my website, click on the Rainbow Bridge tab, and you'll see I reference a website, www.soul1.org, and that's SOUL, and the number 1, not 1 spelt out, soul1.org. That is the official website. That is the official website for referencing the Rainbow Bridge techniques. So if you are Googling the techniques and want more information, please go through that website. That is the official website for referencing the techniques further if you're having financial difficulties and for some reason can't attend the workshop or are having difficulties coming to see me or anything of that nature. I believe we do have someone who would like to take a call. Miranda in Columbus, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very good, Miranda. How may I help you? Would you like to run a query by me, and I will do my best to offer guidance for you? How can I help you?
I had a question.
Yes.
Okay. I was with my boyfriend for 8 years, and about 3 days before our 9th year anniversary, he broke up with me. And I needed to know if he's going to come back or anything like that.
Okay, so please clarify for me, how long ago was the breakup?
It was in February.
February. Okay, Miranda, bear with me. I will just tune into your query. I also do use tarot as well to tune in. So please bear with me, and I will see what clarity I can bring for you on this matter. I'm just drawing some cards here for you for your query, tarot cards. Now, like that, it does seem to be just coming to the breakup, because I think sometimes to understand a situation, it's important to examine it in its entirety. Definitely, in terms of the breakup, there did seem to be a lot of stress on the relationship. And like that, even though there can be different factors that affect the relationship, huge amount of stress did precede this relationship breaking up. And I do think you both did know on some level that you were heading for a breakup, and it just was very difficult to be able to do anything else other than break up. It just seemed to be the only option at the time, or the only option that seemed to make sense. So even though it's very painful to go through something like that, it did seem to need some breathing space for you both. Definitely, I do believe he's aware over how much pain that it has caused you, and that it was a lot of outside factors that did play into the breakup happening. At the moment, how do I put this? I would not put your life on hold at the moment, even though it can be very difficult when you're still hurting, to feel like you could be open to meeting other people or being open to meeting other people. I am seeing there is an opportunity where you could get back together, but where my concern would lie is I don't think the issues will be addressed. So what I'm saying is I am seeing that there would be an opportunity where I do think you will be back in contact again, where you might discuss getting back together. But my concern would be is that the same issues would then cause the same conflict again. So my advice would be that when the opportunity does arise for you to reconnect, to be very open with each other and to not just discuss, well, should we get back together or will we, but to really discuss and look at what happened and see what can be done to kind of rectify the situation. And this is where my concern lies, where I'm not too sure if the same situations wouldn't play out again. So this is where I would say, please don't put your entire life on hold over the relationship. Please still be open to meeting other people and connecting with other people and forming another relationship. Because if you do get back into the same relationship with him, I don't know if the actual problems will be addressed properly, and you could find yourself going through it all again. So on that note, do you have anything you would like me to clarify with what I've said?
No, you were right.
So like that, this is where, and I always like to remind people of their own personal power, that even when I'm reading for a most likely situation, even though a most likely situation is the most likely one that will occur, please do understand that even within that you have choices. Please don't feel you've got to be a victim of circumstance or fate, which of course you are not. But I always like to remind people that when I'm reading for the most likely timeline, please remember you have choice. You don't have to get back together with him. If you are not happy and you can see quite clearly, please don't ignore the red flags, and you can see quite clearly that it's probably going to head in the exact same direction again. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes that's needed for you to have full closure to go, do you know what? I'm not doing this again. Now I understand why things happened the way they happened. Now I'm not going to have any what ifs. But at the same time, you do not have to get back together with him. A timeline on that, I do believe that this will probably occur. It's a little bit funny where I do believe he wants to contact you, but I think he's fully aware breathing space is needed. And like that, between 2 to 3 months' time. So not too long. So we're currently just in July. So that's July, August, around September. I do believe around September is around the month where he will make contact, but it's not going to be full on. It's just going to be, hi, how are you? How are things for you? And very gently leading into, would you like to meet up and talk about things? So please remember, Miranda, that within that situation, you have a choice. Please feel free to meet him. Please feel free to talk to him. But listen to your gut and talk things through with him. And if you feel that he's not really addressing the outer stressors that broke your relationship up and not wanting to look at making those changes to support the relationship in the future, you don't have to stay. And please, in the meantime, do be open to meeting other people. Please don't put your life on hold for one person.
Okay.
Are there any other queries you would like to run by me?
No, that was it. That was the only one I had.
Perfect, Miranda. It was an absolute pleasure. And if you would like to contact me again in the future, please do feel free to contact me through my website or through any of my social media pages. It will be a pleasure to hear from you again.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Take care and lots of blessings to you.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye. What I would like to do is come back to just briefly discussing what I was talking about earlier with Rainbow Bridge, and definitely with my next Ray Path production show. Please feel free to tune in, same time, same place. It will be every Tuesday. I'm going to discuss the Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 techniques, as well as also mention one of my integrated energy therapy workshops that I have coming up. And when I do discuss Phase 2 of Rainbow Bridge, I'm going to talk a little bit more about karma and karmic imbalance as well, just to clarify that for people. And that will be the rhythm of what I would like to offer people through these shows, is just discussing topics of interest, esoteric topics of interest, to provide some little golden nuggets of information to people about different works that I'm aware of that work and really help people and really empower people. But like that, if you did want to contact me directly for any reason, please contact me through my website. And once again, for those that are going through any financial struggles who are very interested in the Rainbow Bridge techniques, please go to the official Rainbow Bridge website, www.soul1.org, because you can access information on the techniques there as well. So like that, just in case there's any confusion when you go on that website, and I don't believe I mentioned it, the developers of the Rainbow Bridge technique were Josephine and Norman Stevens, the late Josephine and Norman Stevens. And when they released the techniques after 10 to 20 years of very in-depth study and verification of the techniques, they called the techniques the soul star clearing techniques. So like that, that is the proper name for the techniques, is the soul star clearing techniques. But the coined term is the Rainbow Bridge techniques because of the phenomena that can be in a vision seen within the central channels of those that are very far along with their internal and external pattern clearing work and anti-prana thread weaving. So just to clarify that, if you're going onto the website and seeing Soul Star Clearing, but then it does reference Rainbow Bridge as well and talks a little bit about how the coined technique term came about. So like that, the developers were the late Josephine and Norman Stevens, and like that, they developed the techniques because they could see in everyone that they came across, regardless of how much money someone made or spiritual status someone had attained or who they were or what they did in life, to varying degrees, people would have these internal and external patterns. And that was the inspiration behind developing these techniques. So a lot of study, a lot of verification. These techniques were not just chucked out to the public, they were very well regulated. On that note, we're nearly on time now for the show. I just want to extend a massive thank you to people that called in, and a massive thank you to everyone that took time out of their evening to tune in. It was a pleasure. And I sincerely do hope you would like to join me again for the next Ray Path production show. Next Tuesday, same time, same place. And thank you to Dave as well for all of his support for producing my first show. I'm very much looking forward to next week. And thank you once again to the existing network of light workers for extending this opportunity to me, for joining this community. It's been an amazing opportunity. Absolutely thrilled, and it's been wonderful to connect with people in this way like that. It's very new for me to connect with people through live streaming and through videos. So I certainly hope for those that were waiting for me to put out more content, I certainly hope that this answers that ask and that request. And I look forward to creating future shows and connecting with more people. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope to see you all again next week.
I'm Stephanie, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Welcome to the show. This is Soulstar Radio, and we're coming to you live from the Reiki Cottage in Preston, Victoria, Australia. And good morning, afternoon and evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm joined by the wonderful Helen O'Connor, who's a Reiki master amongst many other things. I know her from way back. She's a wonderful lady, and we're actually in her healing studio here. So I'd like to welcome you to the show, Helen.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
So tell me, we've sort of known each other like way back, but for people who haven't met you, and certainly introducing sort of watchers, viewers, listeners, telepathically listening people, about your sort of journey with Reiki and what Reiki is, but what sort of got you started on the healing journey?
Okay, so in October this year, and I'm very proud of this, it's going to be 30 years since I first learnt Reiki, and my life absolutely hit me on the head. I was teaching at the time. I taught in special ed. I taught kids with special needs, and I was looking for something. I'd done shiatsu, but I knew that there was something more for these hands. I'd been into psychic stuff and crystals, and I was the old hippie, getting into whatnot. But when I did Reiki, it was like, oh my God, this is what I'm here to do. And I resigned from teaching at the end of that year. That's coming up 30 years. And I started this journey. Now, back then, I was living with anxiety. I used alcohol to let you know.
Very common amongst
self-medicate. Yep. And Reiki just calmed me. And then I thought, I got a Reiki table and Reiki anyone who would let me Reiki them. And I began this journey. I actually spent 2 years volunteering for a complementary therapies group of people with HIV and AIDS. And that was like an amazing apprenticeship for me. And eventually became a teacher of Reiki. And then 23 years ago, moved to this property, which had a garage in the backyard. And I converted into what's now called the Reiki Cottage. And that's just turned 23 years.
That's beautiful.
So it's been a roller coaster journey, as anyone knows, when you commit to your spiritual journey.
Woohoo! It's getting real.
So panic attacks started. I, had counselling. Reiki helped. I learned tapping. I learned neuro-linguistic programming, and I've had clients over the years. I now see people all over the world for tapping. And people come to this little cottage in Preston for Reiki.
Yeah, beautiful. I remember you also did some quite a lot of Reiki on me at a sort of point there, and I remember my father turning up at the end of the table and I went, hello. I think he's dead now.
There's been a few spirits in this cottage, I can tell you that now.
So I was like, that's how I know my dad's dead. He's just popped up at the end of the table and we're showing him. So what sort of things, what's the most standout experience you've had with Reiki, maybe the most, satisfying, but also the most weird, like two different ones?
All right.
Yeah.
One, when talking about spirit and your father and my father, just after my dad died, I was doing a Reiki here and the music started going on. And I just knew it was him. And I'm like, excuse me, do you mind? I'm doing a Reiki.
With a client?
With a client. I'm getting paid, so stop it. And so he did. And then another time, I thought, all right, I'm open for you to come. And he was a funny guy. He was a really funny guy, my dad. And I said, okay, you can show yourself if you'd like to. So within a minute, this bird came flying at the window, full at the window, went down, shook himself off, and then just sat on the fence out there and just looked at me. And I just so knew it was him. Yeah. I've had, doing attunements for people for Reiki, their grandmothers and mothers who come in just like they have done for you. So, that's the weird stuff, I suppose. No, it's not weird. It's not weird. Do it. Satisfying. Oh my God, I'm actually. I love Reikiing pregnant women.
Yep.
And I Reiki'd a birth once.
Wow.
That was pretty amazing, and it was actually a water birth.
Oh.
And she didn't want to be touched.
Yeah.
At that stage, you know, when you just hate everybody. And so I put my hands in the water and Reiki the water. Yeah. And that birth was just
easier.
Easy, amazing, gorgeous.
I remember once, you know, my poor dear at the time partner, and he was like, he's doing this. He's going, don't worry, it'll be okay. I'm here. And he's actually doing this around my thumb. And the first time, with the first birth, I'm like totally just putting up with that because I've got a lot of other stuff going on. And the birth was like, I don't know, an hour in the hospital because, you know, that baby's coming on through. Yeah, it was like a football match, yeah. Certainly the midwife sort of spoke about football references. But the second time around, it was like, I'm in charge now. And it was a 7-hour birth in the hospital. And they said, the doctor's not here yet. But, you know, they showed me this crow-to-hook thing. And we're all, and I said, and I crossed my legs and went, you show me the doctor, I'll show you a baby. But no doctor, no baby, so guess what you're doing? And but then he tried this thing, the partner. Don't worry, it'll be okay, rubbing the thumbnail. And I just said, stop that. And then I said, give me your arm. And he couldn't use his arm or lift it for about a month after that. And so he thoroughly participated in the birth experience, but that's not quite Reiki, is it?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Well, both my children's births were Reiki. I had a Reiki person at the birth. So the pregnancies were Reiki, and I was 37 and 40 when I gave birth. Completely natural births, no.
Wow.
You know.
Now that's amazing.
And my husband at the time for the second birth, actually, he did the Reiki, and he felt that baby receive the Reiki just as he was coming out. And it was, pretty, and he was a buffer. And,
nothing quite like a kid with a big head, is there?
Yeah, so gorgeous now. But it was at 40, it was, you know, it was painful, but I know the Reiki helped. And, you know, I didn't need outside help.
So what we might do today is we're going to actually show you some Reiki. Don't worry, be with clothes on, there's no birthing happening. Although it could be a rebirthing, that's possible, but we're going to show you. Helen's going to explain the steps, and I'm going to lie down on this table there, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So you can take us through how it all happens and maybe explain what Reiki is while you're going.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we'll just get you on the table. So if someone comes in for a Reiki, I'll do their client form, get some history. Hang on, I'm just going to put that towel. Yeah.
Probably should take my hat off. Yeah. Kind of handy. Yep.
All right. Yep. Go. Cover you up. Yeah, as you say, uncross those legs. She's defensive already.
Oh, I'm always doing that. It's a shield made ending. Oh, I know. Sort of waiting for the next scalp.
Make it nice and warm.
Hi, Donna, by the way. Got to say hi, Donna. Yeah. And Daryl. And
nice and warm.
Everyone else. Yeah, I'm warm. I'll be fine.
Okay. So Reiki is a Japanese word for spiritual energy. And so when I place my hands on a person's body, their holistic being draws that energy through. So it's spiritual, it's physical, it's emotional, and it's mental. It goes to where it's needed. So it gives you what you need, not necessarily what you want. Oh, she's on. She's gone. And so, you know, if you're working on an issue, perhaps, you might get some clarity. If you have a cold, it absolutely accelerates the body's innate ability to heal itself. If you're working on some spiritual stuff, it will help with that. Every Reiki is different.
So when did you start Reiki, and what's your lineage?
Okay, yeah. I learned with a beautiful woman whom I still see, called Valerie Ives. Her lineage comes through Phyllis Kuramoto, who's the granddaughter of Takata, Hawaii Takata. So my lineage is Yusui Hayashi, the naval officer, Hawaii Takata, who died in 1980 and who attuned 22 masters. Phyllis, her granddaughter. Marta Getty is a woman who lives in America, still alive. Valerie was one of two people who came to Australia. There was Beth Gray from America and Marta. and Valerie was one of those early Reiki teachers. And Valerie's now about 85, still see her, we still catch up, gorgeous woman, she certainly doesn't look 85. And then I also, with the complementary therapies group, I worked with Denise Crandall, and I've worked with lots of people. I'm a member of the Australian Reiki Connection, so I've had colleagues and other teachers that, you know, in fellowship and
that's a really well-connected group around the world, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. There are lots of variations of Reiki. There's lots of offshoots and whatever.
That's just a really rebranding and repackaging? Or?
It is, well, yes and no. With the advent of the internet, people went back to Japan and learned the sort of the true history of Usui. So I've also been trained in Japanese techniques. And so when I teach Reiki now, I've brought it right back to its basics, which is having the 4 attunements over a weekend, hands-on healing, some meditation, the precepts, which are just for today. I let go of worry and anger. I'm humble and compassionate. I do my spiritual work and I show gratitude for everything. So we live by those principles. And what's the other thing? Oh, the symbols and mantras that you learn later on. Yeah. I tend to, some Reiki people give messages. I tend to not do that. I prefer that people just go within and find their own messages.
I found that we had a lady started, I actually booked a Reiki with a lady once, and she says, "Oh my God, I don't normally get this stuff, but for some reason with you, I'm going to just tell you these messages," and you're like, oh. No. And suddenly she was psychic. And I thought, is it catching? I'm not sure. Yeah. And it's like, it is distracting.
Yeah, not how I operate. So I've thought about that a lot, and the intention for people who come here is that I'm not the guru. Make me the guru, I'll knock myself off as quickly as you can say, Jack Rabbit.
and that old word of, gee, you are you. Yeah. So you're moving the hands there, like when you're moving the hands across the body, what are the reasons for those points for people who don't know?
There are hand positions that we use. Some people scan the body and go to where they think it's needed. I actually just do the hand positions. And no, I totally trust that the Reiki is going to go to where it's needed. Yeah. So really, I could hold your big toe for an hour and you get the Reiki.
That could be interesting.
It would, what's your big toe like?
Not so good. I've been running too much. I'm in trouble with my diapers.
Would you like your feet to be? Have a little bit of Reiki. Can we get the camera on there?
Hello. Yes, we are.
All right,
there they are.
Let's do some tootsies.
This is quick.
Actually, I'll do your knees. Yeah, and your feet at the same time. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whoa, hello. Yeah. Good. Yeah. So do you find that when you're working on the feet, that brings people back into the body, or do you find that if they need to go off somewhere that they still go off? Or?
I tend to do the feet last to bring them back, to ground them. Yeah. So.
And people who think way too much like me sort of have to start up here somewhere.
Oh, I usually do start on the head, but for the purposes of today, we're just doing a little bit. And so it takes an hour. So I usually spend 5 minutes on 12 positions on the body. So a few places on the head, the heart, the stomach, the hips, knees, ankles, and the feet.
And also, do you find that, we've heard of distant Reiki and distant healing.
Yep.
How do we operate that for someone?
Well, if someone would like to receive, and I like to call it distance and absent Reiki.
Yeah.
So an absent Reiki for me, in my world, is when I sit down and send a Reiki to somebody across the world or in hospital or something. A distance Reiki is when I send Reiki back in time or forward in future. So because Reiki transcends all time and space, we can sit down on a Sunday and send Reiki to the dental appointment on Thursday. and it will kick in at that time.
You can also send Reiki to your boss's chair. Now that could be fun.
To your boss's what?
Boss's chair.
Yes.
Yeah, because if they're rather grumpy and, you know, yeah, I'm sort of feeling like if they're feeling the love, is that something that you found people have done that has helped them? Or?
Absolutely. I used to teach in a school for kids in a juvenile detention centre.
Yeah.
So I had 12 kids locked up in a room, and if I went in the morning, this is just when I first learnt Reiki, because I did resign after that, and I would throw the symbols up into the corners.
Yeah.
So I'd come in and the boys would be high as kites, just, you know,
From the energy.
from the energy.
Not actually from drugs.
No. Although, a funny thing, I used to Reiki them a little bit, just a bit on their shoulders, and one kid said, "Oh, do what you do. Do that thing you do, miss. Better than 2 bongs."
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So
it's like getting on our way.
It is. It's a natural high. So yeah. That answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I found once that I was doing healing to myself in all space and time.
Yes.
And I was flung back to a situation that happened when I was 3.5.
Yes.
But the funny thing was that when I was 3.5, I saw the older me come into that situation. So is that sort of...
That's quite well. With you, anything's possible.
God, yeah.
So, but it is true. You can go back and go back to those times when, you know, the rotten times in your past, and you can go and Reiki those and let go and heal that stuff.
Yeah. So it helps with that sort of calming. And Reiki, that can work, I find, with space clearing as well.
Yeah.
Like, how do you
you can
recommend people do that?
Well, the way I teach it is I grab a piece of incense and I walk through my house and do the symbols. Like I Reiki the cottage before anyone comes. Like today, before you arrived, the cottage, I have a way of cleansing the cottage with the symbols. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. All right. We might sit up again.
Yeah.
And here we go. So that was fantastic. I sort of went zipping off pretty well straight away. So sort of the thing you'll find, and the reason why we did that so you could see it is those who are very sensitive would go, whoa, feeling that energy. So even if you're sort of new to Reiki, it's a transmission of the energy. You're bringing the universal energy down and through you, but it's through that attunement that gets done. So whereas with spiritual healing per se itself, there's no actual attunement. So this is where that's different. So how, what's the story of Mikao Yusui in a sort of a shortened version?
Okay, he was born in 1865. He was a businessman. He had 2 kids. He was married. He was into learning and psychic stuff. He was into psychic stuff. He decided in about 1920 or something to go and sit on the top of Mount Kurama outside of Kyoto, in Tokyo, for 21 days. And he said, I'll either be enlightened or I'll die.
Yep.
So off he went. He fasted for 21 days and he said a great light upon him. And he was given the gift of Reiki. We say it was rediscovered because this has been going on forever. This hands-on healing, I suppose. And he spent 4 years and then he died of a stroke at 62.
Wow.
Yeah.
But his sort of work was done, I guess.
His work was done, yeah. And it was passed on through a few different people. There's a Japanese link and there's the Western link. So
did he ever work with the Tibetan symbols?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, because you got people using the Japanese symbol and then people using these other symbols.
I don't know whether they've been brought. Look, I can't say. You know, but that's where the different strains of Reiki have come in. People meditate and get stuff or think they get stuff. Or I tend to just.
I had a dream.
So there's all sorts of different stories. You know, it's the nature of groups, isn't it?
It is. I think it's always better to go back to that original, and that's where with the Australian Reiki Connection, they're sort of saying, all right, well, you just need to teach the actual thing.
Just
and then anything you're doing
original.
different, back to the original, anything else you're doing, call it something else.
Absolutely.
And do that as the something else, but then if it's Reiki, it's Reiki.
And say it's something, you know, if you just be very clear. You know, if you want to bring right down crystals into it, then say so. But when you come here, you just have Reiki.
I like the purity of that. It's a lot quieter.
It is.
And focused. Yeah. Because when we sort of do too many things at once and go, woo, it's all a big one thing, and I'm just adding this and adding that and adding that, and it's, I don't mind, it's all just, no.
We do after a Reiki often, we will pick a card. I've got some cards over there. Mm-hmm. But I always say it's not Reiki, but we're just having some fun. Yeah. If you don't like it, pick another one.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Cool. So, I like that. So let's have a look at the cards. We might do a card for all the viewers.
Oh, all right.
We'll pick a card for today for the viewers. We'll get Helen McGregor. She's got some good decks there.
I have some Crystal Oracle. I love Tony Salerno.
Yeah.
So I have Magdalene, Crystal Oracle, or the Love cards.
What do you reckon we'll go for the crystals? I think we'll go for the crystals, yeah. I think they'll speak the quickest to everyone. So this is from the Crystal Oracle.
Crystal Oracle. Tony Salerno is a guy who does beautiful artwork. He's a Reiki person in Melbourne. He's been around for a while, probably as long as I have.
I think he's been around as long as most of us have.
Yeah, so you can just have a little shuffle and choose one of those.
All right, folks out
there. I'll read it for you, for all of us.
For today. Healing for everyone watching in our times. Oh, there we go. As you're right.
As you're right. Okay. As you're right.
And it's interesting because it's got gold with quartz on the left-hand side, amethyst on the right, rose quartz at the very end, and the very start of the deck, of course, is aquamarine, my favourite stone.
Really?
But it's azurite we've got here today for everyone out there watching.
So the words are self-confidence, creativity, and expanding awareness. Believe in yourself, for you have the ability to materialise your dreams. Throughout the coming months, you will begin to expand your horizons and explore new possibilities for your life. You will realise that all you need in order to manifest your dreams is self-confidence. Believe in yourself and do not let anything stand in your way. Even if you are rejected, do not give up. For even rejection can serve to strengthen your resolve and character, provided you're ready for it. Expect it and see it as something you can learn from. Success is guaranteed provided you remain focused and confident. See every experience as a learning experience.
I rather like that one because we've literally just had that wonderful Cancer Capricorn eclipse and we're going through all these planets in retrograde, and so it's like very poignant. Plus, of course, Mercury.
Oh, yes.
So it's all about, hang on, try not to take things personally, but do actually deal with the issue. So spiritual bypassing, avoid that part. I'm liking the themes in there. It's been wonderful talking and catching up with you again and sharing the space with you.
Great fun.
Yeah, and if you want to find Helen, you can go onto the Soul Star Radio Facebook page on A1R Radio, and there's actually a link to our website. Meanwhile, there's going to be more shows this evening, afternoon and morning on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's going to be a lot of fun for you. There'll be live calls for readings. Today's been an educational show for us. In the meantime, I'm going to wish you the best. I'm going to be up at Deniliquin, so Denny Spiritual and Psychic Expo this weekend, and I look forward to catching up with people there. And in the meantime, going to catch up with the rest of you next week. Lots of love and light and happy times. Bye.
Hello everyone, this is me, Fiona, Persian medium known as a subconscious mind surgeon, and tonight we are actually listening to A1R Radio Network and Abid Advice show. Before I start to take any callers, I would love to have some conversation with my audience. Number one, thank you so much for all support and love that I received in the past couple of 4, 5, 6 months, which has been fantastic. You guys always been supportive, but past 5 months, it was amazing. A lot of DM, a lot of emails, and a lot of face-to-face meeting with you guys really, really make me to feel happy and moving forward to helping you guys better and be better every day. So happy 4th of July, number one. I'm super blessed and super happy to be in the U.S. When it was a happy, well, basically 4th of July. And as a lot of us knows in LA, in Los Angeles, California, we had a little bit of earthquake, which was kind of funny, but at the same time scary. That was my first time to feel a real earthquake. So I kind of feel like, I have some business in my head, like things is just moving forward, and all the chandeliers in the house just like moving forward. But I felt like, that was fun. At least for kids, was fun. However, for people who may not doing great right now because of that earthquake, for people who may lost their houses or a couple of those things that have happened, I send blessing to them. Hope they will find themselves and getting all help that they need. But as I said in the past, and I'm saying again, never give up. No matter what type of situation you have right now, no matter what, if you are in a situation that like health issues, money issues, earthquake issues, any type of issues, if you can see and sense that there's all things around you that is just negative, not really, you're not doing great, everything is just like opposite, things going back and forth, just relax. Remember one simple thing. You never ever can get everything correctly if you do not wrap your mind, and relax yourself. So this is super important for you to understand. If you really want to succeed or become a successful person in every area of your life, you have to always remain calm and relax, no matter what type of situation you are in, and no matter what type of situation you've been at. So you have to always remain relaxed and calm to think correctly, to feel correctly, and to moving forward correctly. So back to the studio, you guys listening to Abid Advice show. And again, this is me, Fiona, Persian medium, known as a conscious mind. You hear me?
You keep cutting out.
Hello?
Hi, can you?
Yeah, can you hear me now? I can hear you very well. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I keep losing you.
Now? Okay. Okay, can you please give me your date of birth and then tell me what you have in your heart and what I can do for you? Go ahead, please.
December 25th, 1925. And I've been in 3 relationships and currently single. And I'm just wondering what I have in the future.
Okay. So unhappy relationships. So basically relationships, you did been in the 3 unhappy relationships. So basically you want to know if your near future will bring you the real man or the real person that could help you out to feel yourself, also to be having a real partner, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 things that I can see in the middle of your pentagon. Number 1, nothing will happen until September 23rd or September 25th. So basically, right now at the moment, try to not change and challenge anything. Try to not find anyone or try to do anything. Just lay back and relax and start visualize. Reason I'm asking and telling you visualize, because if you start visualizing almost around the month of September, mostly around the September 23rd and 25th, the guy or the person that you would love to be together with will come to your life without you doing any special things. Okay? So I wanted you to stop recalling your past. The reason that you already have or had 3 unhappy relationships, one after each other, it's because you recall your past. You have to let go of your past. By thinking about your past, by feeling about your past, by connecting yourself with pain and a lot of anxious and stress that you had in the past, you're recalling your past again with another man, which will be completely a different, face, different name, but same personality. So this is super important for you to let go of your past. Forgive all those 3 men in your life. Let them go. Say goodbye to them. Stop thinking constantly about them and what they did to you. If you really want this time, become very successful and very happy in your relationship, then stop recalling the past. And I wanted you to exercise a very simple, exercising. It's kind of feel this way. My past was about 2 hours ago, and my future is about 2 hours from now. So your past is 2 hours ago, and your future is 2 hours from now. So you're not thinking, connecting, feeling, or getting in tune with your past, and you are not concerning and worried about your future. You have to be in a moment. You have to be in a now moment. And when you are in a now moment, I wanted you to use the visualize or visualization of a man that you want to be together. This is super important for you to understand, because I know you can succeed this time. And I feel and say psychically that you can get what you want when it comes to the real man or the real deal relationship. That's why I wanted you to start from tonight, from today, 10 minutes before your bedtime. Visualize the man that you want to be together with, the personalities. And if any chance, any of the past relationship, any type of the pain that you had in the past and the stress come back again and trying to distract you, let go of it. Distract yourself by new thought, new energies, and visualize the guy that you would love to be together with. That's the only way that you can get yourself out from this crazy circle, which makes you to feel unhappy, uncomfortable, and doubtful about yourself. You got it, honey? And 2 more things that I can see in the Pentagon and I want to discuss with you about your health. Are you starting to have some new kind of something for something?
Sorry, I lost you at right from the beginning.
Okay.
About my health.
Do you have something about new diet? Are you starting to have some type of diet that's helping your body, your mind connect better? Do you have a feeling? Yeah, go ahead.
The only thing I started, but I haven't went right through, was I started an exercise resume, like exercise routine, but I only went like 3 to 4 days, and then I would quit because my life started to become busy and I wasn't home all the time. So it's like I have to started all over again, the exercise routine. And I was enjoying it while I was doing it, but that's only, my diet hasn't changed anything.
I think my recommendation to you, if you really want to almost stop any type of procrastination about anything that you start, just ask yourself, do you want to do that? Never force yourself and never demand yourself that you have to, because I have to lose weight, because I'm not happy, because I'm this, I'm that. You have to ask yourself very kindly and very friendly, do you want to do that? So by asking yourself with respect and love, your brain will cooperate with your body, and then there is no procrastination after. So this is super important, and this is very important philosophy for each of you guys. Each of us may have some problem with procrastination. We always going to have like, I'm going to do it tomorrow, next week, next month. Or of course, when it comes to diet, we always feel very uncomfortable because after 1 month and 2 months, we just like feel tired to be like, put ourselves in the routine, exercise, some specific diet, and do all this stuff. But my recommendation to you, start very mellow. Don't be like a junkie, kind of like getting into a gym and trying to feel like, oh no, I have to do it every day. Just very mellow, very mild, very nicely. And ask yourself, do you want to do that? And guess what? By asking yourself, you hijack your subconscious mind, and you definitely make yourself to feel committed to what you want when it comes to your health, your body, and your brain. So that's it. So thank you so much. For more information, my love, about me, you can go to abbyadvice.com and abbyadawakening.com. So by the way, I have a couple callers that they're waiting, and I know that they're waiting for a long time. So thank you so much, sweetheart. Wish you luck, but remember about September 23rd and September 25th. Have a great one. Okay. Hello, Fiona. Hello, Fiona. Hello, Fiona. Is it Fiona from Australia?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's...
How are you doing?
How are you doing?
Can you hear me, Fiona?
Can you hear me, Fiona? Yes, I can. Yes.
Awesome, awesome. So I may hear you a couple times. You may hear me a couple times, but the good news is we hear each other. So that's the good news. So Fiona, tell me about yourself a little bit. Give me your date of birth, my love. You're calling from Australia. So tell me about it. Like, is it the night? Is it day? Like, is it hot? Is it cold? Just like talk about the country that you're calling now. I'm so excited to know.
It's the afternoon. It's a beautiful day. It's it's just
California
gorgeous.
too.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
And my date
so
of
Fiona,
birth.
give me your date of birth, my love. And then tell me what you have in your mind, what you have in your heart. Go ahead, please.
8th of the 4th, 1968.
Okay, my love. Tell me what you have in your mind. What is your question?
I just thinking about my children. I have 5 children, and my current romance, I guess.
You're kind of concerned and worried about your children, of course. You're a mom, and mom always want to protect the children and always concerned and always want to know, like, if they are going to succeed or not. Well,
Yes.
I'm not worried about your children with you. What I'm concerned about you, because when I open your pentagon, The first things that I can see and I pick up right now is about your sleeping problem. So, and your sleeping problem, or maybe not sleeping good, it may be because of a lot of thought and feelings and stress that you causing yourself by overthinking your overthinking. So I wanted you to let go of those thoughts and just stop overthinking your overthinking, especially 10 minutes or 20 minutes before your bedtime. Because normally, when our body and mind will relax themselves, always, all the time, we get connect with the stress and anxieties and feeling kind of, like pain in the stomach. Something is going to happen. Something is up. I don't know. I'm not feeling good. I'm stressed out again. So in order to control that type of anxiety, you have to always distract yourself and visualize a very good place, nice people around, and feel yourself. Basically, you hijack your subconscious, you hypnotize your brain before you go to bed. So no negativity, no negative thought or energies allowed before bedtime. And if you have any type of those anxieties before bedtime, which I can see, that's the only boldness that I have right now, because when I'm chatting to your body right now and trying to connect with you, so I feel and sense the sleeping problem is just starting to get worse and worse, and you have to do something about it. Because when we are sleeping, we are repair our body and all the DNA and all the cells in our body. So that's why you need to find a way to calm yourself down 20 minutes before the bedtime. So never see any type of movies, scary movies or emotional movies before. Never try to answer your phone or text messaging and going back and forth emotionally when you feel that you are in an emotional rack position, because that makes everything worse. And that's why you can't sleep. So mostly exercising in 21 days. Just exercise in your brain. 10 minutes before my bedtime, I'm not going to feel and sense any negativity. I'm not going to be worried about anyone and anybody beside me. And I would definitely hypnotize myself and hijack my subconscious to tell myself that now you will go to bed and having enough and awesome sleep without no doubt and issues. And visualize yourself in a place that you want to be, okay? So this is one thing. The second thing that I wanted you to do, and I want you to recommend it to you, is about your the headache. I don't know how often you're getting headache, but I also channel on you, so I can feel and sense that I'm channeling your body right now. The headache or some sort of the migraine. It could be migraine, it could be headache, but I have to tell you, you have to drink a lot of water. I see and I feel that your body is dehydrating and you are not drinking enough water. And that's why your body is not functioning correctly. That's why you're always stressed out. There's nothing wrong about your children. You have to let it go when it comes to children. They are perfectly fine. They're going to be okay. Nothing will stop them to succeed. All is going to be okay. The only things and the only person that I want you to have focus is you, just you, and taking care of yourself. Drink more water, have a healthy food, and also it's super important for you to let go of all crazy thought. There's no such a thing as a bad thought and good thought. It's just a thought. And connect with those thoughts is the way that we make them to be stronger, or we make them to be or to become as a priority in our life. So your first priority right now, at the moment, is you, your health, and your thought and feelings about yourself. It should be all positive. You have to fake it until you make it. Awesome. So what else you have in your mind, my dear? I mean, when it comes to you, just talk about yourself. I just want to hear about you, about yourself.
I do worry a lot about my kids, and I do neglect myself a lot. I don't think about myself. I usually think about other people.
Okay. So, did you even actually ask doctor, not, of course, not, depression medicine or kind of like a sleeping medicine or pain medicine, but did you ever ask your doctor in any type of natural way that if you could just like relax your mind and, I mean, I don't know where you are. You are in Australia, of course, when you told me, but I'm in California. I wish you could be around and I could actually use some, hypno on you. So I think if you can find a good hypnotherapist, and they could really help you a lot, because the way that they hypnotize your subconscious, they're also suggesting you to not letting any negativity and negative energies and thoughts come to your mind before your bedtime. So your body really needs sleep and relax. So that's why I wanted you to maybe find someone who is a good clinical hypnotherapist or hypnotherapist that could help you to achieve better. And number two, Fiona, I feel you have to just let go of a lot of people around you, because you cares a lot. It's very good that you care a lot, but you know what? You have to understand, when people never ask you for advice or never ask you for help, when you're trying to offer them something and they are not appreciated, you are going to feel uncomfortable, sad, and disappointed. So please don't do that to yourself. Hold yourself back, okay? And be there for them when they ask that, is it possible for you to be in my life? Is it possible for you to, help me on this and that? I understand that you are concerned and worried about your children, completely understand. But I also feel and sense that you did not been valued, or your help never been valued as a real deal. And it's really time for you to see that people appreciated you and loving you for who you are. To stop giving too much. By giving too much, my love, you're just not going to receive almost anything. So don't give away too much, my love. Hold it inside. Let people beg for that. Let people ask for your love. Let people ask for your advice. And when they do by themselves, then after, they will value your advice, your love, your feelings, and your connection. So this is super important for you to remember. Good news, what I can check into the Pentagon, and actually I see it right now, my feeling will say almost around the month of November, I feel in my vision, I see numbers in November 20, November 18, November actually 10. Month of November is a very good month for you. So you can really feel good about your body, about yourself, and finally, you get your connection. So please take care of yourself right now, because Fiona, thank you. Okay, guys, you guys listening to A1R Radio Network, and see you guys next week. And Fiona, you can find me on avidadvice.com, avidadvice.com, AVID advice.com. Thank you so much. Have a great one, and bye.
Hi, this is Rebecca Urich with the High Frequency Channel, and you are tuning in for Transformation. So I just went to dinner with some friends, and one of my friends is going through a horrific breakup. And so bad that her ex-boyfriend literally like tore her car apart bad. And she was like, Rebecca, what do I do? And she's pretty much locked him out. So that's over. And I'm like, moving forward, only do what you would love. So I like to tell people, if it's not an 8, a 9, or a 10, do not do it. So when we look at our lives and we look at the areas that we would like to see improvement. So if we're looking at where we are, the areas of our life where we would like to see life expand. So remember that the life force, the energy, the intelligence that is breathing you, that is beating your heart, digesting your food, making new cells all the time, is always seeking the light. It is always seeking greater expression through you as you, right? So when we look out into our life and we see the areas where we have some discontentment, or the areas where we long for something better, those are the very areas that are showing us that the life force is seeking the light. It is seeking to be expressed through you. So when we look at our lives, and let's say, for instance, I'm going to use my friend going through a breakup, right? Horrific. I'm not even going to get into the details. And she's kind of reeling from this. She's, processing and trying to, come to a place of homeostasis. And she has a lot of family and friends that are supporting her. And I tell her, from this moment forward, only do what you love. So now, why do we sometimes wait until we have an accident or an illness or a disaster in our lives in order to wake up or to begin to look for the life that we would love to live? Why do we wait? So there's a lot of people in the spiritual community saying that the awakening process is not easy and it is not fun. And a lot of people are awakening with, like I said, a disaster, an illness, a divorce, something that is big. But if you begin to look into your life and look at the areas where you have longing and where you have discontent, those are the areas that we need to look into. Those are like the alarm bells going off, going ding, ding, ding. Time to look at this area of your life. Time to get the life force flowing through more fluidly in order to avoid that crash landing. And so when we all think that this awakening process to living this life is one of disaster or heartbreak or, like I said, challenging. But if you begin to listen to the whispers of the universe and begin to look into those areas of your life where you are experiencing discontentment, where you long for something more, those are the whispers of the universe telling you that there is something more for you. There is the life force seeking greater expression. So when we look and we see, so let's say it's in the area of relationships, or, maybe it's money, or maybe it's in our health, right? That is the life force being blocked from the light, from expression. Does that make sense? Do I still have you? So when we look into those areas of our life, I want you to, and I always do this, it's always about what would you love in those areas where you are experiencing discontentment, where you are experiencing a longing for something more in your life. So what would that be? I want you to think big. I want you to go, and this is actually extremely uncomfortable for most of my clients when I begin to work with them. It's very challenging. We have never been taught to look beyond what our circumstances are. So most people go, oh, I would love to go to Europe for a week and, with my family, but I can't afford it. Well, if we are always saying, I can't afford it, I can't afford it, I can't afford it, then money is always going to control you. How much money you have, your circumstances, your problems, your situations are always going to be in control of what you decide to do, instead of you deciding what you would love and then begin to take action steps toward that dream, toward that vision. And I will have to say that there is such a thing as fear of success. If you can believe that, I experience it all the time. Is that because I'm successful? Yes. I work diligently all the time on my business, on my relationships, on my friendships, on my patterns and paradigms in my life. So I am always up against a little bit of fear. So when you have never had something, so like, let's pretend like you're going to go skydiving. That might scare you, right? But if you have already done it and you're coaxing a friend into doing it, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's no big deal, right? Once you've done it, then you've had that success. Then you don't have to worry about it. But up until that moment that you jump, you might be scared out of your mind. And when we begin to move forward toward the life that we would love to live, you are going to experience a little bit of fear. But I always celebrate this fear, because when I am a little bit afraid, I know that I am on my green growing edge. I know that I am doing things that I have never done before, and that I should expect to have a little bit of fear when I've never done something before, right? So what baby action step can you take in the direction of your dream? I suggest cleaning out a junk drawer. I suggest going around your life and grading everything on a scale of 1 to 10. If it is not an 8, a 9, or a 10, then you should think about getting rid of it, so that over time or the next few months that you begin to release those things that are not an 8, 9, and a 10, you will find that your life sparkles and shines, and you will start feeling really good. You will start attracting what it is that you want, right? Choosing the things that you love. Choosing on a scale of 10, is it an 8, is it a 9, or is it a 10? And just know that you're always going to have a little bit of fear when you are on your green growing edge. So I'm going to take a caller here. I also want you to know that after the show at about 9:05 Eastern time, I will be going live on my Facebook page, the High Frequency channel, and I will be doing free live readings after the show. So please join me on my Facebook page, the High Frequency channel, for more free readings. All right, so I believe we have Laura from Australia.
Yes.
Oh,
Hi.
Vancouver. Hi, Laura. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm in Melbourne.
Hi, Melbourne, Australia. I love it. How can I help you, sweetheart?
I'm going through a bit of a transition phase at the moment. I have mediation with my ex-husband around my house. So I wanted to ask about that, and I'm also trying to exit a toxic relationship.
You're also trying to what?
Trying to exit a toxic relationship.
Okay, and this is not your ex-husband? This is somebody else, or?
Yeah,
or this
somebody
is
else.
Okay, okay. So what do you want to do? All right, so I'm going to do a reading for you. I want you to know that I source the infinite, and I have been, I am a life coach. So I blend all of that together. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing that I'm getting is that you are a sorceress. You are powerful, my love. You actually have the magical power to clearly manifest your reality. So let me ask you, what would you love for your life in that area?
I just want to be settled and eventually just find a partner.
Okay. So what I recommend you doing, and peaceful, right? And some peace and just a nice relationship, like nothing, crazy sounds like you've been through. Listen to your intuition. What you just said is the beginning of the blueprint for the life that you would love to live. So it's really important that we have a vision of what we want, so that when we are being pulled and pushed by the tides of our circumstances and our problems, we know where we're swimming. We know where we want to go. So having that vision of just, peaceful, do you feel when you think about that relationship or that life, does your body relax?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Good. So when you think about that, I want you to, acknowledge that your whole body goes into a state of peace. So when we are in a stressful situation, relationship, whatever it might be, our bodies, the thoughts that we're thinking and the situation is creating a fight or flight chemistry in the body. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I do. I think the problem that I'm having with this toxic relationship is that I know it's not good for me, but when I'm around him, I do feel completely calm, and that's even though there's nothing calm about the situation. So I think that's what I struggle with the most.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So it's bizarre.
So yeah, it sounds bizarre because usually you would be way more, I would assume that your body would go into that state of fight or flight. So let's see what's going on here. But what I'm also getting is that if you focus your intention on what you want, you're going to make your mark. So like I said, you are a magical person that can clearly manifest your reality that you would love. And if you focus your attention, you will make your mark. So I think it's really important that you get really clear on what you want.
Okay.
Okay. So as the life coach in me tells you, I really want you to spend some time. See, you've got some good stuff going on, girl. I want you to spend some time, either journaling or daydreaming on what you would love for your life. It's going to be really important in order to help you navigate, because I'm also getting you are guided to be bold and to be bigger than life and see and shine and sparkle. So are you holding back?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just confused.
Okay. Confused about what?
Well, I guess because I don't know what's going to happen with where I'm living, I'm confused about that, and I feel like I can't make plans. And then on the other hand, on the other side of the coin, I want to cut this person out of my life because I know it's not good for me, but everything about me wants to fight the instinct to cut it off as well.
Right. Okay, so let me see if I can help you, because I'm getting that you're protected. Also, again, I'm getting that you need to increase your standards. So like what you're saying is, you know, it's toxic, but there's a part of you, it sounds like a pattern or a paradigm that you're in. Like you're kind of stuck in the comfort of having somebody there, yet you know it's not good for you. How many, would you say, toxic relationships have you had?
A few.
Okay, so
before
that's
my marriage,
why.
I did, and after I have, but my marriage wasn't toxic, it just ran its course. We were together for 15 years, so.
Okay, so not the marriage?
No, I don't think so. It just ran its course.
Okay. Okay, but what
outside
I'm,
of that, I'd say most of my relationships have been toxic.
Okay. I'm also, what would you, do you work?
Yes.
Okay, do you love your job?
I do.
Okay, so they're confirming that is actually going to be something that you want to keep near and dear to your heart, and that you want to like rely on that, kind of lean on that as something to help you get through this. You have a powerful healing heart, so you want to keep going with that. Okay, so I'm trying to like find out. Yeah, so here's the thing. It's going to be about you taking the leap of faith. You've got to trust your gut and do what you know is right to get out of this relationship and take a risk. And here's the thing, and this is like the craziest thing that my clients, they're like, freak out when I tell them this, but you don't need to know how everything is going to work out. All right. I'm sorry, Laura. Join me on my page, the High Frequency channel. We can talk about this more. So we're ready. We've got, is it Arcadia from Australia? I love it that I'm getting everyone from Australia. Hi, Arcadia. All right. Hey. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. Can you tell me what you are looking for today?
I was just a reading, please.
Okay. Would you just like a general reading, or is there anything specific you want to work on tonight? Or today? Actually, it's morning for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually I think 10:50 a.m. So it's really early.
Would you like just a general reading? See what's going on?
Yes, please, actually.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Let's see. Sounds good. All right. So what I'm seeing is that, is there something that you are worried about?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that there's really no need to worry, that things are going to work out beautifully. Do you want to share with me a little bit about this relationship?
Well, he's my boyfriend.
Okay.
And I've been with him for 6 months and a little bit, and we've just been fighting really bad.
Okay. So it's a pretty good relationship, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that you don't need to worry. Things are going to work out. And the love that you guys share is eternal, regardless of the situation. Is there a situation happening?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Like, yeah, there is with the family and stuff.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that, okay. So, and to not give up. Like the relationship is, okay, good. Okay. You guys are kind of just getting started, and so have patience. and don't give up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting so far. I'll keep going.
Okay, thank
remember
you.
that, not every relationship is perfect, right? And nobody's perfect, so no relationship will ever be perfect. And so is there something that you need to forgive?
Pardon? What did you say, sorry?
Is there something that you need to forgive?
Forgive. Yeah, I'll say so.
Okay. So I always like to look at, if I knew more about what the situation was, I always, in the Course of Miracles, it says every act is either an act of love or a call for love. So when I look at, things that I need to forgive, usually people who are misbehaving or they're very unskillful at attracting love, or in a moment they are unskillful, is to have compassion for them and to maybe kind of step into their shoes and see where they were in that moment. It doesn't mean to, put yourself in front of a Mack truck or to, constantly be kicked by the boot, but, to have compassion and just allow people to be where they are and to allow for some of that compassion and forgiveness in.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you want to share with me anything about what's going on?
Yeah, I will. So lately, we've been fighting, and there's this thing ages ago that he done, and I hold grudge over it for a long time, and lately we've been having troubles and whatnot with the in-laws and stuff. So yeah.
Okay, I'm having trouble understanding you. Are you are you trying to be quiet?
Oh no, I'm just outside now. So yeah.
Okay. So I'm sorry, say that again.
So ages ago, something did happen and I hold a big grudge for it. And lately, stuff has been happening, with the in-laws, the one has been happening because of situations with the other brothers and sisters.
Okay.
And I've just been really stressed out and worried lately.
Okay, say that last sentence again.
I have been having really bad problems and one over there. They're he's mum and dad, and he's family and stuff. But yeah, it's just worrying me and stressing me out because I do really love him and I don't want his family to get between us or anything.
Okay, I'm really having trouble. I cannot. Okay. Are you? It's very muffled.
Pardon?
So maybe can you speak up a little bit? Are you able to speak up?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me a bit better?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
But yeah, I've just been really stressed out lately over stuff. But I've been doing really good stuff and speaking to myself and stuff. So
okay,
yeah.
So you got to keep speaking up. I'm sorry. I'm unable. I feel bad. I can't hear what's happening on your end.
Did you hear what I said before or no? Because I can say that again if you like.
Yeah, so I feel like you just need to speak up and then I can hear you. But it's you speak up and then
okay.
All right, okay, sorry, I'll think about it. So I've been having like lots of dilemmas and troubles with his family and his like in-law, like his mum and dad, and like we've been fighting a lot lately. But I don't want to get it in between us.
Okay. So
and like,
is there a way?
I've been like fighting with him a lot, and I feel like I haven't been like opening up to him. I keep pushing him away, and I need to like open up and to him.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I'm getting that. Okay. So we only have 30 seconds. So I'm getting that you need self-care. You need to like take a bath or go for a walk or just kind of like take yourself out of the situation and take care of you. And I would love for you to join me on my high frequency channel Facebook page. I'm going to go live in just a moment after the show. I would love to carry on this conversation with you. So everybody join me live for more free readings on the high frequency channel. And I'm Rebecca Urich, certified dream builder coach, life mastery consultant. Have a beautiful night. Namaste.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, and I would first of all like to extend a very warm welcome to all those who are tuning into the show here this evening. This is Ray Path Productions, and I'm your host, Chloe Folden, clairvoyant, here on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in, and thank you to all those who intend on catching the show after the live broadcast. A very warm welcome to you as well. I mentioned in my last show that I would talk a little more about Josephina Norman Stevens and the Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 techniques. And I will, but I would just first of all like to mention one of my upcoming workshops. For those of you who keep an eye on my website and my social media pages, I have a workshop coming up on Sunday, this Sunday. It's my intermediate techniques for teaching the intermediate techniques for integrated energy therapy. So I would just like to send out heart beams of gratitude to all who have booked a place at my intermediate level integrated energy therapy workshop. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you all this Sunday at the Sanctuary Centre in Loughrea, bright and early at 10 a.m. And I just want to extend out angelic heart links to you all, and may the angels surround, bless and protect you and fill your life with an abundant week and a very safe journey to everybody. Wishing you all a very safe journey down to the Sanctuary Centre for this Sunday. And I feel very privileged that you've chosen me to be your intermediate integrated energy therapy teacher. Definitely you will have an enjoyable day and a very enlightening day. The intermediate techniques build on what you were taught in the basic level. So this is really increasing your capacities to perceive and feel or know where blockages are in the auric field, and for removing those blockages from not only within yourself, but when you are offering integrated energy therapy sessions to other people. So I always make sure my classes are at a very dynamic and high standard. So at my class, you'll be thoroughly taught theory. You'll be receiving your intermediate level attunement, which is the heart of the integrated energy therapy techniques. And then there will also be practice sessions. So you'll be giving and receiving an intermediate session as part of practice. So it's a beautiful day full of very enlightening knowledge, enlightening techniques, and you get to give and receive a beautiful energy healing session as well. It doesn't get much better than that. So definitely I'm looking forward to seeing you all this Sunday. And for those that do want to train with me, I will be putting on integrated energy therapy classes again next year for those that wish to join me again for basic level. So I will be putting on another basic level, but that will be next year due to other work commitments. So please do let me know if you're interested. You can put your name down and you're guaranteed a place at my first basic level that I'll be putting on in 2020. Coming right back to what I said I would discuss, and I'm sure some of you did tune in to just get a little more information over what I mentioned in the first show when it comes to Josephina Norman Stevens and the Rainbow Bridge techniques. In my last show, I finished talking about what inspired them to develop the techniques. So as I mentioned, Josephina Norman Stevens were two clairvoyants, although it was freely admitted that out of the two, Josephine had deeper clairvoyant capacities, although Norman had very accurate capacities as well. Apologies, I'm going to have to come back to this. I actually have someone calling in who I would like to connect with. We have our first caller, first person calling in. Lorena.
Yes.
Hello, Lorena, are you there?
I'm here.
Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
No, you are saying it correctly.
Perfect, Lorena. And how may I help you? Do you have a query you wanted to run past me?
I do. I just lost my husband. We were together 22 years. On June 23rd, unexpectedly, to diverticulitis. And I just want to, I guess, make sure that he's okay, that it was just everything. I'm still in shock about it.
Of course,
the love of my life.
Please don't feel like you have to share anything you don't wish to. My goodness, how very painful. How very painful. Please don't feel you have to go into huge detail. Have I understood you correctly that you would just like to see if there are any messages for you or any messages from Spirit or your husband from the other side? Have I understood your ask correctly?
Yeah.
No problem, Lorena. Please bear with me. I use tarot as well as clairvoyance for tuning in. It's just the way I work to pick up accurate messages. Please bear with me. I'm just drawing some cards as well to help tap into your husband's consciousness, even though some would say late husband, I am going to say husband because just because he physically isn't with us doesn't mean he still isn't your husband to you. So I'm respecting that, and that this is still fresh in terms of how much pain it's caused you. Now, even as soon as I started shuffling the cards, this beautiful pink light started coming through. And that is the energy of compassion coming through. So the minute I gently work towards establishing a link with your husband, straight away, beautiful compassionate energy came flooding through. He has nothing but compassion for you, and compassion for you still being here in the physical. And like that, to him, I just want to verify this was a shock. This was a shock on many, many, many levels. So when you were saying to me that this was quite sudden, you meant it. Like that, he's even saying to me, this was unexpected. It was just what is happening, what has just happened. Like that, he is aware that he is in spirit, and he is safely in spirit. So if one of your queries to me were going to be, is he okay? My goodness, he is. And he is at peace. meaning his consciousness is at peace. And he is at peace, but still a little bit shocked over how sudden everything was. But he is at peace in spirit, but he has a huge amount of compassion for you and a huge amount of compassion over you having been left in the physical. And what he keeps showing you visually over and over and over again through visual images. And he knows to you, it must sound a bit strange, but he just wants you to be happy. He just wants you to find some happiness. He does not wish you to be in pain over this for the remainder of your life, even though we all understand grief and everyone respects the grieving process. But like that, in his way, with the images he's showing me, he wants you to, in any way, shape or form that you can, to find happiness and to find some happiness and to enjoy that happiness. He wouldn't want you in any way, shape or form finding happiness while you are still in the physical and feeling guilty about it because he's not there in the physical to share it with you. So that's something that he's really pushing forward image-wise, where he understands that you do miss him dearly and that there is a lot of shock. And there's a lot, to a certain degree, still unresolved around processing that shock. But he wants you to definitely work back towards happiness for yourself here in the physical and to never feel guilty over finding happiness or to partake in happiness. Definitely why you are still here in the physical, and you will be for quite a while. When he re-meets you, he wants to know you were happy. That's what he wants. He will be there, but I'll say it again, you will be here with us in the physical for a very long time. And that's also why he's telling me to tell you to find and enjoy some happiness, because he will be there when in a very long time you do transition as well. He will facilitate and be there for your transition, and he wants to know that you did find some happiness when you rejoin him.
Okay.
I'm just looking to see if there's any other. Now, just one small message for you as well. And I'm getting this from the tarot as well. And once again, this is coming from him, like that he understands that you miss him. But this is one way he's coming through to show you this is him. When it comes to finances, did he make sure, now like that I understand that the death was sudden and unexpected, but did he make sure that financially there was no worries there? What I'm being shown is that even though his death was unexpected, that there were finances there to support what happened. Like I said, this is coming from him. I've got pentacles here, pentacles being shown by a man, and this is him. This is him I've been tuning into. So like that, this is just one way that he's coming through to verify himself to you, that he just wants me to acknowledge as verification to you that like that was something that he's relieved about, that even with all of the grief and the pain that this has caused you, that in one way he is glad that, you know, financially there was support there for you through such a painful process, a really painful process. And he is glad that that was there for you and that you had that, because he definitely doesn't want you suffering. So that's just him acknowledging, look, my goodness, I'm glad that was there for you. I'm glad the financial support was there for you with all of the other horror going on.
Yeah, thank you. 'Cause he was only 48.
Sorry, could you please say that again for me?
He was 48 years old.
Yes.
And we didn't have a lot, but he, I think, prepared me for being on my own in his own way. So I can understand him saying that.
Like that. This was sudden. And it did seem to be, even though it was sudden, it's just one of those occurrences where I really don't know if this could have been something that could have been counteracted, so to speak. So,
yeah,
like that, what I'm also seeing is that everything does need to be as peaceful as it can be. From here on, what he keeps showing me is to please be at peace, to find as much happiness as you can and to never feel guilty about doing what you need to do to find some happiness, to piece your life back together. He would begrudge you no happiness whatsoever. And to definitely really work towards having a life while you were still here. And like that, that's the way you can honor him, is by still enjoying your life as much as you can, even though what you're going through is very painful. And of course, you'll never forget him, but to definitely find some joy and some happiness. And he's giving you full permission to live a full life while you were still here. And he will be there to meet you on the other side, and he will want to know that you were happy.
Oh, good. Okay. I was curious if he's going to be there.
Sorry, Lena, say again. I'm just having trouble with the connection. Sorry, Lena.
Oh, I just said, yeah, I was curious if he was going to be waiting on the other side for me.
That was one of the first things I said to you before you asked me. And he will ask you, were you happy? Did you enjoy? Were you happy? He wants you to not. And like that, it's very difficult because we all understand grief. He still understands grief, even though he has a very different perspective on grief in spirit. That he doesn't want you to go, I was in so much pain I couldn't enjoy the rest of my life in any way. He would understand your pain. He would understand it, but he wouldn't want to be the cause of you not being able to find any facet of happiness again.
Right.
Do not feel guilty about any shred of happiness you're able to find. I guarantee you he's a part of it coming to you. He just wanted to acknowledge that there was some foundations there, even within the quickness of his passing. And he wants you to know that to just be in peace, to just be in peace, as shocking as this was and as quick as this was, to find peace with it. He's found peace with it. He wants you to have peace with it, with what happened and how he passed. He doesn't want it picked at.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. He doesn't want it picked at. He doesn't want you mulling over it over and over and over again. He doesn't want you stuck in those events, the very quick events that led up to his passing. He wants you to always remember him, but to be in peace with what's happened and find some happiness. Because I'll say it again, Lena, you will be with us for quite some time here in the physical. And he wants you to find as much enjoyment as you can while you are still here in the physical. And he will be there to facilitate your transition when that happens in quite a while. You're going to be with us quite a while, Lena.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
You are very, very welcome. And like that, if you do wish to connect with me again, please do so through my website. It's the easiest way to contact me, or through any of my social media pages, www.chloefolden.com. If you do want to connect with me in the future, you are most welcome to.
Okay. And it was, I'm sorry, can you read the website again?
www. So 3 W's and a dot, and just my name spelled out, CHLOEFOLAN.com, chloefolden.com.
Okay, thank you so much. I really, really
You are
appreciate
very welcome. And anytime you are perceiving pink light, and I mean not because of a window or someone's clothing, or, do you know what I mean, where you can't associate it with anything in the room because of objects, it's him coming through. Anytime you see pink or a hazy pink color, that's his way of coming through. Sometimes they come through in the form of angel feathers or sparks, but his way of coming through is anytime that pink energy floods through, that's him and all the compassion he has for you and all the support he's trying to send you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chloe.
You're very welcome, Lena. Mind yourself and do have a beautiful life. Perfect. We have another caller, Sarah.
Yes.
Hello, Sarah. Can you hear me? And my apologies.
Yes, I can.
Sarah from Ohio, I believe. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Sarah, apologies. I think you were holding for a while, but I had a lady who was in need of some extra support, and I wanted to make sure she got that support. So thank you for your patience, Sarah. How may I help you?
I want to know, we did a DNA on my daughter and her father, and it was 999.7. But I have another guy that is swearing that she is his, and she doesn't look like my husband.
Okay. So just so I've understood you correctly, you have one daughter who's had a DNA test done, and that's you've had one daughter who's had a DNA test done, and that came back with results that everyone was happy with and everyone was expecting. And you have another daughter, and please explain to me how I can assist with what's happening with your other daughter.
No, it's the same daughter. Me and my husband split up, and I had a one-night stand, and we did a home DNA test, and it was sent to like a medical lab and everything, and came back that she was his. Well, I have another guy saying that no, she's his, and he wants a DNA test, and she even looks like him.
Okay, this is where I will do a spread on this, but like that, even though you're saying that the first test was a home test, you said it did go through a proper medical lab. I'm just drawing tarot why I do this. Like that, if it went through a proper lab and a proper lab came back and told you that definitively your daughter is, meaning your ex-husband's, then my goodness, that she would be your daughter then. The other guy might not like it, and he can demand another test, but I would be certainly asking for him to pay for it if he doesn't want to believe the first one. Like that, do keep in mind that sometimes children don't look like their parents. They don't at all. Sometimes you can't pick children from how their parents look, but I'm just going to draw a spread for you here because we're a little bit short on time and I want you to get some answers. My gut feeling on this is I think that this guy, meaning the other guy who's disputing the test results, I do think the gentleman who is disputing the test results is just looking to stir some issues. Like that maybe he doesn't let go, or maybe he did believe that she was his and he's just hurting over it. But my initial impression on this is that that this is just a little bit of drama going on, and why it's very necessary to be able to find out your child's lineage. That is important. My gut impression on that is this other gentleman's just upset that the results didn't come back and say that she was his, and this is just him stirring the pot, as the saying goes. I just want to draw some cards on this as well, Sarah, just to verify what I'm picking up on.
Well, what is weird is my husband is mixed, and my daughter is white with blonde hair, and I'm a brunette.
Sorry, say that again.
My husband is mixed, and
yes,
my daughter is white with blonde hair, and I'm a brunette.
Like that. This is where DNA gets very interesting. Even with children of mixed background, like that, some genes can be recessive. I have come across cases, and there has been cases medically documented, where you can have two people of Caucasian descent who had no clue there was any African lineage in their DNA. And then all of a sudden, these two Caucasian people can have a child that looks of African descent. And before there was DNA testing, it broke up a lot of marriages, and a lot of women got accused of cheating. But when DNA testing gained ground and was more accessible to more people, it was found that no, actually, genetically, this is your child. So like that, especially when it comes to children of mixed race background, it's very complicated which genes can end up being dominant, which genes can end up being, recessive. So like that, trying to even guess by race, this is where DNA testing is needed, because when it is mixed background, that can be something that really does need a DNA test to verify. So is that making sense, Sarah?
Yeah, but my son is dark. So that's where it's kind of weird.
And like that, Sarah, that can happen. That can happen. So like that, I do believe that the first test you had was accurate. I do. I really do believe the first test was accurate. But like that, if the other gentleman wants a test, I'd ask him to pay for it if he's disputing the first test, especially when it was done through a lab. And if he wants another test, let him pay for another test. But I do believe the first test was correct. And I just believe that this is a way to just stir things, or maybe he's hurt because he thought the child was his. We have 60 seconds, Sarah. I'm just going to quickly pull the cards just to see. But like that, yeah. Sarah, I do believe that the first test was correct. I really do believe the first test was correct. So like that, just to stop any further arguments, ask him to pay for another test. I do believe it will come back verifying what the first one said, and at least that will put it to bed. Whatever you need to do to get the drama to be cut down on, for peace for you, peace for your family, peace for your children, and no question marks or what ifs. That's what you need to do. But I do believe the first test was correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome, Sarah. You're very welcome. Perfect. Like that, I believe we only have a few seconds left. So like that, I just want to thank everybody for tuning into Wraith Park Productions. And I will start the next show next Tuesday talking about the Stevens and the Phase 2 Rainbow Bridge techniques. And like that, I'm, eternally grateful that, we had more callers than expected. So hopefully I'll get to just put a little more out there over Rainbow Bridge with the next show. So I will address that in the next show. And I would just like to thank everybody for tuning in and for calling in.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. You're here with Amanda, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia, and it's a beautiful overcast crisp winter's morning here, let me assure you. We're all sort of really feeling it. Heaters are at full bore now because it is actually quite cold. But I want to open the show with the fact that we all should keep California, I think, in our prayers for the 2 earthquakes that they've had this week. It must be a very taxing and very trying time to sort of live through an ordeal like that. I know I've spoken to a number of people that were still sort of in a state of shock at the fact that it happened. And even though they weren't hurt and their properties weren't hurt, it was still sort of an emotional sort of shock to the system of living through an experience like that. So our hearts and our prayers go out to them. So this week, to kick the show off, we're going to be talking about the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is not necessarily one of my favourites. It's the Ace of Swords. Now, the Ace of Swords is an ambiguous sort of card because it is the card of frustration. And when people sort of see that, they think, oh, no, I don't want a negative sort of card. But we can't always be on a high. We can't always have everything going our way. And I think the Ace of Swords, being the card of frustration and the double-edged sword, is asking us to maybe sort of lower our expectations a little bit, be thankful for the solutions or the answers that we're actually getting. And maybe, you know, the things that we are achieving at the moment end up feeling like a hollow victory. Now, I think that this is a very important card at this particular time of the year that we'll talk about a little bit later on in the show about astrologically what's sort of happening. But it is the time of frustration because we do have a number of things that are going on in our lives for each and every one of us. So I'm just going to ask each and every one of you to just be that little bit more patient this week. Take notice of somebody when they're speaking to you. Don't have your cranky hat on. Have your hat on that says, okay, I'm approachable and I'm ready to listen and I'm here to help. Okay, so moving the show right along, astrologically this week, there is things that are sort of happening that I think that we do need to talk about. And the first part is our dear friend Mercury. Now, we've talked about Mercury many, many times on the show over the years, and Mercury is going retrograde again. I mean, darling little Mercury does this 3 times a year. And for those of you that might be new to the show, Mercury's the planet of communication and where our ideas and thought patterns come from. And when Mercury is seen to be going retrograde or backwards during his transits during the year, which happens 3 times a year for approximately 3.5 weeks at a time, it's a time when communication is really at its most difficult. It's a time when their tempers are short, people aren't listening, they don't have their listening ears on. It's the time if your cell phone's going to die, it'll die then. If your computer's going to play up or communication doesn't get through. It's a time when everything sort of seems to go sort of haywire. And just to give you a little example, just yesterday in my day-to-day life, besides the the tablet not working, the laptop decided to have a hissy fit, and then to top the day off, my FBOS machine that you take your credit cards on decided to die. So that was just a typical Mercury retrograde day, and I sort of sat there and had a giggle to myself, and I thought, well, I'm not even immune to it, and I work with Mercury quite often. So, you know, for other people that don't sort of understand that, they get really frustrated and can't understand why things are sort of happening. So Mercury will be retrograde until August 2nd, or the 2nd of August if you're here in Australia. He started his transit around about the 7th of July, so he's only just sort of moving into it. So it's a little bit longer this time than normal. It is in the sign of Leo, so this is going to make tempers a little bit more frayed and people sort of wanting to sort of be heard and sort of be centre stage and sort of pushing and shoving other people over the road to get their message across. This is not the time to sign a contract unless you absolutely desperately have to. If you do, make sure that you really more than triple check the information that's on the contract, that it's correct, because this is the time when people can put wrong zeros in and wrong figures in places and you can't get out of it because you've signed it. So be very careful of that. Be careful of any sort of verbal or legal agreement that you might be going into. Make sure if you've got appointments or you're travelling that you triple check the information that's on your ticketing information, that, you know, this is the time when luggage gets lost through airports and things like that. So it's just a time to be a little bit more cautious. In the old days when we used to send things by snail mail, this was the time of the year that I personally wouldn't send anything that was anything important, because I'd guarantee it probably wouldn't get there. So having shared all that amazing news with you about Mercury, we also have something else to talk about with Mercury. Mercury is actually holding hands or conjunct Mars at the moment. They're both sitting in Leo. So Mars is the planet of action and decisiveness, and some say the planet of war. I don't like to use that sort of analogy, not with human beings anyway. Hopefully we're not going to go to war in our own lives, but it is a time of can be of great frustration, but it can also be a time of great success, because if we don't have the energy or the motivation to get up off the couch and do something, then nothing would get done in our lives. So with Mercury retrograde and holding hands or conjunct Mars, look at this as a time when maybe, just maybe, you can start to sort of sit down and utilise this time to sort of look at things in your life that need changing. It's a time when, you know, other areas of your life might be slowing down a little bit. So you've been given this luxury of opportunity to sort of just have a little bit of a revamp of your life, look at where your goals are, the things that you're hoping to achieve for the year. And I want to add into the mix of this, the planet Jupiter, which is the planet of expansion, opportunity and luck, is still currently sitting in Sagittarius, and he's also going retrograde or backwards at the moment, but making a lovely aspect known as a trine to Neptune in Pisces, which is also retrograde. And the reasons why I'm bringing this up, because with Jupiter and Neptune trining at the moment, I feel with the opportunity there to sort of revamp sort of maybe some opportunities to come up in our lives. There might have been something that you were working on and you sort of put it to one side and you sort of thought maybe this is not quite the right time, or it might be that time when you sort of think, I really want to start looking at things that are going on in my life and start to bring in some new opportunities or some new potential opportunities of things I could be working on. This is actually the perfect time, because even though Jupiter and Neptune are retrograde at the moment, they're making a lovely aspect, but also utilise this time of Mercury retrograde where we can sort of really sort of become introspective with our thinking. I just feel all those configurations at the moment are very conducive to having some real light bulb moments where we can get some brand new ideas, or new opportunities might cross your desk that you hadn't even considered or was searching for. And again, I'll come back to a personal example. Sitting here minding my own business yesterday doing my work, and out of the blue I got a phone call from a work colleague and said, I've got this fantastic new idea coming up. It's, you know, it's in its infancy stage. We're ready to test it. Would you be prepared to test it for me? And I said, yes, sure. So that sort of led on from one thing to another, that this could end up being, you know, quite a nice little lucrative passive income for me for something that I wasn't even searching for. And it's to do with, you know, being able to make payments through social media rather than using your credit card or PayPal account. So it's a very interesting concept, and I'll keep you abreast of that as more comes to light. But this is what I'm saying. These are the sort of things that Mercury can bring towards us, even though it's retrograde. It's not necessarily has it lost its power. And, you know, be aware or be open to new opportunities that can come with the help of Jupiter and Neptune. And it's, you know, it's there for the taking. And not always is it about money-making situations. It can be about a brand new way of thinking about or finding a solution to a problem or something that's troubled you for some time. I mean, I wish our politicians around the world would get on board with all the planetary configurations at the moment. Everywhere you turn around and look, that every country seems to be in chaos in some sort of form or another. Somebody's not happy with something. I know here in Australia it seems to be daily. We've got some other new controversy that's going on with politicians. I'm quite frankly sick of it all, as I'm sure a lot of people are around the world. I mean, you know, politics is necessary and we need people to govern our countries, but I think they all need to sort of grow up and sort of start to look at that they're working for the masses, they're working for the people, they're not there to feather their own nests. And I think we as a population are getting quite sick of this self-indulgent politicians, no matter who or what party they represent. They're losing sight of what they've been elected for, and that is to improve our countries and to sort of give the masses a better life and, you know, give them some hope for the future. So hopefully they'll take that on board. So still sticking with the astrology theme, let's shift a gear or two now and let's look at our famous actor of the week. And this week we're up to the male and we're looking at a male Cancer. And this week I'm really excited to talk about Tom Hanks. Now, most of us remember Tom Hanks very, very fondly, I think, from probably one of the world's biggest movies ever, Forrest Gump. Who could ever forget him with Sally Field and him sitting on that park bench talking about life is like a box of chocolates. And I think that was sort of something that I can remember when that movie first came out in video. I think I watched that particular scene in that movie about 50 times. I just couldn't get enough of it. I thought it was so apt, and he played such an amazing role in that. And I mean, Tom Hanks is one of those very versatile actors. I don't think there's anything he couldn't do. I mean, he can play a really serious role. He can go into comedy. He can do everything. And he just seems to eat, sleep and breathe the character that he's playing in such a way that it's just so lifelike, and he sort of takes you with him on the journey. And I think that's a really important thing for an actor or an actress to be able to do, is to absorb us and take us with them on the journey as if we're there standing next to them. And Tom has that amazing ability to be able to do that. I mean, Forrest Gump, I mean, I think we really saw his acting ability come out in that movie, and the way that he played it. It was just such a convincing role. And then you move on to other movies like The Green Mile, and in that a very serious role, but a very different sort of role altogether. And then you move on to some of the comedies like Turner and Hooch, and, you know, we see the really versatile, funny side of Tom Hanks come out. So, you know, Tom's a Cancer. And I'm sure he's quite an emotional, sensitive sort of soul. And this probably is what gives him that ability to be able to be so versatile as an actor and not sort of get typecast into one particular role or another. He has that versatility of being able to do that. And this is what I think we all tap into as an audience, is to Tom's emotional sort of energy. So talking about famous Cancerians, I can't let the week go by without talking about the producer of this amazing show. And it was his birthday last week, and he was 21. So isn't that lovely to have such a young producer named Dave? And he was 21, and we wished him a very, very happy birthday, because we know that he does such an amazing job. And, you know, he's always there to help each and every one of us, and particularly all our viewers and our callers. He really loves to sort of bring the best shows possible to you each and every week. So enough of my bragging about our wonderful producer. Yes, and he's telling me he is wonderful, and he is. So this week, I'm only going to quickly talk about 3 candles this week. What I've done is I've made up a mixture box here of mini gift box set where you can choose any 3 candles. I've chosen Good Luck, Love and Simply Tarot. But I just wanted to share with you, you don't always have to have 3 of the same type. So a gift box can be sent anywhere in the world. And look, they make great presents. You know, you can pull each individual candle out of the box and give them as a gift. And I know when it comes towards Christmas, I get inundated with orders because lots of mums buy them for their children to give to the teachers as a little gift at Christmas to say thank you very much, you know, for all your hard effort and putting up with little Johnny and Mary during the year. And it's, you know, it's something that you can travel with. It's something, if you've got a confined area, that you can just, you know, light your little candle. You'll get up to about a 15-hour burn time, even though they are a mini candle, and the fragrance is beautiful. And these are something that I work with quite a lot. So 15 minutes a day to 2 hours a day burning your candle, pop your list underneath it at what you might want to bring into your life. And I think it'd be nice if we all brought a little bit more love into the world, would it not? But anyway, so moving along, I think we should be taking our very first caller in a minute, because if we don't, we're not going to be here doing what we need to do on the show, would we? And we're going to be talking to Cameo in Sioux City, Iowa. Are you there, Cameo?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can work with, sweetie?
Pathways, future pathways.
Future past lives, is that what you asked for?
Yes, to see what the future, if I'm on the right path or what I need to do to get on the right path.
Oh, okay. Yep, sure. Okay, certainly we can look at that for you. It's interesting, Cameo, because the first thing that they're sort of showing me is if a lot of things seem to be in the future or in the distance for you. Is that sort of how you're feeling? It's like I haven't got a lot in the now that I can sort of hang on to or grab hold of and say, this is what I need to be working on. It's like I'm working on things that are a bit further down the track. Is that how you feel this year's been for you?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's good, because that means that you're right on cue for where you're meant to be. I mean, yes, I know most of us talk constantly about living in the moment and living in the now and, you know, don't go too far back and don't go too far ahead. But I personally think that we still have to have one eye on the future and where we're aiming to go. And I think that that's really important. And what I want to sort of say to you, it's not that you're not living in the now or living in the present. You are. You're doing that and doing that very successfully. But you're also looking further ahead at what can be coming up and how I'm best to approach that and what do I need to do to prepare for that. And that's also very important too. The other thing that they were sharing with me, Cameo, is whatever you've done or whatever you've changed this year towards your health, whether that's, you know, you've changed what you put in your mouth or whether you've changed, you know, making sure you're getting adequate rest and adequate exercise and bringing everything into balance, I want to say to you, stick to that, because it's working and it's starting to really bring your body back into a balance. It's what I'm being shown is where you were always not so much a high stress person. I don't mean that in a negative, but always on the go, always go until you stopped. You didn't allow yourself that 10 minutes to sit down on the couch and say, I deserve to sit down for 10 minutes, I'm tired. You'd push past that point. So you were always in the fight mode. You never allowed your body to just be in flight, to just coast, to just relax a little bit. And this is one of the things I think you've taught yourself this year or forced yourself to do this year. And I'm going to say to you, that's a very important ingredient in the mix of what you're doing as far as improving your body. So I'm really proud of what you've done, because you've done this intuitively, that you've listened to what your body's sharing with you and saying it needs, and you've been following that religiously. And now you're starting to reap the rewards of that. So it's not only feeling better physically and emotionally, it's also allowing you to tap into your own intuition, your own psychic ability so much stronger, because everything else is starting to come into balance, if you follow my drift. And that's an important thing, because that's allowing you then to sort of, you know, glide ahead into the future to see where you need to be going, but still be present at the same time, but knowing full well. And it's a knowing. It's not anybody telling you. It's a knowing, just knowing I'm on the right path. And I think all this you're looking for a reading for today is to just get confirmation that everything that you're doing is right. And I can certainly say that, because it's just so strong in you at the moment. And the other thing I want to congratulate you for is, Cameo, is for learning to be able to say no. And that was a biggie, wasn't it? You know, to not give somebody an explanation of why the answer's no. It's just no. And that's good.
Yeah, that's something I worked on.
Yeah, but you've got it now, to me, to a point where it's automatic. If it doesn't suit me, the answer's no, and I just move on. I don't stop and think, oh, how did that affect somebody, or maybe they won't be happy with me. It's just, that's my answer, and it's not negotiable. And that was also part of these changes that I was talking about, of coming out of being in fight mode into flight mode, and looking at what your body needed as far as nutrition and giving yourself adequate rest. This is all part of the same package. And it was a big learning curve for you. So are we looking for 2020 to be a year of massive change, of sort of these futuristic things starting to unfold? Is that what we're aiming for?
Yes.
Yeah, well, to me, it seems to be right on cue. I sort of feel maybe the year won't start at the beginning of January, so don't be too disappointed with that. I think these things are going to start to sort of manifest and roll out probably from about late February, early March. So don't be disappointed if things don't kick off at the beginning of the year. Just let them come at their own natural pace, and know that this is the way that it's meant to be. And, I can only wish you every success, Cameo. I think you're well and truly where you need to be. And, just be very careful what you wish for, because you'll probably get it. So, it's nice to be able to see somebody that's really working in sync with their life. And I can say to you, a job well done.
Okay.
Okay, lovely to speak with you, Cameo. We're going to go to Caitlin now in Baytown, Texas. Are you there, Caitlin?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a question for me, Caitlin?
Taking it off speaker, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sweetie. What's your question?
Oh, a question?
Yes, please, darling.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was like a reading. I didn't know that.
Yes, but for me to do a reading for you, sweetie, I prefer to work with a question.
Okay, question. What's a good question? Would I ever get custody back over my children if I stay in the state of Texas instead of California?
Can you repeat that for me, sweetie?
Will I ever get my kids back in the state of Texas instead of California?
Okay.
Will I get custody in Texas?
Okay, all right. The first thing that they're showing me is you've still got a bit of a battle ahead of you as far as winning custody back of the children. I'm not going to say that it's impossible. I'm just going to say I think you need to be very strategic in the way that you put the information together to win this case. It's not going to be an open and shut situation. It's not going to be easy. You're already very aware of that. But I also sort of feel now you have more on your side than what you've ever had before in the past, as being able to prove that this is where the children would be better off. Is there 3 children?
Yes, and this would be my 4th child. I am currently pregnant.
Right. Yeah, but there's 3 children we're aiming to get custody of, is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I could see the 3 children. Look, timing's always a bit of a strange beast, but what I'm sort of seeing is as early as next month, I feel that we seem to be starting the ball rolling with this. Would that fit with your time frame of, we're actually starting to try and apply for this next month?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Okay. From what I'm seeing here, I still think it's going to take a number of months before we get a decision or an answer. But I do actually feel that you will get custody of the children again. And I do feel that you will be able to sort of reunite your family together. And I feel it's a good thing. I mean, look, not that I'm saying the children haven't been taken care of. They have been, and they've lived a nice, balanced sort of life. But it's nice now to see that we're going to reunite the family again in a way that, I think it's important for them to come back to you now. And it will happen.
It will happen?
Yes, it will happen, sweetie. But it's still going to take a number of months for this to go through the systems for it to be able to happen. So don't be disappointed if you don't have the children back in your custody before Christmas, but I think it's towards the end of the year or the early part of next year, and it's good. It feels very positive, and I feel that you will be able to re-establish that close connection again with your children. It was somehow or another, it was meant to happen this way, even though you can't understand it. It was part of what destiny had in store for each and every one of you. But once you reunite the family together again, I don't think it'll ever be pulled apart again. So that's a good thing, Caitlin.
Okay.
So I wish you well with that. And, just keep doing what you're doing, darling. You didn't do anything wrong. It was just a set of circumstances that led to this that was unfortunate. And now it's time for the family to be reunited. Okay? All right, lovely to speak.
Thank you so much for that.
You're very welcome. So it's always interesting when we have issues in our lives that we need to sort of sort out. I mean, no one is really immune to trials and tribulations of life. And I hear people often say, oh, I wish I had so-and-so's life or this one's life or that one's life. But really, we never really know what goes on in people's, lives. And, people have very private lives that go on behind closed doors. And it always sort of tugs at my heartstrings when you have, questions like Caitlin's about trying to sort of reconnect with the children and regain custody of the children. And it's not always the fact that the person that lost custody was a bad parent. It's quite often a series of circumstances or things that happen in their lives that lead a court to make a decision like that. And we should never look at that as them being a bad parent. It can mean many, many factors that have led to that sort of situation. And it's one of the questions that I keep getting asked more and more frequently in my work over the last 12 or so months is that there seems to be a lot of movement with children at the moment and children being returned to other, to a parent or, bringing custody cases more to the forefront where there's trying to be a balance there of mothering and fathering is very important to the balance of children. So it's an important sort of area. So for those of you that might be going through something like that, all I can suggest to you is just be open and honest and just be yourself. Don't try and be something that you're not. Judges see through that. They see the falsity in it. Just be yourself and be an open and honest and caring person. And usually then the right resolutions will come. So I hope as we head towards, this difficult time of the year with Mercury retrograde and everything like that, that you've got a little bit of a clearer understanding of how to work with Mercury. Mercury's not a bad planet. It's just when Mercury goes retrograde, we're all being asked to slow down, spend some time with ourselves, reevaluate our lives. It's the time when we can catch up on the paperwork, get to the bottom of the ironing basket, do things that we haven't had time to do. So it's a period of time where we're getting a little bit of a breather. And it's a time when I think that we should all take that opportunity to sort of work out why. And this is why I think a lot of when our world is so much around electronic devices today, that's why I think quite often these things break down or play up or whatever in those times, because it's giving us that legitimate break that we can actually go and read a book or do something else or have a conversation, strangely enough, with a person instead of, everything done on an electronic device. And there's nothing wrong with electronic devices. Don't get me wrong. My job would be so much harder if I didn't have all those sort of things. And to just share with you, when I first got into astrology close on 40 years ago, we used to have to do everything by hand. And what I'm saying that is to calculate a person's chart, to work on it, by the time you checked it, took 4 hours. Now it takes, how quickly can you type, and it's all done in 30 seconds. So without technology, my job would certainly be much harder. So I embrace and I love technology, as I'm sure everybody does. So we're just about to wrap the show up for another week. I hope you have an absolutely sensational week, but don't forget to keep our friends and colleagues in California in our prayers during, what's been a difficult time for them with this earthquake. And until next week, happy Mercury retrograde. Bye for now.
I'm Gemma, your host tonight for Gemma Spirit. How are we all doing? My goodness, here on the Gold Coast, it is Friday afternoon. It's nearly 1:30 and it's beautiful outside. I know last week when I spoke to you all, it was pouring with rain and I had my crazy children in the background making so much noise. So I'm extremely happy to be child-free while we do the show, and just letting you know that I do have my cat around, Raphael, and hopefully he gives us some peace and quiet as well, because he does like to come in and likes to cause a bit of chaos. Okay, so how's my week? How's everyone's week been, actually? So my week's just as busy as always, but something that I've really noticed, I'm always looking out for, we always look for signs, signs from spirit or signs from our guides, whether that's, numbers that we're into, like the 111s or 222s or 333s. For me, I always get the 11s, 1111 or 111. But it's always good to notice these things, and when you do notice like certain sequence of numbers, to really just think at the time what you're thinking about and what's playing on your mind, because generally it's a way for spirit or our angels just to let us it's generally their way of getting in contact with us, to letting us know that we're on the right path, and they are around us and helping and guiding us in the direction that we're going in life. It's just a big confirmation of, yes, keep on doing what you're doing. Another thing that I also get, I get lots of numbers. You could have a conversation with a friend and you may be talking about something, and, that day you'll run into another friend and they'll mention the same thing, or it could be like a sequence like that you could, have a certain topic and you notice that that topic may come up 3 or 4 times in that particular week. And generally it's another way of our guides, our loved ones, or, just another way to receive messages that may be really important for us to maybe look more into what's going on into our life as well. Another way that I also communicate with spirit is with our psychic. I do a lot of psychic work in my dreams. I don't necessarily need to be awake to work and communicate with spirit and with my spirit work. So, and we all dream too. So that's another thing. We all dream, whether we realize or whether we remember our dreams and what our dreams are about. But I know around from 3 o'clock, like that's when spirit, my guides, more so, loved ones that have passed, and even spirits that people that I don't know, they actually, they wake me up at 3 in the morning. I'm very awake at 3, and that's their way, that I find that's when they show me a lot of stuff, what's happening in my life, what's happening in other people's life. And it's like premonitions, like when you see, it's like a little movie unfolding in front of you, and except these are real life experiences. And I write everything down, and I have messages to pass on to people that I do know. And sometimes I don't know who I'm going to pass on to these messages, but it's amazing how spirit work, how the universe and how spirit work, because, I work with people I don't know in my dreams as well, and every time I wake up, write it down, or if my wake and spirit come through, then I always find the owner, that spirit, to the loved ones that spirit are contacting me to connect with. So I'm very busy, in my sleep and when I'm awake, with spirit around me. So yeah, just another way that, we all have psychic experiences, whether we know that we are or some aren't aware, but even if you just have that knowing of, not getting on the bus or, just, it's amazing how our guides and our spirit are always protecting us. You may not get on the bus but take a different route to get home, or you just have that feeling. And also I've had lots of, dreams where I haven't seen people for a while, and I see them in my dreams and I'm communicating with them, and the next day, I'll run into them, or I will receive a phone call from them. So it's just amazing how our loved ones our loved ones and how our guides, how, everything connects. And yeah, it's just beautiful that we can receive so much if we are open and really in touch with what's going on around us, and our intuitive, our psychic. We all have psychic abilities, and just some more than others. So for me, I've had a lot go on in my sleep, a lot during my week with my readings. So it's been a great week, and I really just, I love what I do. And I know I say that every week, but it's really nice to be able to wake up every morning and, have a job, and whatever you do, but wake up knowing that you enjoy doing what you do. And, I love helping people and reconnecting their loved ones, to give them peace of mind, but healing as well, that, in the afterlife, we do, in the afterlife, that life does, exist. We have afterlife, but basically once we die, there is, we're still around. We just don't see our loved ones, but some do, and we just feel our loved ones. I know that with my animals passing too, I actually have my dogs that visit me in my dreams. I wake up in my sleep or in my dreams, I can control my dreams. But it's another way that, my spirit pets come to me, and it's beautiful to be able to reconnect on that level. I also see my pets around me in the spirit world, and clear as well. I know they're always beside me as well. But something I have noticed a lot lately is that even at night time, I know I'm rattling on because I've just got so much to say because I haven't got my children around me, but I know when I go to bed at night time, yes, I have my cat now, but I keep hearing a purring sound around me, and I know it's not my cat because I look everywhere. So I always feel it's, I just keep hearing these purring sounds, and I'm definitely not crazy, but it's just, it's really nice to know that with my new cat that's alive, I seem to attract all my other past cats as well. So, but yeah, I just thought I'd wrap it up because I know I'm talking lots, but I just have lots to say, and just keep on dreaming. And one other thing is that write down, something that I do all the time is write down your dream. It's amazing how our dreams can let us know what's going on. We can, just lots. So keep on dreaming and keep on writing everything down. Okay, so let's see what callers we do have. Dave, do we have any callers available? Pepper. Okay, Pepper is from... Hello, Pepper.
Hello.
Hello, Pepper. How are you from Nebraska?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Oh, lovely to hear from you. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. I just having some really odd feelings that I just kind of wanted to share and get some information on.
Definitely.
Just with all the retrograde and the planets aligning, this last week it's like I'm walking through like Jello and trying to go into a different area, and just really dizzy and weak, but yet at the same time very calm. And it's just an unusual feeling. I'm trying to sort it all out.
Yep. And is just with the feeling that you have around you, is it like, because I feel really, really calm around you right now. So just a question. So what are you asking me to look into, just with what's going on into your life with everything?
what's going on and what direction I should go, what I should be doing or focusing on.
Yep. I know what is coming through loud and clear for me is work. With your work, are you not working at the moment?
I'm kind of self-employed. I do life coaching, and I'm a Reiki master.
Yep. Okay. And are you okay, so what I see, because I keep seeing a circle around you, and it's like you have your foot outside the circle. It's like you're stepping outside your comfort zones. But what I'm seeing you doing is that doing more of it so that you can have more confidence to expand in other areas of your life. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, that does.
I'm also like, because you know how sometimes, we get stuck, not get stuck, but we get caught up in our comfort zones when everything's going really good. I know I like being in my comfort zones, but I know every now and then we really need to push ourselves a little bit, just stepping outside, doing things a little bit different to, because I keep seeing growth is really important to your business, connecting with more people I see lots of people coming to you, but it's more about if you step more out of your comfort zones, it's about putting yourself out there with your services to attract new people into your life from different areas. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Another thing, I keep seeing crystals around you. Do you do crystals with your Reiki as well?
I do. I've got a lot of different crystals around.
Yep. Do you use your crystals in your Reiki practice?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I just keep seeing, and I keep seeing lots of crystals, but I keep seeing like the pyramid-shaped crystals around you.
Okay.
And it's like,
I don't think I've got a pyramid shape, but I do have a number of crystals.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting because I always get lots of crystals. It's interesting that I can see the pyramid ones, and it's like really, and when you see triangles, it's like, you're focusing your energy to go higher and beyond as well, like it's pointing up. And I get the feeling like to really put yourself out there just to expand on different areas. Do you actually work with children at all? Because I have children around you.
I work with a few, and I do have, children around me at times, yes.
Yeah, because I see that really going down a different avenue with your work. I see children's meditations with you as well. It's like incorporating everything that you have now, but kind of opening up, like bringing lots of things into your practice. So it's just like, I just see lots of meditations, but with children around you, really opening up your world for children as well as adults. But I really feel that like workshops or, really holding space, introducing crystals to children, into their Reiki, or, I just see that you working with children really, I can feel it in my heart that it's something that you really connect to.
Right, I do.
Yeah, and I also, it's interesting, I'm going to have another image come through, and I'm going to just let you know what it is, because I'm yes, I keep seeing punching, boxing gloves. So basically it's like, I feel like whether that's a struggle, you have a struggle going on with yourself, with how much you are doing at the moment, like not to put too much pressure on yourself. If something doesn't work, not to beat yourself up about it, just keep on trying new things. And I know it all is connected with the heart, so it's a passion that it's your work, it's what you do, and it's you enjoy what you do as well, and opening up this beautiful space for people to come in. But it's like just finding other things. I keep seeing lots of triangles around you. I keep seeing like, you know, the crystal grids, you know, I can't even say the shapes now, just all the different patterns. And it's like you really trying out new things to bring into your practice to expand business on a different level.
Right.
But yeah, with the punching gloves, it's like not to beat yourself up if one thing doesn't feel like it's working, just to really, just to be gentle on yourself with how everything's going at the moment. I do see I see flow. I keep hearing the word flow, just go with the flow.
I'm sorry, you see what?
Oh, sorry, I keep seeing the word flow, FLOW, and it's like, just go with the flow. Another thing that's coming in as well, heaps of images, you know, do you do massages at all? Like healing massages?
I do not. I do some aroma touch therapy, but I don't do actual massage.
Okay, and because what I'm seeing is it's like it's like massaging, but it's like those heat stones. I keep seeing big heat stones around you as well. But I also, you know, if it's something that you don't do, it's, you know, when I look at images that come through like this, it's like really to treat yourself, look after yourself, maybe the self-care that your body needs at the moment, because you give so much out to other people.
Okay, I see, that's right.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like you give so much that, you know, keep a little bit of that love and how much you give out to others for yourself. And it's about, you know, looking after yourself at the moment and really grounding. I keep saying grounding, getting outside as well, but taking some time out to look at how you can expand your business in a way that's passionate. You know, you have it just to make it more flourishing. I'm trying to get the words out of my mouth, but in a way to really make your business grow.
Right. And that's what I need to work on.
Yes, definitely. And not to beat yourself up over it either. I see lots of water around you too. And, you know, I see as is like a fountain, whether you have water around you, but it's like with the retrograde, it brings up lots of emotions too. So we start, you know, it's like we filled up with all these emotions, and it's okay to let go of them, release the emotions that you're feeling, acknowledge them, and it's amazing how you'll feel that shift that will come through.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I hold a lot of emotions in.
Yeah, definitely, because I keep seeing, like, when I had that water, it was like I could see like a little bottle with all the emotions into it. So it was like I could see that. And it's okay to let go, release what no longer serves you.
Right, I'm trying to let go of certain people and get things out of my life so I can go on.
Definitely. Okay, Penny, I'm sure I said your name right. Penny, was it?
Pepper.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I have to go, but it was lovely to chat with you. It was lovely to chat with you. So thank you. I hope I have helped you in some way.
Okay, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pepper. Bye. Okay, we have Morgan.
Hi.
Hello, Morgan. How are you doing tonight?
That's a loaded question, depending on the moment, honestly.
Okay. All right. Just a question before we get into just your areas of what you would like me to look into. Do you have a sore back at the moment? Have you got pain in your back?
Mild annoyance, but yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I really want to sit up really straight. I've got this pain going right down the center of my back. So I was like, whoosh, that's like, feels like there's a lot going on.
I carry a lot. I'm a single mother. I relocated out here to Washington to flee from a psycho ex of mine about a year ago with my newborn in tow. She turns 1 on this Saturday. You know, it's been starting over. Not everybody gets a fresh start, so I try to not be ungrateful.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that. I feel your pain. I feel your struggle too. And I also see how much you've gone through, because I have this image of like anchors, you know, like heavy anchors weighing your feet down. Like it's really been hard to get through each day. It's amazing how far you have come as well from a year ago.
Yeah.
I feel like you've been trying to keep...
I'm not quite at the point where I'm proud of myself, but I'm proud of myself at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. Not to be too hard on yourself, because it's amazing that you have everything together now. You still have a long road ahead of you. I see that. I also feel like, do you have health issues as well? Do you get anxiety? Because I feel like my heart's got really heavy as well. Do you suffer from anxiety, anxiousness?
Not so much anxiety as in I'm still just healing. I'm trying to grow and expand, and I'm letting a lot of emotional burdens go, like the ones associated with my mother, the ones associated with an ex-lover that's just like, that predicated the self-destruct button. That was fun.
Yeah, wow, and that's why the heavy heart with the broken heart. So that's why my heart feels so heavy at the moment with everything that you've gone through. I'm just also, I keep seeing the word depression, and is it something that your partner had a lot of?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
I was
also quite loud.
His emotional thermostat.
Yeah, definitely. I see that. It's been like a crazy tornado that feels like it's ripped through.
Yeah.
And it's just to recognize, your survival skills of how far you've come, and, how much you have sacrificed to be where you are today. And I know that you are so grateful. I also see for you that, do you have 2 children? I know you said you had a newborn, but do you have 2 children?
Yeah, I do. My oldest is 10, and that's one of the heartbreaks. My mother is raising her due to the psycho issue. When he falsified police reports and threw me in jail, I did an inter-family adoption, and she has completely ousted me from her life. And it's like, look, woman, I know you need to heal too, but why you got to create that wound in me? We were supposed to bond as mothers, and that's not happening. But you gotta let it go, because you know what? When she crosses over, she'll learn that lesson, and she will see all the tears that she's made me cry on her behalf. Because I love my mom. Yeah. I can't wait to shit on her grave, though.
Yeah, I know, that's a hard one, isn't it? My goodness, I see that she's cut you out of your life, even your daughter. Around your daughter at the moment, I have lots of blue butterflies around her. It's like vibrant blue. It's like she's gone through a lot as well, but she's also got wings to fly in, the dreams that she's going to turn into a beautiful woman when she gets older is what I'm seeing for her. She's going to really,
I'm scared of that chapter in life. She's going to have a lot of anger, and I don't want the situation later down the line to create anger, like to have her be angry at my mother. I would prefer her to be angry at me, because I know I'm strong enough to work through it with her and not do this cold shoulder. You're on your own. I got my own family to worry about. Shit.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot you're going through. My goodness. Also, are you seeking like legal help, legal aid, support? Because I keep seeing support around you, outside support.
I have to brag on the crisis support network out here in Washington State. When
when me and my youngest fled New Orleans, they put us up in a safe house. And we stayed in a safe house from August to October, and they helped place us in a really nice apartment and everything. And I'm working really hard to keep that quality of life up for my little girl.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think I have any other legal issues unless something's brewing that I'm not aware of. Lord knows the psychopath is capable of doing some shiesty stuff. He can turn dang near anything around.
Yeah, definitely. The legal support that I see around you is very uplifting, supporting, really going to help you out. I keep seeing really getting outside is really good for you than being inside as well. I just keep seeing sunshine. I keep seeing open spaces. What's letting me know is that it's good to be outside, to be able to breathe and take in everything that you actually do have in your life. And I know that good things are going to come your way. It's just a matter of just getting through the next 2 hurdles, but they just feel like it's just the change, adjusting to life at the moment and with everything that's going on.
Yeah, I've been working a lot outside, painting murals here in the general locale, trying to make money when I need it. I mean, that was my career. I was an artist in New Orleans. I got to touch so many thousands of people in a day and inspire them. That's what my soul lives for. And I feel like I'm suffocating in a lot of ways. So every time I get to paint and do a mural, I get to breathe again.
Definitely. We'll keep on doing that. I've drawn a card for you because I don't have much time, and it's Don't Give Up. It's a beautiful angel card, and she's holding it's like she's got the world in front of her. So don't give up. That's you. You have that strength to not give up and continue to paint those beautiful paintings of yours to inspire others and the journey that you're actually going through at the moment. I'd love for you to keep in contact with me on Gemma's Spirit World on my Facebook page. Morgan?
Yeah. I'm the only one.
Thank you. I wish you all the best. Just breathe and keep on painting, and I wish all the best for you and your family at the moment.
All right.
Thank you, Morgan. Okay, thank you everyone for the beautiful callers that have connected with me tonight. I'd just like to thank A1R Psychic Radio for a great week. Everyone have a great weekend, and I'd love for everyone to follow me on my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World.
Hi, I'm Kathy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everyone. I'm Colleen Vander Zijden, and this is Creating an Inspired Life. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm so happy you're here with us, watching and listening. I am a medium, and as a medium, I connect in with our loved ones on the other side. And I'm also a certified life coach. And as a life coach, I help people basically handle their problems, figure out a way so they can live a more meaningful life, a happier life. And that's what I do most of the time. Today's coaching tip is all about living mindfully. The other day, I was at the grocery store and I put all my groceries in the car and then decided to return the cart to the cart corral. So I walked it over and then I came back to my car and pulled on the handle to get into the car. And I couldn't get into the car because it was locked. And I thought, well, that's strange because I was just here. I had just put everything in there. And then I realized I was at somebody else's car Fortunately, they weren't sitting in it, but I was at somebody else's car. Many of us have had that experience, but this was more notable to me because I had just been at my car. I had been gone for approximately 30 seconds, and I was so distracted, I didn't go back to the same car. I wasn't paying any attention whatsoever. These days, being mindful is something that many of us strive for. We want to be mindful. We want to pay attention to what's happening in our lives so we fully experience our lives. When we practice mindfulness, we become aware of our thoughts. We become aware of our surroundings. We pay attention to what's happening, and we pay attention to how we're feeling. This can help us reduce our stress, and it can also help us live a more enjoyable life right now in the present. When I tried to get into the wrong car, while laughable, and it was laughable, it was also a sign for me that I was not living mindfully. I was not paying attention. I was not in the present moment. I was talking to a client the other day, and the conversation kept returning to the past. She was very eager to explain why she felt the way she did, what had happened, what experience she had that were still influencing her. And while it's great to have an understanding of why you are the way you are, how these things have influenced you, it seemed like she was really stuck in the past. She wasn't paying attention to the now, to the present. No matter how much I tried to steer that conversation back to the present, we didn't stay. We kept going back to the past, and she had to keep talking about all of these things that had happened a long time ago. Living in the past or even worrying about the future can create negative emotions. We'll feel badly about our lives when nothing is actually wrong in the present moment. It's all something we've created in our thoughts, in our heads. And we'll feel badly about this if we're thinking about the past or the future. Living mindfully is a way to stay in the present, to move out of those thoughts of the past or the stuck emotions that we might get trapped into. The simplest way to live more mindfully is to pay attention to what is happening now. I know it sounds so simple, but how many of us do not pay attention to what is happening? You can pay attention while you're doing the dishes. You can notice the temperature of the water. You can pay attention to how you wash the dishes and where your mind goes. When we do mundane tasks, things that are easy, simple, routine habits, our mind tends to wander. We daydream. We can be driving somewhere and we're not consciously aware of our driving or even where we are, what our location is. I'm sure you've experienced arriving someplace and then realizing, I have no idea how I just got here. We're not being mindful in this situation. We're not getting the full experience of what we're doing. We're not getting the full experience of life. It's a habit for us to allow our mind to wander, and we can change that. We can instead consciously choose to pay attention, to direct our thoughts back to the future. No, the present, sorry, the present. I don't want to throw you off on that one. When we do that, we live mindfully. We reduce our stress and we'll feel more connected to ourselves. I went to a fitness coach a little while ago, trying to get back into my body a little bit, and she wanted me to pay attention to how my body felt while I exercised. And she wanted me to see if I could feel the muscles for each exercise so I would know what's happening. Exercising isn't usually fun for me, so I might try to distract myself, watch a movie, or just whatever, so I don't have to pay attention. But when I paid attention to what I was really feeling in my body, I was much more mindful of the experience. And rather than something to avoid, it felt right to listen to my body, to pay attention. I was reconnecting to myself. And it finally started to feel a little bit more meditative, where it was something where you're just in the moment, in the flow of things. Living mindfully takes a conscious decision to pay attention. You have to make the decision to do it. I don't think it's something we can do nonstop, but it's particularly effective when we're feeling worried or stressed or something's going on in our lives that we feel uncomfortable with. Maybe if we're thinking too much about the past or the future. And all you have to do is pay attention. That's it. And you can do a simple little exercise of just sitting for a minute and noticing things around you. Notice what your body feels like. Notice your surroundings. Notice what you're hearing, feeling, experiencing. Notice your thoughts. Notice your emotions. So you just pay attention. When I tried to get into the wrong car, even though it was the same color pretty much as my car, it didn't even look like my car. That was the only thing that was similar. It was the same color. I had a lot going on in my life then, and I was a bit overwhelmed with things, and I wasn't obviously paying attention to much at all. And it was further amplified, this thought, by a couple days before that, I was trying to get into my post office box and tried to get into somebody else's post office box. I was in the general area, but still the wrong box. And I wasn't living mindfully. And when these things came up and I noticed it, I tried to make a real point of paying attention. I used them as a sign that I needed to get back to the present, to pay attention to what's going on, to get out of these feelings of overwhelm and stress. When I was talking to my client, I emphasized the value of learning the lessons from the past, because we can learn a lot from those, but not letting the emotional reactions continue into the present, to let them go. I told her she had a choice as how she wanted to live. She could stay stuck in the past and the pain of the past. That's her choice if she wants to do that. But if she's ready to move on and have a happier life, a more meaningful life, being mindful is a more effective choice. And I told her one thing I used to do, or still do for that matter, is when I start worrying or getting stressed out or whatever, is I always say to myself things like, in this moment, everything is perfect. That takes me back to the present. It gets me mindful of what I'm really feeling, because in this moment, there is nothing wrong. Nothing is happening. So everything is fine. It takes me back here. So if you're experiencing stress, overwhelm, whatever it is, feeling worried, try being mindful. Start with the small things, doing the dishes, walking, cleaning, and driving your car. Or you can take that minute and just sit and notice your surroundings, the temperature, all those things, how you're feeling. When you do that, you get back into the present moment. And when you get back in the present moment, you're living mindfully and you're paying attention. And that will help you become more happy. You'll be less stressed, and you'll be living a meaningful life, a life where you're paying attention to what you have. You don't want to waste your life by worrying about the past or the future or anything like that. You want to pay attention to the moment you have right now. And that is my coaching tip of the day. You can reach me at psychicmediumcolleen.com, as well as on Facebook, Colleen Vander Zijden, medium and intuitive life coach. And I would love to hear from you there. And we are going to go to our first caller, who is Lena from Puerto Rico. How are you, Lena?
I'm doing okay, and you?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. And how can I help you today?
I would like a reading.
Okay. Are you looking for more of a psychic reading or a mediumship reading? A mediumship reading is where I'm going to connect you with somebody on the other side.
Oh, either one. Doesn't matter.
Either one. Okay, good. Because I'm going to do a medium reading anyway for you. I have a gentleman who's stepping in, and when he was here in the physical, he strikes me as having passed in probably his 60s or 70s, but I feel his body as being on the older side. So even though he's 60 or 70, his body feels like it's a little bit beat up to me. Okay, he does feel like a father, grandfather kind of energy to me, and he seems to come through with not a whole lot of loving affection. Okay, do you have somebody like that on the other side?
My father.
Yeah. Was he also, because the way he's coming through, I don't feel him, like I said, being very loving, but I also feel him being rather strict and very much a disciplinarian. Was he very big on disciplining people?
Yes.
And was he also, because I also get the sensation of, some spanking and things like that. Was he also somebody who did that as well?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I'm just asking about this kind of gradually as I get into this is because there is this sensation of him. He's given me the impression that when he was here, he did not particularly care for his life. I feel like it was very hard, very difficult. I feel like there wasn't much money. And I feel like he kind of took his frustrations out on his family members. Okay. So I feel a lot of anger that is misplaced. He directs it towards people who don't necessarily deserve it. And I do want to, the energies that are coming through now, I want to apologize to you for that. I feel as though, and I'm speaking as him right now, that I was unfair to you, that I was not there for you like a father should be. And so he's coming through and wanting to apologize to you. And he's telling me also that he's very proud of you because you have also had to work very hard to get the things you have in your life. And you've had to work very hard to be who you are. And even though when he's here in the physical, I realize he would not have been very encouraging with you. He would not have been supportive, those things. From the other side, there's a different energy. And I feel like I want to encourage you and tell you to keep going. Are you currently having some financial problems where you're concerned about having enough money?
Yes.
Okay. And the way he's
yes.
showing that, okay, the way he's showing that to me, it gives me the impression that the money you get, it just goes out immediately. It just goes out right away. He also tells me that you're a hard worker. So it's not like you're lazy and not doing anything ever at all. He tells me you're a hard worker and you are trying to get more money. Are you doing that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Perfect. And as he's talking about that too, he's showing me a car. Is your car, number one, do you have a car?
Yes.
Okay. And is it working okay? Because I'm getting the impression it needs some work, that there's some issues here with the car.
Yes, there is.
Okay. And it seems to me, tell me if this is accurate, is it just kind of parked and you don't really drive it very much because it's either not working or it's not, it doesn't work well enough to drive?
It's still working.
Okay. Okay, good. Because I want to do some repairs on this. So I understand you don't have the money to really do this, but I also understand you do know somebody who can help you with the car. Is that true?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
True.
Okay, good. And I don't know anything about cars, so I'm just going to say things and hope that it makes sense to you. I feel a connection. There's something that's not quite right with the pipes under the car, like that connects to the exhaust system. There's something about that. And there's something about a heat shield, okay? I don't even know if a car has a heat shield. So there you go. But there's something about this. So if it hasn't been lifted up or somebody hasn't gone under it to check it, I would recommend that it be checked just to see. Okay. It feels like it just needs to be adjusted. So that may make sense to whoever it is. So there's something about that. I don't know anything about cars, so it's really funny when they tell me something, I'm like, okay, I'll see what happens. But so that's what he's bringing through. And I feel that the sensation of him wanting to come through to help you, to make it easier for you, okay? Do you do any kind of service work? You know, helping people like as a waitress or a server or some other capacity of helping people? Say that again?
A server.
Oh, you are a server? Okay, good. Because I'm feeling like there's a little bit more money to be had there. I'm feeling like there's going to be that you can get more money that way. I don't want you overworking though. You know, I don't want you picking up more shifts. I know you can pick up some more, but I don't want you to overdo. But I am feeling that there's going to be some more extra tip money, I guess it would be, coming in. So that seems to be connected. So we definitely want to keep going with that. And the other thing that your father wanted to communicate to you too is, I understand he didn't tell you really that he loved you and was proud of you. And I do want to say that from him. I do want to tell you that he's very proud of you. He's proud of everything you've been doing and how you keep going, even though sometimes things are really hard and difficult. So he's talking about wanting to make sure you know that he's proud of the work you've done and that he does love you as well. Do you have children by any chance?
Yeah, a daughter.
Okay, because I want to talk about your children. So he's mentioning that as well. He tells me that you've done a very nice job in how you're raising her, and you're really helping her get her head on straight, if you will. So are you having to kind of give her some guidance, or are you very good at giving her guidance as to how to live her life? Have you been working with that?
Yeah, and
Okay, good. Because there's that sensation of wanting to make sure you continue that you're showing her how to do things. I know that hard work is very important to you and your family, and that's something that you have been well trained on to make sure you're working very hard. And so that's a perfect characteristic and quality for you. So don't worry so much about the money, because I do feel some more money coming for you. And it does seem to be connected to working. And I'm also feeling that when you get somebody to just check out some of those things on the car, that's going to be quite helpful for you to make it more, what's the word I want to use, reliable, because it doesn't feel as reliable as I want it to be. Okay. And one more thing about the car, apparently. Do you have a spare tire with that car? Because if you do, I think it's flat.
yeah, I do.
Okay, so make sure that's okay. Okay, so make sure it's okay. And that will be good. Okay, so Lena, it was so nice talking to you. And I really enjoyed talking to you tonight. You have a great night.
You too.
Okay, thank you. See you later. And that was Lena from Puerto Rico. And next we're going to go to Laura from Washington. Laura, how are you tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. And how can I help you today?
Well, I've never done this before, but I'm hoping my dad passed away about a month ago, and
okay.
I'm just hoping to. I don't know.
He'll come in a few minutes. It's possible.
Yeah.
It is possible. And okay, so I do have a man here, and I'm going to talk as fast as I can so I can get in as much as I can in just a few minutes. And the way I'm feeling this man, okay, I'm feeling like I've got a lot of stuff happening in my chest area and my body, and down even further. So I have a lot of stuff happening here. This man, the way he's coming through, he does feel like a father to me, but we'll see once I describe him a little bit more, okay? And the way he's coming in, I get a real gentle soul. Is he a gentle soul?
Absolutely, yes.
And I mean that in the most positive, wonderful way possible. There's this energy that's coming through, is so kind, caring, loving, so supportive, reassuring, everything you want a person to be. He is, you know, the morals, the values, the characteristics, but it's that gentleness that comes in. It's a true feeling of unconditional love is coming in. And was he sick or something before he passes?
Yeah, he had some health conditions.
Yeah, it's interesting because I just get all sorts of weird things in my body sometimes, and I don't know what they are because I'm not a doctor. I don't know anything. But I feel these things happening, and I feel this sensation, though, this gratitude towards you of helping him. Okay, being there for him. Were you checking in with him? Were you physically helping him?
Well, we live in different states, but I called him like 3 times a day to make sure he was doing okay.
Okay, good. Because there's a gratitude coming in for you helping him. And so you may have really lifted his spirits and made him feel, you know, very I don't know, special, even though he's your father and he is special, but you know, it's nice to have that. And there's a huge gratitude coming in for that because you are his little girl. You do know that, yes? You are his little girl, even though you're adults, you know, and all of that. And that doesn't change. And he's just so happy, you know, to have you, you know, I know this sounds so weird, but you know what I mean? He's so happy about that. And he wants to tell you, he's thanking you again for how much you did for him and how you are just, you're just that wonderful person. And he's so proud of you and how you grew up to be this wonderful, amazing person. And he's mentioning your mom right now as well. Is she still here in the physical?
She is.
Okay, because he's mentioning her, and the way he's mentioning her, oh, they must have been very tight and very close because I get this connection between the two of them that is so very tight. But I don't know, you know, I don't know. But he's mentioning her and he's talking about you being there for her as well. Were they still together when he passed?
No, they've been divorced for a while.
A long time? Okay, because he's still mentioning
like
her.
20 years or something.
Okay,
he still felt he didn't want to get divorced.
Okay, that makes sense then because I'm like, he's talking about her and he really wants to acknowledge her and he's talking about you checking in with her. So basically he's telling you to check in with her, not that you wouldn't anyway, but he is telling you that. And you know, he understands, you know, you are the way you are. You're going to do what you can to help. And there is a very strange, interesting thing coming in right now I do want to talk about. I want to talk about trees. Okay, trees. I love my random things. Sometimes they mean something, sometimes they don't. But I want to talk about trees in relationship to him. Does he very much like nature, being outside, things like that?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. And is there anything in particular, a story or anything that happened with a tree? Tree falls down. He cuts down a tree. Anything like this? I want to see where I'm going with this. I've just got a couple minutes, but I want to check it.
Well, we live in Washington, and before a couple years ago, he came. He wanted to see the redwoods, so we took him to the redwoods, and that was a really, really, really big deal for him.
Okay, so that's how he's getting me to talk about trees. I get it. That, you know, no, I think you're exactly right because he's talking about trees and he's got to use whatever's in my head to get there. And I'm quite sure that's it because there seems to be some significance to it. Along with that, I would, if I were you, keep your eye out for signs from him if you haven't seen anything yet, because I have a feeling he's going to be touching in with you. Okay, so that is important. And I do feel a certain smell with him. Did he smell a certain, did he have a certain like aftershave or something that he would use?
He did. Yeah,
okay, because I do feel a certain smell right now. So that may be what it is that you may experience that as well. You may smell something. Okay. Yes. And he's also talking about, boy. Okay. He just wants to tell you again how much he loves you. He's going on and on and on about it. He's just like, I love you so much. And there's this sense of satisfaction in his life that he had a great life. I know he had issues and challenges like everybody does, but overall, there's this sense of satisfaction. I did the best I could. And so I'm liking that feeling there. And he also wants to say he very much enjoyed the conversations with you because you guys would talk about all sorts of things and you would tell him everything and you made a point to include him in everything. And that was so special to him. So he wants to thank you for that as well. So wonderful. I love this conversations you guys must have had because you do talk about everything and anything. And it really helps him feel connected to you. And that's important. So he has not left you. He's still around. He is on the other side, but he's also here. Okay. So, well, Laura, that was fun. Just a little quick message from him.
Great.
He's
Thank you so much.
Lovely, gentle man. You are so welcome. And thank you so much for calling in. It was nice talking to you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Bye-bye. And that was Laura from Washington. And it's so nice to just touch in with her nice father on the other side. Thank you so much for watching and listening. This was Creating an Inspired Life. And I'm Colleen Vanderzijden. You can connect with me at psychicmediumcolleen.com, as well as on Facebook, Colleen Vanderzijden, medium and intuitive life coach. You have a great week. I'll see you next week. Goodbye.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How is everybody doing? I'm feeling a little slow this evening with Mercury retrograde going on here. And, you know, that gives us just all wonderful, lovely issues. So far, so good. I have done really well with it. So I'm crossing my fingers that I'm going to stay good through the rest of the retrograde. I hope that you guys all had a really great 4th of July and a great well, some of you probably had a long weekend. I worked the day after. But last weekend, I was able to get out on the water with my kayak and get some of that creative energy going. Of course, just before we hit the retrograde. But it was really fantastic to get out on the water, and it opened up so much for me. And, you know, we get into those parts in our life where we get stuck, whether it's in relationships, whether it's in our business, our work, whatever it is, we just feel stuck. The decisions don't come as easily. The understanding of the process doesn't come as easy. And so one of the things that actually I was struggling a little bit with was trying to unblock all of that. And after chatting with my mentor a little bit last week, she told me that I had all this creativity that wanted to come out, and it was just being stuck. And it was because I wasn't allowing that to come out. Now, this concept is not new to me. I've heard it, you know, a few times from my mentor throughout the last couple of years. And I've actually even been feeling it probably in the last 2 to 3 months. It's just like there's just something I want to do. It just feels like it's dull and things aren't working right. And I was really yearning for that creativity. And when my daughter was younger, I used to scrapbook all her photographs all the time. And it was a Friday night ritual for me to get together with a bunch of ladies and stay up until the wee hours of the morning, just letting those creative juices just go and flow. And I know I always felt so much better after a weekend of doing that. And as you know, as we progress and our kids get older and they start getting involved in more things, we kind of lose that part of us. You know, and sometimes, you know, it doesn't take much to let that creative juice go. Just, you know, sitting down and doodling with a pen and paper. You don't even have to be you don't have to be an artist. You don't have to do anything. You know, some people like to draw or paint. Some others listen to music. Maybe you like to go jogging. Maybe that's kind of what your creative flow, whatever that is for you. Get back into that. If you're feeling stuck, just sit down and just do something to take your mind off of that and to let those creative juices flow. And you'll find that things will come a lot easier. So a couple of things that I have is I actually got myself a coloring book. It's a Healing Mandela coloring book. It's just a small one. And you can even just take crayons, you know, go back to the days of being a kid, get some sidewalk chalk or get some crayons and just scribble on the paper. It doesn't have to be anything imaginative or beautiful or anything. It's just to unlock all of those blockages and just let things flow. And once you find that those things flow through you, then you're able to come to some better decisions, things that you want to do in your life, questions you've been asking. The other thing actually I just got is really cool. I don't know if any of you know about this. Some of you might, but it's called a Buddha board. And what it is, you can see mine here. It looks just like almost like a whiteboard. And all you do, it comes with its own little paintbrush, kind of like a calligraphy looking brush. And you just dip it in water, and then you can just start creating, right? And it just starts making, pictures. It reminds me of the magic ink. For those of you, the invisible ink. And after a while, it will dry out and it will just clear. So as you draw, you can just kind of scribble and do what you want to do. And then as it dries clear, and it gives you a clear format where you can start all over again. It's fantastic. The other night I had it on the kitchen table, and after I got done eating, I just picked it up and I just started drawing. I just started letting it just roll off of the paintbrush. It was fantastic. It just gives me, 2, 3, 5 minutes of something I can go over and doodle, and then I can come back and it'll be gone. It'll be disappearing. You can already see that some of the stuff that I've drawn is already starting to dissipate and disappear. And so it basically just wipes it clean and gives you a brand new canvas so that you can start all over again. So it's really fantastic. It was really inexpensive. I think it was like $35. And, it helps me with my creativity, helps me get back into the flow of things, and releases. So whatever that looks like for you, I encourage you, especially through the month of July. It's all about creating. It's all about stepping into pushing us closer and closer into what it is we are called to do here on our time on Earth. So using some of these techniques can help you kind of unlock those hidden keys, so to speak. So I hope that helps. I've had a great time just going back to being a kid again and just taking some crayons and just doodling. It's been fantastic. And sometimes that's all you need, is just to be the kid again and to remember what that felt like. So enjoy that. Enjoy your doodling and your scribbling. And you can see one last thing here. You can already see that on the Buddha board, there's just one little piece left. Everything else has already dissipated. So pretty cool little gadget. So with that, we are going to head over to the phone lines. Who do we have now? We have Annette in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Good evening, Annette, and welcome to Your Time to Shine. Oh, I think we lost Annette.
Give me a second.
So anyway, just going back to that, I just want to talk a little bit about, also I'm doing some online courses this summer. They're kind of sporadic throughout the summer. And the next one coming up is really great. It's talking about manifesting all the good things in life. And I'm going to teach all about the techniques that you can use to manifest really fantastic things in your life. So if you're interested in checking that out and finding out how to sign up, reach me on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or right here on my Your Time to Shine Facebook page. It's really exciting. I'm also doing Wednesday group readings. I take up to 6 people in my group, and we sit and we talk about whatever it is that's on your mind, whether you need to connect with a loved one to see what they're doing on the other side, or whether you're just having trouble making a decision in your life. Maybe it's what direction you need to go with a job or a relationship. So I'm opening it up to 6 people, and I'm doing that every Wednesday night, just through the summer months. So again, reach me on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or right here on Your Time to Shine Facebook page. And I'd be happy to help you get signed up for one of those. It looks like we have Tania in Rock Hill, Connecticut. Good evening, Tania. How are you this evening?
I'm good, Julia.
Did I say that right?
Tanya.
Oh, Tanya, my apologies.
It's okay, no worries.
So what can we do for you tonight?
Well, I would like to have a reading, see what is in store for me.
Okay, do you have a question in mind, or are you just looking for some general information?
Just some general information. Is there any new horizons? Am I going to meet anyone?
Okay, perfect. Let me check in here with your loved ones. And so there's just going to be a little bit of silence here while I check in, but I will be right back, okay?
Perfect, thank you.
So what your team is showing me is that there's been some stress and some struggles here recently with kind of the direction in your life. It's like you can see things like right there. It's like you can just barely reach out and touch them, but you can't quite get there. And so what they're showing me is that there's a lot of cloudiness, there's a lot of cloudiness around that. They're asking you to get very specific about what it is that you're asking for. I'm being shown that maybe you're changing your mind. You're going back and forth maybe, or maybe there's 2 or 3 different ideas that you're toying with. And they're saying that, you know, any one of those is going to be a really good direction for you. But they said the only way that they can help you is if you get really clear. Because the way the universe works is you put this feeling and this thought and this vibration out there and you start talking about it. And as you talk more and more and more about it, right, you raise your vibration, and that reaches out to the universe, and they say, oh, Tanya wants this. Let's give her this. And then us humans being and wanting everything right now, because that's kind of the time that we live in, right? It's not fast enough for us sometimes.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, you change your mind. Yeah. You change your mind. And so they go, oh, whoa, wait a minute. Now she wants this. Okay, everybody shift. She wants this, right? So every time you kind of change your mind and change your direction, it just interrupts that flow a little bit.
Okay.
So they're saying that they are here and they are super excited for you, and they're just so ready to help you, but they really need you to sit down and clearly make a decision on what it is that you want them to help you with.
Sounds good.
Are you in a relationship with somebody now?
I don't even know how to answer that.
Okay.
I don't. The word relationship, I guess, it's not even brought up. So, you know, that would be a question to, like, you know, the person that I'm talking to, do they see him like making a decision if he wants to be with me or not?
Yeah, this person is really being wishy-washy. I guess that's the best way I can explain it.
Okay.
They're they're very content where they're at right now. But I'm feeling like that's not going to be on the same, at the same level that you're at. You're ready to take that next step and to continue on. And they are not, is a gentleman, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's not there. Has there been some has he had past experiences with relationships? I'm sorry, hang on. They're trying to show me something here. There is something almost like abandonment, okay? There was a past relationship that he had where there was someone in his life that he thought was always going to be there, and one day they just weren't.
Yeah,
and so he hasn't really gotten past that. So what he's doing is he's like, well, if I don't really get too involved, then it's really not going to hurt if it doesn't work out, right? So he's kind of got his guard. He's got his guard up a little bit.
He does.
Have you ever sat down and had a conversation with him about this?
Yes, but at times he dodges certain questions, and for the past few weeks, it's either he makes plans and then he backs out.
Okay. I'm not getting the feeling that the timing on this for the two of you is quite right. If you're okay going in the way that it's going, then I think you guys will be fine. But if you're wanting to take it to the next level and do something different, I don't think he's ready for that yet.
Okay.
So I think what it does is it comes back to you as far as what, again, it's about getting clear, right? They're bringing me back to that same concept. Get clear on what it is that you want from somebody, right? Even as far as writing it down on a piece of paper and making like an image board or something of things that you want in your life, right? Make it make it really clear. I mean, you don't need to get down to the details like I want someone who's got brown hair and green eyes, but kind of the general overall, what is it that you are looking for in a relationship, right? And then put it somewhere where you can walk by it every day and go, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that I asked for that, right?
Yes, okay, that makes sense.
And then you'll find, because I actually did the same thing, and I came back about a year later and I looked at the board again and I'm like, wow, okay, so this happened and this happened. And so you take it off the board and you add new things to it, right?
Right.
Yeah. So they're just asking you get very clear on what it is that you're wanting.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because they said that you are going in a direction that you could have anything you want.
I know.
You can have
it's just I have so much patience. I sometimes want to wait for certain things to see if they come through, and I'm pretty much a strong person. I just go forward. I can't look behind all the time.
Right, exactly. You're always moving forward, which is a really good thing. But it's about getting clear.
Right, that's true.
And they're going to show you little things along the way, okay? You're going to go, oh, okay, yep, I see, I'm going in the right direction, right?
Okay, yeah. I was wondering if I could just ask another thing as well is, I am a single mom of 3. They lost their dad. I would like to know if their dad is around.
Oh my gosh, yes, very much so. He is so proud of them. Wow. He had so much love for them, for his family. He was definitely a family man, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Until his family turned him, but that's,
Right. He has such a gentle soul, a gentle way of being. But he is very much involved with your children and guiding them daily. Your youngest actually interacts with him quite a bit.
Really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And she's the little one that doesn't remember him, so.
Yeah.
They were very young when they lost their dad, so okay.
She might not remember him as like a father figure, but she knows of who he is on the other side.
Okay.
When she was younger, would she say little things that would make you think that maybe she knew him, or did she say really profound things that you thought, okay, she can't know that? How can she know that?
No, because he was very young when he passed, and my little one, their ages were like 2, 3, and 4 when he passed. So
right.
Yeah, not that anything comes to mind, other than like, she was very young when he was sick, so.
Right. Sit with that thought for a little bit and think back of when she was 2 and he was gone. Mm-hmm. And because he's showing me, did she do a lot of little tea parties? Like, did she set up little tea parties?
Yeah, my girls are close in age, so she played with the youngest one and the middle one plays teacup party, like princess party.
Okay. He played teacups with her all the time.
Okay.
He's showing me a teacup set. Okay. So he was actually around like her playmate. So that's why I'm saying, if you sit with this for a little bit and think back about those times after he had passed.
Yeah.
And think about some of the things that she might have said, because I'm being shown that something is going to trigger you and go, oh, wait a minute. There's no way she could have known that. Right?
Okay.
So, but he's showing me that he's very much involved in their lives.
I'm glad he is now. I didn't think he would be, because no matter where I move, I always bless my home, to protect my kids. So I thought by me doing that, he wouldn't be around for them.
Oh, no, absolutely not. By blessing your house, all you're doing is you're bringing all the good stuff in, right?
Okay.
And he is of the light. So you can invite him into your house. You can also, put some kind of, you can tell spirit that, you only will allow people of the light, spirits of the light, and your loved ones in your home. And everybody else has to stay outside of your home. But he's already been in there. He's already been in there with you guys. No matter where you go, he's always been there.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Well, we are coming down to the very last little bit of our show. So I thank you so much for calling in and being a part of the show. I really appreciate it.
And thank you for your time as well.
You are so welcome. Have a wonderful day.
You as well. Thank you again.
Well, that wraps it up. Another Thursday night here. We are done. Catch me over at my Facebook page at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com or my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or here on Your Time to Shine Facebook page. Have a great weekend, everyone, and we'll see you next week.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I'm having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this planet of ours. It's been a really, really interesting week, hasn't it, with Mercury retrograde and Mercury playing tricks as he does with communication. We even had a couple of little hiccups here just before the show where, you know, the producer and I couldn't seem to connect. Don't you just love technology to start the week off? But anyway, it's an absolutely sensational Tuesday. And for those of you that follow the astrological cycles, we're going to talk about a little bit later on in the show, the full moon eclipse, which is apparently having havoc with a lot of people around the world. My inbox has been full, even leading up to the full moon. But let's kick the show off with the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Knight of Swords. Now, the Knight of Swords is It's a really interesting card because one of the things over the many, many years that I taught tarot and still teach tarot, people used to say to me, Amanda, I don't understand the court cards. What on earth do they mean? I can't have all these people popping up in my day-to-day life. And I used to try and share with people, if it doesn't make sense to be the first part of what the card is, which is the court card representing a human being, then always look at the secondary meaning, because 9 times out of 10, it's the secondary meaning. It's not sharing with us that we're going to come across these people in our day-to-day life. But if we were looking at a person, this would represent a young male up to the age of 25 years. Now, because it's a swords card, we would also be looking at it being medium colouring, brown hair, brown eyes, pale complexion, not somebody that has got the dark skin. We would be looking at a Caucasian. So anybody that you would say that's got mid-brown hair, hazily eyes, brown hair, bordering on the lines of dark brown hair to black hair, but has the Caucasian skin, then that's what is represented by the swords as far as colouring. Now, the secondary meaning, which is quite often the case with this card, is speedy situational finish. And you can see the young man with his sword charged high and he's on his horse and he's going in what looks like going into battle. So he's charging forward. So it's a speedy situation or a finish. Now, I can't tell you how many people will be so pleased that I drew this card today before the show, because everything in everybody's lives at the moment seems to feel very, 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 very stuck. Now, the reasons why things are feeling stuck, and it has to do with planetary configurations, and I know we have a little talk each week about planetary configurations here on the show, but at the moment we're experiencing the phenomenon of what's known as a lunar eclipse conjunct or at the same time as the full moon. Now, let's just sort of get down to some business here. The full moon is a time of the month where we need to release, let go of things, where we look at things that are important in our lives and sort of look at the things that we are ready to release or let go or send out to the universe or whatever little ritual that you want to go on with, and sort of say, okay, this is the time I'm ready to do that. Because the energy this month is in Capricorn, it means it's about anything sort of official. It's connected with official buildings, official things in our lives, governments, banks, debtors, doctors, things like that. Anything that has been sort of weighing us down on an official level that we're ready to release. And sometimes that can coincide with the paying off of a major bill or finding that we're in control of our finances for the first time in a very, very long time. So when we team this with an eclipse, it means that we're sort of more heightened, we're more aware of the things that are going on. And we won't be getting another one of these lunar eclipses until 2021. So we'll have a little bit of a breather of lunar eclipses as such for a couple of years. But this year it's even more important because we have 4 planets that are sitting in retrograde motion or going backwards at the same time as we have this lunar full moon eclipse. So we have 4 planets. We often talk about Mercury, and I spoke about Mercury last week on the show. Mercury retrograde is the planet of communication and the one that mucks up all of our technology and sort of makes telephones not work and our iPads and our iPods and you name it, anything that's technology driven, you know, be prepared. It's not going to be smooth at the moment. People don't have their listening ears on. And we're not just talking about politicians. We're talking about everyday mortals like you and I. So it's a time when we don't have those conversations where we need someone to listen unless we absolutely have to, and don't sign contracts and join up something new unless you fully understand the complexities of what you're signing and what you're agreeing to. Now, this will go through till August 2. So we still, you know, have a few days left there where we've got to really focus on this. We're only at the 17th of July. So we're still in the thick of Mercury retrograde for at least another 19 days. So be very careful about that. And I'm saying 19 days because I think you need to allow a couple of days past August 2 for the energy to really sort of wind down and Mercury to get his momentum back up and going forward again. So Mercury retrograde is one of the 4 planets that's going retrograde. We also have Saturn and Pluto, which are in Capricorn as well, which are sitting there holding hands with the full moon eclipse. So when you add these 2 planets to the mix, Saturn is the planet of discipline, Pluto is the planet of transformation. So here they are all joining forces and having, you know, playing Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosie together with the full moon and the lunar eclipse. So no wonder everybody is sort of feeling very agitated, feeling very stuck, as if nothing is moving in their lives at the moment. It's like every time I try and get something off the ground or get somebody to listen or try and move something along, I feel like I'm really well and truly stuck in concrete. And then to add to the final part of the retrogrades that are happening at the moment is Jupiter, the planet of luck and expansion, our lucky planet sitting in Sag, is also retrograde too. So really nothing much can get off the ground at this point in time. If you are fortunate enough, and I say fortunate enough, to get something new moving during this retrograde period, you are extremely lucky, and it would then be making sure that you really, really fully understand the complexities of whatever it is that you're about to launch or that you're getting involved with, that you fully understand it and it really fits you. And I'm not saying it's a negative time. I'm saying sometimes under these particular cycles, we can have the most amazing opportunities cross our path, land in our lap, and have the opportunity to take something forward or be on the ground level of something groundbreaking or new, or a new form of technology, or whatever the case may be. So it can be a very exciting time at the same time. So that takes me on to the candle of the week very quickly. Yes, I would be working with the full moon, obviously, because we've got the lunar eclipse. I started working with my candle a couple of days ago. I like to sort of work with 2 days on the approach, 3 days of the full moon, and then 2 days on the decline. So I did start a couple of days ago, and I wrote on my list this month things that I wanted to release in my life that I felt should have come to a conclusion or should be completed now, as far as anything that was official in my life. And it was really interesting when I really sat down and looked at this, that the things that I thought now that were important, it was time to release. And interestingly enough, I've had lots of phone calls from people that I haven't seen in a very, very long time, sort of all wanting to catch up with old friends and, you know, chew the fat of old days and fun times we all had when we were on the road to psychic expos and things like that. But also it's the time of Capricorn, obviously. So I've been burning my Capricorn candle as well. And this is a time when I think, even though the moon is full and it is the full moon eclipse, I think we can sort of release things, but I also think we can set some new things in motion. And I think that's the important thing, is look around to see what's being offered. Don't just sit there and feel sorry for yourself and say, I've got an excuse to feel miserable because of the full moon and the lunar eclipse and, you know, all these retrograde planets, I can just sort of take the day off or the week off. No, we can't do that. We've still got to actively participate in our lives and keep making sure that we are making progress, that we are moving forward, and be thankful for the things that we do have. That, you know, we got out of bed this morning and we're breathing and we're still able to move and we can still have a conversation. They're all very, very important areas of our lives. I mean, each and every one of us is getting a little bit older each day, and I'm no spring chicken when it comes to that either. I admit that some days, you know, the body doesn't sort of want to cooperate the way I want it to, but that's all part of the journey of life. So it takes me on to the next part of the show where each week we feature someone famous and we look at them from an astrological point of view. And this week we're up to a female actress in Cancer. And it was an interesting concept because there were so many people I could have chosen, but I really particularly chose this woman because I really wanted to share her journey with you, that even though most of us would know her name, I don't know that many of us know that she started out at the age of 5 on the screen, where she had her first role in a movie. And I'm talking about the one and only Natalie Wood. Yes, she was married, and yes, she died tragically, and there's still controversy to this day at how Natalie died. Did she drown? Was she pushed? Did someone try and deliberately murder her? But I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on the amazing career that Natalie had from the age of 5. She was nominated for Best Supporting Actress in an Academy Award before she was in her early 20s. By the time she was 25, she had been nominated for a further 3 Academy Awards. That's absolutely amazing for somebody so young with so much talent. She could perform in a musical. She was in many, many, many films, many television series. She could go from a dramatic actress to comedy to in a musical. There wasn't anything that Natalie couldn't do. And she did all of this with such grace and such poise. And I think she was really an amazing role model for young women and still women today, to say that you can still be beautiful, you can be feminine, you can do what you love to do, but you can do it with grace and ease and poise. And Natalie truly did believe in the power of love, and she really did love her husband, Robert. She married him twice, even though I think it was probably a tumultuous marriage, because when you've got two very, I suppose, very ego-driven people that really like the limelight and want to be, you know, famous and loved and adored by their public, I'm sure that makes for an interesting marriage. And particularly in those days where men were a little bit more dominant of their wives and they were supposedly the ones that got most of the attention, I think he probably struggled with his wife's fame as well. But I think Natalie Wood will be most remembered, and this is one of my favourite films that she was in, was Rebel with a Cause. And that's how I like to remember Natalie Wood, because I think she gave women a license to be able to stand up for what they believed in, that you can be a bit of a rebel with a cause, but you can do it in a way with dignity, grace and poise. So we're going to take our first caller, if we have one. Yes, we'll have one in a minute. And it's really good because it's my favourite part of the show, where we are able to sort of connect with the public and connect with our viewers and answer your questions. And that's always a very special time, I think, for any one of us here at A1R Psychic Radio. That's what we're here for, is to educate and help people find some sort of peace and understanding. So it's Shania, and you're in Shania, I beg your pardon, and you're in Lindbergh, Virginia. Are you there, sweetie?
Yes, that's all right.
I apologise, I've got all the names wrong today, so just, you know, I'll hope I'll get the next part of the reading right. How can I help you, sweetie?
No, you're fine.
Do you have a question I can work with?
Yes, I just wanted to read, and like I've been going through something like recently, and it was like a relationship thing, and the person had like catfished me, and I just wanted to know like what's the whole reason, or like I don't know if she had like problems like accepting herself, but you know, I just want to know what was the whole reason, because I feel like I was getting like used.
Look, the first thing I want to say to you is I want you to stop blaming yourself for any of this. The first thing that sort of jumped out at me as you were sharing with us what's been going on recently in your life pertaining to your question was that I was being shown that this is now over. It's completed, it's finished, it's over. We don't need to sort of try and regurgitate this. I mean, I appreciate that you need to have some sort of understanding. You need some sort of answers so that you can work through this and put it in the sort of past. First thing I want to say is you did absolutely nothing wrong. I feel that you attracted this person, and I'm going to use the word karma here, because I think there's a certain amount of lessons that we all come down to work through this time on earth, and they're in the form of things that we need to work through or put together like a jigsaw puzzle. And sometimes we don't get all the complete answers to that, but we do the very best we can with the tools and the information and the situation that's presented to us to try and work through this. And that's what I want to put this into, that label of it was karmic. It was something that you had to go through. I don't know that you necessarily will get all the answers out of it. Look, I think in lots of ways, I think she felt very safe and secure being in your energy. She was able to be herself, whether that was, you know, positive or negative. It was there in its full glory. But at the same time, I don't know that she knew what she was expecting from you. It was like, well, here it is. I flopped it all out on the kitchen table. Now you do with it what you want. But I don't know what I'm expecting or what I expect from you or what I expect from myself. So I think probably a lot of this was to sort of tidy up a number of loose ends on a karmic level, which may seem to you as if, well, what was this all about? You know, I thought we were getting somewhere, and then all of a sudden you did a backflip and it's completely different. And now I'm sitting here with more questions than I had answers to, and I still don't seem to understand what any of this was about. And if I can put it into this way, if the two of you have done this dance together at least 7 other times on a karmic level, that's 7 other lifetimes, and there were situations or lessons there that the two of you had to learn together as two people in a life together, this is the tail end of that. It's like the bits and pieces that weren't sorted out in these other 7 lifetimes had to be sorted out in lifetime number 8. And this is why it seems confusing. I think the best thing that you can do is pat yourself on the back and say, a job well done. And now I'm ready to move forward and open myself up to some new and exciting, interesting possibilities that are coming your way. Because I do feel that there is opportunities coming for you. I do feel that as early as September, your whole life is starting to unfold and blossom again in ways that you've never thought. It's been a very difficult year this year on the emotions, but that's about to come to an end now for you. And I think now that you can start to step forward in much more positivity and open yourself up to new and positive cycles that are coming your way. But I feel 2020 is going to be more a year of change, and where you can go into the wishing well, and some of your wishes that you've held for a very long time will be granted next year for you. So I wish you well, and just know that you didn't do anything wrong, even though there's no real great answers out of this. Just accept what I've shared with you, and that will be the conclusion of that, and you can move forward. So we're going to move on to our next caller now, which is Joanne in Monroe, North Carolina. Hello, Joanne. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie. How can we help you?
Well, I was hoping, are you a medium?
I am, sweetie, but there's no guarantees in the short time that we've got here on the show that we can actually connect with who you want on the other side. Can I suggest you fire a question at me? If they want to contribute, they will. If they don't, well, we have such a limited space of time. So do you have a question I can work with?
I would like to see if my son is available, if he is around.
Darling, I can't. Yeah, but sweetie, I can't directly say to you I can directly dial up him. Do you have a question that relates to your life? We don't have a direct link to the other side to say, okay, I want to book a call with Joanne's son. That's entirely up to them if they choose to come through. Is there a question I can help you with that's pertaining to your life now?
No, I can't think of anything. No, I can't. I thought that it was you were a medium and you could connect with the other side.
I am a medium, sweetie, but what you've got to understand is that they choose to come through when they choose to. They don't necessarily come through because you've requested it. And quite often people don't want to come through in a public forum either, because they're self-conscious or it's not their way of doing things. And if anything I can share with you from your son is I didn't think that he liked making a public appearance. He seemed to be a fairly private person. So therefore, he's not necessarily going to come through and announce to the world, hey, Mum, I'm here. But if you have something that I can help you with, you know, are you looking to sell the house? Are you looking to change your job? Something like that. I'm sure I can answer those sort of things. And he may just then sort of contribute something to that message. There's never any guarantee.
Do you know if my two daughters will mend the fences between, they're having an argument between the two of them for several years. Will they patch that up?
Okay, in the short term, the answer is no, because they're both incredibly stubborn and both believe they're right. But having said that, I think it's important that both of them have had this little bit of time apart, because they've always been in this sort of competition with each other since birth. So it's important now, I think, for both of them to sort of stand on their own 2 feet. I do believe that they will come back together again. I'd like to say as early as this Christmas, but I don't think it's going to be quite that soon. But I feel that there will be a life event, and I'm not necessarily talking about a negative one or a sad one, that will bring them back together again. And it's sort of like they both come back with this very standoff sort of attitude, well, I'm not going to speak to her and I'm not going to do this and I'm not going to do that. But all of a sudden they find that they're actually sort of making a way to each other, and then they're able to sort of connect with each other, and that's a good thing. Let me assure you that you are on the right track as far as how you've sort of not taken sides in this. And if there's one thing that I can share with you that your son is sort of saying, is sharing with me, that nothing has changed. His sisters were always like this. It's just that you didn't see it, Mum, that they were always in competition with each other. And he was sort of almost like the referee between the two of them when they were growing up. He sort of used to stand in between the two of them and sort of try and break up their disagreements. He's not sharing much with me. All he's showing me is he's got this beautiful smile on his face, as if he knows something amazing we don't know yet. And it's sort of like it's his little surprise. When he was little, was he the type of boy that would sort of come in and give you something, like pick a flower and bring it home for you or something like that, and just sort of walk in with a smile on his face? Yeah, well, that's what he's doing now. He's doing that sort of like a little boy holding a weed that he's picked on the side of the road and bringing it in, look, Mummy, what I've got. It's that same sort of look, but he's obviously not a little boy anymore. But that's what he's doing, and that's what he's sharing with me. And I feel he's going to have a very integral part in getting those two girls back together again. It's like, hand it over to me, Mum, let me sort it. You know I can do it.
Okay.
And I'll bring you the gift of the girls talking again. So I feel that that's very beautiful. But he certainly is not, he's never not with you. And I think that's
so true.
He's always with you. He's always with you. He has never left your side.
Oh. Does he have a baby with him?
Yes, he does. I actually felt there was two babies. I felt there was two babies with him. Two, yes.
Two? Do you know if it was a boy or girl or what?
There's one of each. I have a boy and a little girl with him.
Oh, okay. That's awesome.
So were they two separate pregnancies, or was that a one pregnancy with twins?
That was one pregnancy, but we did not know if there were one or two.
Well, I feel there was two, because he's showing me a boy and a girl. He's showing me two babies.
The same age?
Yeah.
The same size?
Well, that's why I asked whether they were twins, because I felt they were the same age. They looked, you know, he's showing me two little tiny babies that he's nursing, one in each arm.
Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
One in pink and one in blue. Right. That's why I'm saying a boy and a girl, but they were little, you know, smaller than a doll.
Okay, yeah, very, very little. Very little.
Yeah, like bigger than a Barbie doll, but not a big baby-sized doll. You know, they were little, about 8 inches long is what he was showing me. He's nursing these two little packages. and he's got the most beautiful smile on his face. So he's very happy. I'm not saying he's not happy that they weren't born, but he's looking after them, and he wants you to know that they're safe, and he's happy, and he's with you. And his major message was to you, Mum, I'm going to sort the sisters out. I'm going to sort the girls out. Don't you worry.
Okay. Okay.
And he wants you to remember those times when he was little and he'd come to you with the flower and sort of have that lovely smile on his face. That's what he wants. He wants that to be your happy place to go to.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. Never, ever.
Well,
I just let him know how much I love him.
That's good, sweetie. Yes, of course, it's a terrible thing when you lose a child. It's something I don't think you ever get over.
No. No, you don't.
No. No, of course you wouldn't, Joanne. But he wants you to know that he feels your pain and he wants you to get on with living. Like, you know, the best thing that you can do to honour his life is to do something really special each and every day, even if it's little, in his honour.
Okay. I'm trying.
Can you do that for him? Okay. And even if it's only a simple thing like getting up and sort of saying, well, today I'm going to be happy because I was blessed to have him as a son.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to Asteria Vision. I go by the name Asteria. I'm on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And if you want more info about me, they always tag it in the video. I usually like to start, going into meditation so I can at least get some messages for the collective before I get the callers. So I am a psychic empath, and I connect to people's energy through pictures or their voice, or in person even, but that's how I work. I feel like someone out there is like, come on, tell us something about yourself. So, because I always say you can, find out more info about me. And the moon is in Scorpio tonight, which my moon is in Scorpio. So that should give everyone an idea of why I'm so secretive at times. Or I don't like to say much about myself. But let me see if I get some messages for the collective. I did feel when I was meditating, again some heartache dealing with relationships. I felt that again. So it could be that there's people, during this time too, Mercury retrograde, there's 6 planets in retrograde right now. So everything's pretty intense, and there's a lot of reminiscing going back, but there's also a lot of endings, and the endings happen for new beginnings or newer beginnings, refreshed even. It doesn't have to be a final ending, but it's an ending in some way, in shape or form, I want to say. But I did feel that some people are going through heartache, and it's due to losses, and it could be breakups, it could be even death, people that lose a partner, or, they pass away naturally, or something happens unexpectedly. Because also when I was meditating and meditating on the collective's energy, there was a lot of truths being spoken as well from what I saw in the cards. And I just got the 4 of Cups, so that tells me that someone is still reminiscing about a love from the past. What I'm getting is
those that are still thinking about someone in the past, they may not have an idea that that person may come back and offer their cup of love, so to speak, or their love, or they don't see it coming. Yeah. I think is like stuck in their head, and emotions, mostly their emotions. It's a very, I'm getting, it's not addictive, but it's like obsessive. It's an obsessive emotions they have towards someone. Yeah. And there's worry that there's a commitment that's going to end. I feel there's a partner that is worried also that their commitment is going to end, or they see it coming to an end. But the person that I was picking up originally that is reminiscing on the past may not see this love coming in. This person that's going to come in is going to want to offer a commitment. So that's the kind of love message I'm getting for that person that I'm picking up. But it's like you don't see it coming because you're so focused on other things that didn't go right emotionally for you. Yeah. I'm picking that too. Or picking it up. There's some commitments that are maybe coming to an end. But this is when it happens during the retrograde. So I knew I was feeling something that was heartfelt, but it dealt with love more so. Yeah, King of Swords. Yeah, heartache again, Three of Swords. So definitely someone's hurting emotionally, because there's a lot of heartache that I felt. So it could be that the calls I get in have to do with that. Sometimes it magically happens that way. But okay, thanks. No rush. I hate rushing anyways. I'll take Jenny from Iowa.
Hello.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing? Thanks for calling in.
I'm good, thanks.
And what's your question for tonight?
My question for tonight is, I have been just really, really struggling, mostly with my employment, and I was just kind of wondering how that's going to pan out, because I feel like I'm really ready for the year to be over.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I feel if you've applied to jobs, I do feel that there is, let me grab another deck of cards, but I do feel that there is someone that is seeing you of interest for a job. There is someone that, well, let me see what else I get too, but I do feel that one job in particular, but what I'm getting is this job that is looking at you as, interested in you. The boss, what I'm getting is really picky. It's a really, really picky boss. So they take their time with hiring because he's just very picky as to who they hire. That's what I'm getting intuitively. But let me see what I get with my cards too. But what I'm getting is I know you're stressed because you're used to your finances being good. Things are usually stable for you, but there's a sense of you're not feeling stable anymore, and it's affecting you in many ways. But what I'm getting is don't worry so much about it, because I really do see there's someone that there is a particular job they're looking at you, and they see they're interested in you. It's just this boss is like really, really picky, very stern too.
Okay.
But what I'm getting to tell you is don't stress too much. You're actually fine. It's just I feel you're in your emotions as well. Yeah. So you're definitely, the message I'm getting is you're on the right path. So whatever it is that you're doing, keep doing it. If you're applying it to jobs, keep doing that, obviously. But make sure that what you're applying to is something that you're really interested in. Don't just apply to apply. Make sure that you find interest in what you're applying, because I feel a sense of urgency coming from with you where it's like, I need to get a job at this time.
Yeah.
And if I don't, so, and I feel, and it's, you're stressing out. And I felt that before I saw this card, but you're on the right path. Don't worry about it, but I get it. You're working because you're not getting the income and it's, be stressful, but you're
exactly right.
You're very independent. Naturally, as a woman, you're very independent. You got yourself together. You're just stressing out because I feel this is a transition for you, and okay. So I don't know if you meditate or connect in a way with meditation or through meditation. Also, I'm getting.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so meditate more and also connect to your crystals as well. I'm hearing you need to go back to that to calm your mind, because you're in your emotions a lot right now, and it's putting you in a place that honestly you don't need to be there. Is what I'm hearing. It's unnecessary worrying, and everything's going to be fine. But definitely, what I'm getting is meditate more and connect with your crystals, and through meditation.
Okay, that's exactly what I've been doing, actually. So I'll keep doing that. And everything he says, I totally understand. Yeah.
Let me see if I could get, let me see if I feel a time frame for you. I feel you're gonna get communication pretty soon. I do. Because I do see someone. There's a boss, and I don't know, maybe he's someone that's in charge of hiring or helps him hire. They're definitely looking at you as an option. But
I haven't even looked anywhere. I'm just trying to determine if I need to. I own my own business with somebody else. And I'm just starting to feel, like you said, I have that sense of urgency. That's me in my head. I'm starting to feel like, okay, I just need to decide if this is the right thing. And so that's where all the meditation and the crystals and everything has come in lately. I mean, you have hit everything exactly right. But I haven't even, and like you said, don't jump, because I won't jump into anything unless it's absolutely perfect. Right. Because I'm okay now. I'm freaking a little, like you said, starting to freak a little. And so I'm waiting.
Right. It's like an inner. I don't know how to say it. Like everything around you is fine. It's just the inner turmoil. But what I'm, it, could be in the future, there will be someone, that you'll connect to, or that when you do start looking for something else, you feel you're ready to make that move, that transition. I feel you're going to get something pretty quick. It's very qualified as well. I mean, your experience is, you have a lot of experience as well. So it's not going to be an issue if you do decide to leave, because I did see you fine. So.
Right. Yeah. It's very likely. Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, 'cause
great. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. And Danielle was the next caller. I didn't see where Danielle was from, though. Illinois. Okay. Hi, Danielle. From Illinois. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I just want to make sure you can hear me. What's your question for this evening?
Hello?
See, I knew she wouldn't hear me. Hi, Danielle. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now. But
you can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. What's your question?
Wait. I'm trying to hear. Mine is on relationship.
Mm-hmm.
On my relationship.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. You want to know about your relationship?
Yeah, I want to about my relationship. It's like, is that, just want to know, where do I stand, in my relationship with, romantically.
Right. Right. I get it. Yeah. Love. I know. Okay. Yeah, I did feel when I was meditating earlier, heartache, heartache, a feeling of not belonging anymore too. But let me see what I get. Let's meditate a little bit and see what I get. Yeah, you're emotional. Hear me?
Yes, I
Danielle?
can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, are you able to talk? I just feel like there was somebody. Okay. You're not feeling well right now emotionally, like you're in a kind of, I don't want to say you're depressive mode, but emotionally you're feeling not well at all. And it's because of a love relationship that you're sad about. You're sad about. And you're thinking about leaving. It's like you're in between. Should I leave? Should I go? You're wanting to leave things behind. Wanting to leave things behind, but it's just if you do that, it's going to be what I'm hearing is a trickling effect. It's going to affect, possible other relationships with children or family. It's going to be like domino effect. So if this is something that you're thinking about really doing, you have to make sure that you're ready for it and you're not just making the choice out of fear of getting hurt more, because there's a sense of where you don't know where you belong. Yeah, when it comes to your love relationship, you don't understand what, you feel that there's truths that aren't said to you, things that you may not know or be aware of. So,
can you hear me?
I can hear you, but
I feel like I can hear you. I'm like moving around, so sometimes I can hear you better.
Okay, because I can hear like a dog barking and then the guy. So I don't know.
Oh, you can hear my dog?
Yeah, I can hear. So
I can hear you. I just want to make sure you can hear me when I'm saying stuff.
Okay, now I can hear you now.
Okay.
And then now is there, I don't know, if I can try to get a better connection.
I don't know if you could call back. I mean, if you want, Danielle, you can go to my page, my business page. It's Readings by Asteria.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yeah, because I feel like our connection's fine. So I don't know if it's maybe on your end.
Yeah, it's probably on my end. I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if you got any of the messages that I was giving you, but I just feel that you're not feeling well emotionally because you don't know how you're seen within their relationship. Like you're really depressed about it is what I'm getting, and you feel that you're not getting the full truth about or a few things. Yeah, it's definitely not a good time, obviously with Mercury retrograde too, but it's not a good time to start anything new is what I'm getting. If someone is thinking of starting something new, it's just not the right time. It's not a good time. What I'm getting is it would be foolish because you don't know all the details. You only know half of the details. So what I'm getting is to give yourself more time as to making a final decision or a final move on something. That's one message I'm getting. But what I'm getting is you'll have a happier ending if you take your time to think about making specific moves. Okay, Dawn?
Yeah.
Oh, Dawn.
Hi.
Hi, Dawn.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? I can answer a quick question.
I'm doing very well.
Oh, good. So what's your question?
What's my what?
What's your question?
My question is, I'm having really wonderful astro travel type of dreams.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know if I'm going to do more knowledge-based stuff based upon these dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm getting ready to teach classes and stuff, like I do dream walking and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if that's going to become more prevalent.
Well, what I'm getting is you're actually even more, your dreams are even more vivid around this time. And you're very highly intuitive around this time too, but that's the energy of what's happening right now with a lot of intuitives. We're very, our visions are very vivid as well. Even mine are vivid in my emotions too. They're strong. They feel strong. Yeah. But yeah, what I'm getting is that is what you're supposed to do. So you should follow that path of teaching because that's what you're meant to do. That's one of your gifts.
Yeah, you know what? I get real excited about it, but I'm also very leery because in the past, I could tell people were saying that they were getting the full percussion of it, getting the full framework of, coming into their dream life. And they didn't really understand. And I don't want them to say, oh, yeah, it's great, it's wonderful. Yeah, I experienced the whole thing, but they're not really getting anything.
Exactly, because they don't really have, I don't want to say it this way, but it's harder for some people to connect and it's a lot easier for others because, we communicate is different, everyone. And some of us communicate through, empathically through emotions and body language. And you're right. You want to make sure that people are truly benefiting from it. They'll always benefit from it. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're going through a transition life as well, is what I'm seeing too.
I'm going through what?
you're going through a transition in your life as well, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I really am. I really stepped away from my gifts for quite a while because I saw a lot of people around me getting hurt.
Yeah,
and
you were
so like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I really stepped away from my gifts because I know that I can do a lot of things. I just don't like getting hurt, and I don't want the people around me to get hurt. So I stepped away from it. And one of my shaman friends, he was really having just the spirit coming over him. He's like, oh, God, hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I got to tell you what's going on with you. I'm going to tell you. And he was like ready to explode.
Right. Yeah.
And I was like, oh, my, you got to tell me. And he's like, you're having dreams of liquid silver. I don't tell anybody these things. I don't tell them what I actually have.
Yeah.
And he's like, you are having this because you're going through this transition, like you were just saying. And he says you're really going to come into this fertility, this purity. It's a fire. It's burning. It's going. He's like going through the whole thing, and he's like turning water into liquid silver. That's you've got Grandma Moon, and he's going into this intuition thing and spiritual progression, power, and he like went through the whole entire. I mean, my skin is just rising up from it right now. He's like, you're supposed to be living in your gifts, and you're not. And why aren't you doing that? And I'm like, I just don't like people getting hurt. I'm tired of, seeing people getting hurt. And then, like I said, they really aren't in tune to, what's actually, they don't understand how these things can benefit them if they actually do go into a practice. So.
Right. And that's where you come in. And for those people that don't understand and don't get it, it's a perfect way for you to now even learn how to communicate in a way that they'll understand that, what you're saying. Because as empaths, it's hard for us to communicate the words that we, what we feel. It's hard to communicate at times. And the way we do communicate it, people think we're like in La La Land. It doesn't make sense to them. So that's where you're also having to learn too, is for those that don't get it, instead of feeling that they get hurt, just explain it to them on their terms is what I'm hearing, so they'll understand. Because I feel that you're misunderstood too in some ways. And I agree, you shouldn't give up your gifts because of a fear of hurting others. You can easily help them understand, in their own way, in their ways. And you read people very well, so you wouldn't have a difficult time figuring out, how can I explain it to this person where they get it, it makes sense to them. And I think you are on the right path. I don't think you should give up your gifts at all.
G'day, Tonya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, here at Sunday Creek. coming at you on this, Thursday here in Australia. I think it's Wednesday evening in America. Yeah, bit of a switch in days, which is quite fascinating. When I see the event, I'm like, what day am I on? But yeah, a bit of fun. So I'm still a little bit recovering from not being 100%, but I'm getting there. I'm on the road to recovery, ready for a big weekend. So I'll be up at Deniliquin this weekend at the Psychic Expo. It's my first time there, and I'm really excited to be amongst a few wonderful, not only creatives, but psychics and mediums and, yeah, all things spiritual. So if you're in the Deniliquin, New South Wales area, come and visit us. It's on for 2 days. It's at the RSL, and it's going to be a great weekend. Really awesome collection and gathering of some really talented souls. So I'm really honoured to be part of it. So, yeah, don't forget, Saturday and Sunday at Deniliquin at the Spiritual Psychic Expo. So I just thought I'd get that out there before I forget, because I'm good at not remembering these things. So, yeah, so I hope you've had a good week. We've had all the planets going crazy, and we've got retrogrades and all of those things happening at the moment. So it's creating a bit of chaos, not always in a bad way. Some of it's been in a good way too. So that's pretty cool. But just remembering to honour your space and taking the time, sometimes when things don't go according to plan, it's just that reminder to take a step back and be in the moment. So I know for me, it's school holidays over here, so I've been able to, disconnect a little bit more from the doing and just embrace the being. So that's been really great. So I've found that really helpful. I've had so many amazing new insights and ideas that have come to me with things that I'll be doing in the future. And, if you get really busy, you sometimes don't have time for those to come through. So I encourage you to do that. I also this week wanted to touch on and embrace those unique individuals out there that don't fit the mold. And this could be for any reason, or just the fact that is who you are. Is don't lose sight of the big picture, and that's being you. Just because you're different and you don't fit the mold, always know there's a reason for that. So you're not alone, and it is ideal to be able to embrace that uniqueness and be different, be your authentic self, but come from a place of, I don't mind not conforming. And I think sometimes as individuals, we need to be reminded of that, to say you are unique, and if your qualities are totally different to everyone else, there's a reason for that. So get on to digging into your whys. Why you're here, really, really start to question and, dig a bit deeper into, okay, I feel different. I don't necessarily fit into things that are measurable even. So I'm going to, rather than fight it, I'm going to embrace my uniqueness and really delve into what it is that makes me happy, and I want to share my light, but in a different way. So I've had that message a lot this week, and I feel like sometimes we need to be reminded that we're not all meant to fit into the mold. And for those of you that don't, I think it's awesome. I think that that's what makes you who you are. And sometimes those that are like that don't always have the easiest of rides. So they have to make do with situations that aren't always how can we put it, that don't always enhance us. So we have to stand in our personal power with that. So I'm here to say, don't feel lost, because there are times when you're like that you can feel a little bit lost, feel a little bit out on your own, and a little bit disconnected sometimes, because it's almost like other people don't get you, and that can be isolating, but there is a gift in that. So I just wanted to share that in my message today and say, get in touch with your gift, because you're unique for a reason. And now more than ever, we're embracing people that are individual, people that are unique. That's like the world is opening up to so many more facets of, we're coming up with new things all the time. And I think that those that have that uniqueness need to be embraced and encouraged to be a part of this movement. Just step outside the box and be happy to be there. because you aren't alone. You're always guided. So, yeah, I have to say, you know, that was really an important message that Spirit guided me to give you today. So I trust that will resonate and that message will be received by those who need to hear it. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go on to my first caller. I've got an Australian, Angie in Ballarat, Victoria. Woohoo! Angie, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Really good. How amazing. I get to hear an Australian accent on my show. I haven't heard that for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's so awesome. Thank you for calling in.
No worries.
Great. So, Angie, do you want me to, do you have something specific you want me to focus on, or do you just want me to connect for you? What works for you?
Just connect for me, yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right. First of all, I've got a lady coming in for you who's quite strong, so I feel like I want to go to, well, we're going to be quite guided here. And even connecting with your energy on. She's feeling motherly to you, so I want to go to something or a connection on mum's side with this lady, but she's quite strong, and I feel like she's showing me that you're very strong and independent as well, because as soon as I connected with you, I'm like, oh, I'm a strong, independent woman.
Yeah.
Yep, and I feel like at this time there's questions around you because it's like you're being tested in a way, and it's almost like she stepped in to say, it's all right, I've got this, like I'm with you on it. And I feel like I want to reference that you've been through the hardest part, or you like it's like I've come over the other side. So I feel like there's something that's happened that's been a real struggle, but it's like she's wanting me to let you know you're over the worst, or, you know, like you might not think that, or it might not totally feel like that, but she's showing me, or she wants me to say to you, you're over the worst of it.
Yep.
Yep. All right. There's something around animals that's really relevant with you. So I feel like I'm connected with animals, and there's something around healing as well that she's showing me. And she's quite a character, this lady, and I want to say I feel like she talks fast because I'm really wanting to talk really quick and get all this information out. It's really important that she gives you all the messages that you need to get today.
Yep.
And it's like she's your cheerleader. So it's like, come on, you got to tell her this, you got to tell her that. She's making me aware of there's another woman that's very important, or is it an important aspect of your life that stands beside you that is really helpful. And I feel the way she's showing me is somebody here, not somebody in spirit. This is somebody that's alongside you.
Yep.
Yep. So she's going, yes. She's really happy about that. She wants you to not forget something. So it's like she's referencing, I don't know whether you used to do something and you're not doing it now, you're not making time for it, but she's just saying to me, tell her she needs to go back to that.
Oh, okay.
All right. There's something you do, and I feel like it's something you do to unwind. So I don't know whether I want to go to like something creative or something that you connect with that you maybe have been too busy to be connecting with of recent times. It's just like she's telling me it's very relevant for you moving forward. There's something around you getting insights when you do that. So it's definitely something relaxing, like something where you're quietening your mind and you're actually just able to get the messages through, because I'm like, you get so many messages, but I think sometimes when you're so busy, you know, as we all are, they tend to slip by. Yeah. So take notice. And it's like you are spiritual, you get that, but sometimes it's like she's up there going, you know, I'm giving her the signs and she's not getting them all.
Yeah.
And can I say also she wants to let you know that she acknowledges you followed her guidance. So there's something in what you've been through, you were really stuck on something, and it's like almost like I want to say a divine guidance stepped in. So if you look at it, you would go, yeah, it's crazy how I was here, and all of a sudden I got this sign and I followed it, and now I'm where I am today. So she wants to put her hand up and say she was a part of that, and I feel like you understand what she's showing me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
So it's like, because she's like, she knows, and, and she just wants you to know, because it's like, I feel like you had it in the back of your head, but it's like she's telling me to bring it up because it's confirmation for you to go, yep, bang on. Now, there's an opportunity coming around you too. Let me see. She's showing me, I feel like if it's not in yet, it's not far off, and there's something you're going to step into doing, a little bit scary, a little bit testing your, it's like I'm putting all of my tools to the test, but you can do it. So I want you to say yes to this opportunity.
Yep.
Okay, so don't undersell yourself. You tend to, you're quite humble, and I feel like what she's showing me is, you underestimate, which, of course that's pretty common, but you have a lot to give, and it's like you're ready now. So please know you are ready. You don't need to do anything else. I don't see that you have to go and learn anything more. We just want to get it out there. The gifts that you have within you already are ready to be shared.
Yep.
Okay, so it's like the lid's been lifted, so I'm ready to step into this, and now you're being pushed. So it's almost like even if you hesitate, you're going to get pushed into this, which is great.
Yep.
So know that you are where you need to be.
Awesome.
Yeah. So she's showing me there's a relevance to flowers. I want to go to something she's giving me, and I feel that is in reference with her. It's like, and I keep getting the word flow, so I feel like that fits somewhere. It's like she's showing me flow, whether that's to do with things starting to flow now or that name. It's something around flow.
Yep.
Okay, so I trust that makes sense to you. Sometimes I throw stuff at you and I'm like, I don't know where that fits, but you will. So, yeah, she is around you, and, and you've got a lot of those in spirit around you, and it's like, I feel like I want to say for you, they all take turns at stepping in. So it's like 1 minute she's there's another male that comes in and connects with you, and I feel like you know what I'm talking about. So it's like a shift of energy that happens around you. So, which is great, because it's like they're all working in harmony. We're not fighting over this one wants to go and this one steps back. It's like they all just go, okay, you're needed now. Yep, next. Which is great.
I
love that.
Three of them. Two females and a male.
Yep. And the male's quite relevant.
Yes, very.
Yes, quite cheeky, in fact. It's like he just pops in, and I feel like I want to go to, he's the mischievous one that does stuff that moves things around and creates disarray for you. And it's almost like, I want to say, the relevance in him is showing you that you just think everything's right, and then he'll throw something in that you go, oh, my God, now I can't find this, or I'm running late, or now I'm, now there's something, it's like a curveball. So know that that's him, and that was him in life too.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
it's funny.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so it's like he plays a part there, and it's almost like he's there to keep it real for you and to keep the fun coming. So it's like he puts his hand up for that. I'll keep her on her toes.
He does that for sure.
Yeah, I love it. So honestly, it's like things this next half of the year are going to be really fast for you. So be ready for it. I want to say, it's like they're telling me we've prepared her, so she's got to be ready now.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay. So just say yes. Please keep me posted. I love to hear about how you go, Angie, because there's a lot of success around what you're doing and what you're stepping up with. So, don't doubt it. Don't get in your head about it. Just trust that all that's coming now is where it's meant to be.
Okay, beautiful.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to go on to my next caller. Thanks, Angie, for ringing in. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Take care. Okay, I've got Ashley in Northern Ireland, from one part of the world to the other. How exciting.
Hi.
Hi, how you going?
All right.
Cool. All right. Now, did I say that right? Is it Ashley or Ashleya?
Ashley.
Ashley. Oh, good. I got it right. Okay. Ashley, is there something you wanted me to focus on for you today?
Anything really at this point. I don't mind what it is.
Yeah, okay. You're very spiritual, I want to say. I want to go instantly to you pick up a lot of, you have a lot of psychic insights. There's something in this that makes you quite sensitive. So it's almost like you have to be aware of energies and who you're around because it's very relevant to you and how you feel. There's something around a relationship too that Spirit is showing me. See, it's complicated, I want to say. Does that make sense to you?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like going, yeah, it's like, it's complicated. Yep. But it's not, let me see. It's like, okay, so you were in a relationship. So it's almost like whatever that was, it was complicated. So we had a connection, but it just, I want to say not quite the ideal fit. But there's somebody around, and I feel like they're not far away from you as far as a relationship stepping in, because it's almost like, you know, you had to, it's almost like things had to be released to then come back again. Okay, because there need to be changes that took place. It's very, let me see what they're showing me. Got a male in spirit stepping in for you, and he's almost like your protector, and he's not going to let somebody hang around who's not for your highest good. So it's really important that you don't sacrifice elements of yourself to be in a relationship, because you bring a lot to the table. Okay, so it's like I really want you to, it's almost like I believe in myself enough to be only with somebody that honours that, because you've got a lot of great facets about you that, you know, quite often we can't see ourselves, but Spirit is showing me, and this male stepping in, and I want to say he's a bit cheeky, he's a bit like my last spirit actually. He's got a bit of a sense of humour, and it's like I want to say don't take things too seriously. And for you, it's very strong that you get that connection with somebody that feels right. And I want you to look at it and go, I have to honour that from here forward. So I have to honour what feels right. If it doesn't feel right or something feels a bit off, you're being shown that for a reason. And you are very strong in what you pick up. So it's almost like don't doubt what you're getting, because it's very relevant to you.
Right.
Are you in two minds on moving? Because I feel like there's an option of relocation.
Recently I've just thinking about moving to Australia.
Okay, yep.
Just
so you will be moving.
Everything.
Yeah. I feel like I'm moving, and I feel like that's a positive thing for you. It's like I need to change things up.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
I also feel like, yeah, that's all right. I lost you there for a minute, I think. We need to change things up. So it's like you've been stuck, and it's almost like you're still stuck going over the past, and we need to change that up. So I feel like I'm relocating, and when I picked up on that, I felt that's a good thing. Do it. Okay. It's like we need to change things up. So does that make sense to you? Because I feel like you have been a bit stuck.
It does, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like and you've got so many facets to you. It's like I almost want to say to you, it's time to focus on what you want to do, and it's almost like by doing that, that'll bring in the right person that's got the same values as you.
Okay.
Because I feel like the complicated one would always be complicated. You know, like it's almost like there was drama after drama, and it felt quite unsettling for you. And even though you know, put it back together, it's like I'm forever putting the pieces together. And you don't need to be doing that, because for you it's about personal growth. It's about you honouring who you are And I feel like the element of travel is great for you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so honour that. And it's like the more you can sit in that space of I trust my gut feeling and I know that I'm going to be provided for, it's almost like then the opportunities come. So I feel like with the relocation, you're going to get signs that show you that's a yes. So it's like if I feel a bit of doubt or I'm not feeling 100% sold on it, I'm going to sit back and go, if that's not the right opportunity, there's another one coming.
Okay.
Okay, but it's like you're going to shake it up. So, know that. Like I want you to honour, because I feel like with the movement and with you stepping out of this comfort zone, I'm leaning into finally finding what it is I want to be doing with myself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So because I feel like with you, you've done a few different things. So it's like you've already got a bit to your toolbox. So have you done, because I feel like I want to go to, they're showing me you've done, like I've done a bit of, as an example, like I've done a bit of hospitality, I've done a bit of teaching, I've done a bit of all these things that it's almost like they're going to be incorporated into your big picture, but none of them are actually your full big picture, if that makes sense. So it's like I've done all these little things that have served me that will then go on to serve me to where I want to be as in my big picture.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's like I want to acknowledge with you, you're quite smart and you can adapt to different things, and it's almost like education for you is like I want to learn things. I want to keep my brain, like I can relate to that because I'm a bit like that myself. I want to go out and do something different and, gather as much information as I can so that when I step into what I'm doing with my career, I can share things from many perspectives.
Yeah, I would be sort of like that, yeah.
Yeah. Great, because it's like you have these talents, but it's almost like they've had to be put on hold because of what's been happening around you. It's sort of like it's taken, sometimes energetically in relationships, it can take so much of our energy that you just don't have enough time then to be developing what it is you want to do. And it's like you've been pushed to do this at this time for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you're divinely guided. So don't, I really want to say to you, don't worry about, sometimes we get a bit bogged down in how things are going to happen, but I want for you to just go, like, I'm not going to get into my head about it. I'm just going to allow the universe to almost provide me with the direction.
Everything's just been very tough lately.
Yeah. And I also want to say to you, because they're showing me, put the money, like I'm putting money away ready for this journey. So it's like I'm saving. It's like, have your fun there, because it's like you'll be, the adventure, it's like I just see you, like I'm working and I'm putting that towards this big picture of mine.
Yeah.
You are very unique, but that you're exactly what others need at this point in time. So it's almost like what you've gone through, you'll be sharing with others and helping people through the same thing.
Yeah, I would help a lot of people, friends mainly.
Yeah, you've got that gift. So, don't dismiss that as just something that's just happened. It's actually, you're right where you need to be, and you're ready to be able to take that further.
Just things have been very tough a lot lately with me and my ex breaking up.
Yep.
And then me and his sister were best friends, and me and her fell out too. So having just piled on me at once, and it's just been really hard at the last.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And it's not an easy time, and it's hard to be resilient in that situation because it's like a loss, you know, like regardless. I always say whether you make the decision to separate or somebody else does, when you've been together for a while and, you know, you've ingrained all these habits and you know, you're in your comfort zone, when it all gets taken away, and especially like you say, you've lost my partner, a sister-in-law that you were close with, it's hard. It's like you've had the rug pulled out from under you, and that's not easy for anybody.
No. Really
so that's
hard,
why I want to
isn't
say, yeah, go on the adventure, girl. You've got this.
Okay.
Okay? It's time for a change. You've been pulled away for a reason, and that is for you now to focus on you. You will look back in 12 months and go, I'm so, you know, I know it's hard at this point, but you're going to look back and go, I'm so glad that happened, because that's what is pushing you on to your next step. So it will be good. There is light at the end of the tunnel, I have to say.
Okay.
Okay, so don't lose faith. You've got this.
Okay, I've got this.
Okay. I know it's hard, and I'm not taking anything away from how tough this would be for you, but you have got this and you will get through it. You're very strong and you're very well guided. Don't forget that. Okay, I'm about to get wrapped up here. Message me on my page, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, and I can elaborate for you, especially within spirit.
What, sorry?
Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, jump on my Facebook page and send me a message and I can elaborate for you so I don't have to cut you off.
All right, okay.
Do that. Thanks, Ashley. Take care. I'm being wrapped up now. It's the end of my show. Thank you so much for listening. See you guys at Denny on the weekend, and otherwise I'll see you all same time, same place next week. Tonya Reeve signing off for now. Woohoo!
Hello, and I would first of all like to extend a very warm welcome to all those who are tuning into the show here this evening. This is Ray Path Productions, and I'm your host, Chloe Folan Clairvoyant, here on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in, and thank you to all those who intend on catching the show after the live broadcast. A very warm welcome to you as well. I mentioned in my last show that I would talk a little more about Josephina Norman Stevens and the Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 techniques. And I will, but I would just first of all like to mention one of my upcoming workshops. For those of you who keep an eye on my website and my social media pages, I have a workshop coming up on Sunday, this Sunday. It's my intermediate techniques for teaching the intermediate techniques for integrated energy therapy. So I would just like to send out heart beams of gratitude to all who have booked a place at my intermediate level integrated energy therapy workshop. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you all this Sunday at the Sanctuary Centre in Loughrea, bright and early at 10 a.m. And I just want to extend out angelic heart links to you all, and may the angels surround, bless and protect you and fill your life with an abundant week and a very safe journey to everybody. Wishing you all a very safe journey down to the Sanctuary Centre for this Sunday. And I feel very privileged that you've chosen me to be your intermediate integrated energy therapy teacher. Definitely you will have an enjoyable day and a very enlightening day. The intermediate techniques build on what you were taught in the basic level So this is really increasing your capacities to perceive and feel or know where blockages are in the auric field, and for removing those blockages from not only within yourself, but when you are offering integrated energy therapy sessions to other people. So I always make sure my classes are at a very dynamic and high standard. So at my class, you will be thoroughly taught theory. You'll be receiving your intermediate level attunement, which is the heart of the integrated energy therapy techniques. And then there will also be practice sessions. So you'll be giving and receiving an intermediate session as part of practice. So it's a beautiful day full of very enlightening knowledge, enlightening techniques, and you get to give and receive a beautiful energy healing session as well. It doesn't get much better than that. So definitely I'm looking forward to seeing you all this Sunday. And for those that do want to train with me, I will be putting on integrated energy therapy classes again next year for those that wish to join me again for basic level. So I will be putting on another basic level, but that will be next year due to other work commitments. So please do let me know if you're interested. You can put your name down and you're guaranteed a place at my first basic level that I'll be putting on in 2020. Coming right back to what I said I would discuss, and I'm sure some of you did tune in to just get a little more information over what I mentioned in the first show when it comes to Josephina Norman Stevens and the Rainbow Bridge techniques. In my last show, I finished talking about what inspired them to develop the techniques. So as I mentioned, Josephina Norman Stevens were two clairvoyants, although it was freely admitted that out of the two, Josephine had deeper clairvoyant capacities, although Norman had very accurate capacities as well. Apologies, I'm going to have to come back to this. I actually have someone calling in who I would like to connect with. We have our first caller, first person calling in. Lorena.
Yes.
Hello, Lorena, are you there?
I'm here.
Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
No, you are saying it correctly.
Perfect, Lorena. And how may I help you? Do you have a query you wanted to run past me?
I do. I just lost my husband. We were together 22 years. On June 23rd, unexpectedly, to diverticulitis. And I just want to, I guess, make sure that he's okay, that it was just everything. I'm still in shock about it.
Of
course. The love of my life.
Please don't feel like you have to share anything you don't wish to. My goodness, how very painful. How very painful. Please don't feel you have to go into huge detail. Have I understood you correctly that you would just like to see if there are any messages for you or any messages from Spirit or your husband from the other side? Have I understood your ask correctly?
Yeah.
No problem, Lorena. Please bear with me. I use tarot as well as clairvoyance for tuning in. It's just the way I work to pick up accurate messages. Please bear with me. I'm just drawing some cards as well to help tap into your husband's consciousness, even though some would say late husband. I am going to say husband because just because he physically isn't with us doesn't mean he still isn't your husband to you. So I'm respecting that, and that this is still fresh in terms of how much pain it's caused you. Now, even as soon as I started shuffling the cards, this beautiful pink light started coming through. And that is the energy of compassion coming through. So the minute I gently worked towards establishing a link with your husband straight away. Beautiful, compassionate energy came flooding through. He has nothing but compassion for you, and compassion for you still being here in the physical. And like that, to him, I just want to verify this was a shock. This was a shock on many, many, many levels. So when you were saying to me that this was quite sudden, you meant it. Like that, he's even saying to me, this was unexpected. It was just what is happening, what has just happened. Like that, he is aware that he is in spirit, and he is safely in spirit. So if one of your queries to me were going to be, is he okay? My goodness, he is. And he is at peace, meaning his consciousness is at peace. And he is at peace, but still a little bit shocked over how sudden everything was. But he is at peace in spirit. But he has a huge amount of compassion for you, and a huge amount of compassion over you. And what he keeps showing me visually over and over and over again through visual images. And he knows to you, it must sound a bit strange, but he just wants you to be happy. He just wants you to find some happiness. He does not wish you to be in pain over this for the remainder of your life, even though we all understand grief and everyone respects the grieving process. But like that, in his way, with the images he's showing me, he wants you to, in any way, shape or form that you can, to find happiness, and to find some happiness and to enjoy that happiness. He wouldn't want you in any way, shape or form finding happiness while you are still in the physical and feeling guilty about it because he's not there in the physical to share it with you. So that's something that he's really pushing forward image-wise, where he understands that you do miss him dearly and that there is a lot of shock. And there's a lot, to a certain degree, still unresolved around processing that shock. But he wants you to definitely work back towards happiness for yourself here in the physical, and to never feel guilty over finding happiness or to partake in happiness. Definitely why you are still here in the physical, and you will be for quite a while. When he re-meets you, he wants to know you were happy. That's what he wants. He will be there, but I'll say it again, you will be here with us in the physical for a very long time. And that's also why he's telling me to tell you to find and enjoy some happiness, because he will be there when in a very long time you do transition as well. He will facilitate and be there for your transition, and he wants to know that you did find some happiness when you rejoin him.
Okay.
I'm just looking to see if there's any other. Now, just one small message for you as well. And I'm getting this from the tarot as well. And once again, this is coming from him, like that he understands that you miss him. But this is one way he's coming through to show you this is him. When it comes to finances, did he make sure, now like that I understand that the death was sudden and unexpected, but did he make sure that financially there was no worries there? What I'm being shown is that even though his death was unexpected, that there were finances there to support what happened. Like I said, this is coming from him. I've got pentacles here, pentacles being shown by a man, and this is him. This is him I've been tuning into. So like that, this is just one way that he's coming through to verify himself to you, that he just wants me to acknowledge as verification to you that like that was something that he's relieved about, that even with all of the grief and the pain that this has caused you, that in one way he is glad that, you know, financially there was support there for you through such a painful process, a really painful process. And he is glad that that was there for you and that you had that, because he definitely doesn't want you suffering. So that's just him acknowledging, look, my goodness, I'm glad that was there for you. I'm glad the financial support was there for you with all of the other horror going on.
Yeah, thank you, because he was only 48.
Sorry, could you please say that again for me?
He was 48 years old.
Yes.
And we didn't have a lot, but he, I think, prepared me for being on my own in his own way. So I could understand him saying that.
Like that. This was sudden. And it did seem to be, even though it was sudden, it's just one of those occurrences where I really don't know if this could have been something that could have been counteracted, so to speak. So,
yeah,
like that, what I'm also seeing is that everything does need to be as peaceful as it can be from here on. What he keeps showing me is to please be at peace, to find as much happiness as you can, and to never feel guilty about doing what you need to do to find some happiness, to piece your life back together. He would begrudge you no happiness whatsoever. And to definitely really work towards having a life while you were still here. And like that, that's the way you can honor him, is by still enjoying your life as much as you can, even though what you're going through is very painful. And of course, you'll never forget him, but to definitely find some joy and some happiness. And he's giving you full permission to live a full life while you were still here. And he will be there to meet you on the other side, and he will want to know that you were happy.
Oh, good. Okay. So I was curious if he's going to be there.
Sorry, Lena, say again. I'm just having trouble with the connection. Sorry, Lena.
Oh, I just said, yeah, I was curious if he was going to be waiting on the other side for me.
That was one of the first things I said to you before you asked me. And he will ask you, were you happy? Did you enjoy? Were you happy? He wants you to not. And like that, it's very difficult because we all understand grief. He still understands grief, even though he has a very different perspective on grief in spirit. That he doesn't want you to go, I was in so much pain I couldn't enjoy the rest of my life in any way. He would understand your pain. He would understand it, but he wouldn't want to be the cause of you not being able to find any facet of happiness again.
Right.
Do not feel guilty about any shred of happiness you're able to find. I guarantee you he's a part of it coming to you. He just wanted to acknowledge that there was some foundations there, even within the quickness of his passing. And he wants you to know that to just be in peace, to just be in peace, as shocking as this was and as quick as this was, to find peace with it. He's found peace with it. He wants you to have peace with it, with what happened and how he passed. He doesn't want it picked at.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. He doesn't want it picked at. He doesn't want you mulling over it over and over and over again. He doesn't want you stuck in those events, the very quick events that led up to his passing. He wants you to always remember him, but to be in peace with what's happened and find some happiness. Because I'll say it again, Lena, you will be with us for quite some time here in the physical. And he wants you to find as much enjoyment as you can while you are still here in the physical. And he will be there to facilitate your transition when that happens in quite a while. You're going to be with us for quite a while, Lena.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
You are very, very welcome. And like that, if you do wish to connect with me again, please do so through my website. It's the easiest way to contact me, or through any of my social media pages, www.chloefolden.com. If you do want to connect with me in the future, you are most welcome to.
Okay. And it was, I'm sorry, can you read the website again?
www. So 3 W's and a dot, and just my name spelled out, CHLOEFOLAN.com, chloefolden.com.
Okay, thank you so much. I really, really
You are
appreciate
very
you.
welcome. And anytime you are perceiving pink light, and I mean not because of a window or someone's clothing, or, do you know what I mean, where you can't associate it with anything in the room because of objects, it's him coming through. Anytime you see pink or a hazy pink color, that's his way of coming through. Sometimes they come through in the form of angel feathers or sparks, but his way of coming through is anytime that pink energy floods through, that's him and all the compassion he has for you and all the support he's trying to send you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chloe.
You're very welcome, Lena. Mind yourself and do have a beautiful life. Perfect. We have another caller, Sarah.
Yes.
Hello, Sarah. Can you hear me? And my apologies.
Yes, I can.
Sarah from Ohio, I believe. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Sarah, apologies. I think you were holding for a while, but I had a lady who was in need of some extra support, and I wanted to make sure she got that support. So thank you for your patience, Sarah. How may I help you?
I want to know, we did a DNA on my daughter and her father, and it was 999.7. But I have another guy that is swearing that she is his, and she doesn't look like my husband.
Okay. So just so I've understood you correctly, you have one daughter who's had a DNA test done, and that's you've had one daughter who's had a DNA test done, and that came back with results that everyone was happy with and everyone was expecting. And you have another daughter, and please explain to me how I can assist with what's happening with your other daughter.
No, it's the same daughter. Me and my husband split up, and I had a one-night stand. And we did a home DNA test, and it was sent to like a medical lab and everything, and came back that she was his. Well, I have another guy saying that no, she's his, and he wants a DNA test, and she even looks like him.
Okay, this is where I will do a spread on this, but like that, even though you're saying that the first test was a home test, you said it did go through a proper medical lab. I'm just drawing tarot why I do this. Like that, if it went through a proper lab and a proper lab came back and told you that definitively your daughter is, meaning your ex-husband's, then my goodness, you know, that she would be your daughter then. The other guy might not like it, and he can demand another test, but I would be certainly asking for him to pay for it if he doesn't want to believe the first one. Like that, do keep in mind that sometimes children don't look like their parents. You know, they don't at all. Sometimes you can't pick children from how their parents look, but I'm just going to draw a spread for you here because we're a little bit short on time and I want you to get some answers. My gut feeling on this is I think that this guy, meaning the other guy who's disputing the test results, I do think the gentleman who is disputing the test results is just looking to stir some issues. Like that maybe he doesn't let go, or maybe he did believe that she was his and he's just hurting over it. But my initial impression on this is that this is just a little bit of drama going on, and why it's very necessary to be able to find out your child's lineage. That is important. My gut impression on that is this other gentleman's just upset that the results didn't come back and say that she was his, and this is just him stirring the pot, as the saying goes. I just want to draw some cards on this as well, Sarah, just to verify what I'm picking up on.
Well, what is weird is my husband is mixed, and my daughter is white with blonde hair, and I'm a brunette.
Sorry, say that again.
My husband is mixed, and
yes,
my daughter is white with blonde hair, and I'm a brunette.
Like that, this is where DNA gets very interesting. Even with children of mixed background, like that, some genes can be recessive. I have come across cases, and there has been cases medically documented, where you can have two people of Caucasian descent who had no clue there was any African lineage in their DNA. And then all of a sudden, these two Caucasian people can have a child that looks of African descent. And before there was DNA testing, it broke up a lot of marriages, and a lot of women got accused of cheating. But when DNA testing gained ground and was more accessible to more people, it was found that no, actually, genetically, this is your child. So like that, especially when it comes to children of mixed race background, it's very complicated which genes can end up being dominant, which genes can end up being, you know, recessive. So like that, trying to even guess by race, this is where DNA testing is needed, because when it is mixed background, that can be something that really does need a DNA test to verify. So is that making sense, Sarah?
Yeah, but my son is dark. So that's where it's kind of weird.
And like that, Sarah, that can happen. That can happen. So like that, I do believe that the first test you had was accurate. I do. I really do believe the first test was accurate. But like that, if the other gentleman wants a test, I'd ask him to pay for it if he's disputing the first test, especially when it was done through a lab. And if he wants another test, let him pay for another test. But I do believe the first test was correct. And I just believe that this is a way to just stir things, or maybe he's hurt because he thought the child was his. We have 60 seconds, Sarah. I'm just going to quickly pull the cards just to see. But like that, yeah. Sarah, I do believe that the first test was correct. I really do believe the first test was correct. So like that, just to stop any further arguments, ask him to pay for another test. I do believe it will come back verifying what the first one said, and at least that will put it to bed. You know, whatever you need to do to get the drama to be cut down on, for peace for you, peace for your family, peace for your children, and no question marks or what ifs. That's what you need to do. But I do believe the first test was correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome, Sarah. You're very welcome. Perfect. Like that, I believe we only have a few seconds left. So like that, I just want to thank everybody for tuning into Wraith Path Productions. And I will start the next show next Tuesday talking about the Stevens and the phase 2 Rainbow Bridge techniques. And like that, I'm, eternally grateful that, we had more callers than expected. So hopefully I'll get to just put a little more out there over Rainbow Bridge with the next show. So I will address that in the next show. And I would just like to thank everybody for tuning in and for calling in.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, and now we're going to have a great show tonight. And I was just thinking about, from a spiritual point of view, I always like to do a little bit of a spiritual talk before we start. And I was just thinking about one of the things, as perhaps, the regular listeners, you will know that I am a medium. And one of the things that happens to me as a medium and happens regularly is that I bring through people, loved ones, and they are full of regret and full of remorse. Because when they get over to the spirit world, they really have to sort of really look at themselves and look at what they've done and try, because those bad things that they've done will hold them back in their growth and moving forward. And so I often see people come forward, with just great sort of regret and sadness, and it takes them some time to actually get that forgiveness from people perhaps on the earth plane for things that they've done, or it can be another, a number of reasons as to where this will sort of end up. But the point is that what I've been led to understand and what I've learned from being a medium is it's almost as though if we've done something wrong in this life, or if we've, whether it be just something really small or big, it's always worth dealing with it before we get to the spirit world. Because if we don't, I think it sometimes is a little bit harder because we have, to get that, those issues sorted. And so I think that's sort of quite interesting. The other thing is that when people come through, in mediumship, I always feel that they come through on a sort of a healing vibration, and that healing vibration is about sort of, perhaps healing those people in the spirit world for things that they've done. And we often forget, we want a reading and everything. We often forget how the impact of, what a reading will do for the person in the spirit world, and their needs and sort of what we can do for them. And of course, I think that, giving a reading to somebody in here is incredibly rewarding and healing, and can sort of be have a lasting effect on you if it's a good reading. So I think sort of, I think my real sort of main sort of talk is about thinking about the needs of the people in the spirit world and what their needs are, and how they need to sort of put things straight and apologize. But I know that we have some callers waiting, and I think it's quite important to get going and get some readings. And we have Debbie in Lebanon, Kentucky, USA. Are you there, Debbie?
Yes, I am.
Hello, and how are you this evening? Oh, it's probably this afternoon for you there, isn't it?
Yes, it's 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, okay. So I'm a medium. I can either connect to a loved one in the spirit world for you, and or I can give you guidance from my guides. And we generally only have about 10 minutes, so it's a real sort of taster reading. So where would you like me to focus?
I need some guidance, I think, in my life.
Sure. Okay. And is there any specific area where you'd like me to focus?
Yes, on my family. I haven't got to speak or talk to my son and grandchildren in 10 months.
Right. Okay. I feel with I can feel with your son. I get the feeling that there's some anger there with him. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
Because I feel like he can be very explosive and sort of angry over a certain situation, and I feel that he's brooded over it. He hasn't really. I get the feeling he hasn't really sort of let it go. Would that make sense to you as I talk?
Yeah, somewhat, yes.
And I can also see that there's been some written messages that's gone backwards and forwards, either with a text or Facebook or whatever you use. But I can see the sort of the typing of the texting. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And I feel with you that you've reached a point where you're still upset with what's happened, and you're still sort of hurt by what's happened, but you would, in an ideal world, you want to put things right. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And I can feel also that you've gone round and round in circles, talking to other people, like, how can I put this right? What can I do? And I feel that the hardest thing for you is perhaps not seeing the grandchildren. Is there a little girl that is a grandchild?
Yes.
And I feel that there's a really close link to this little girl for some reason. And I with yourself, that is. And
yeah.
I just feel that he's quite stubborn, your son, and he's really digging his heels in on this matter. Now, with everything, we have sort of free will, and he has his free will as to when he sort of repairs this. But I just get this feeling that what my guides are saying to me is that they are going to come around your son and try and help him come forward and put the past in the past, and not harbour any grudges, because I feel the grudge is more with him than with you. Would that make sense?
Can you see that there's anyone else in his life that could be helping create this problem?
Yes. Yes, I feel like because I feel like there's a woman involved as well. I don't know if this is a partner or girlfriend or wife, I don't know, but I just can sense this woman around. And she's...
So do you think it will get resolved soon?
Well, what my guides are saying to me is that they've made the decision that they're going to help you repair this, and so they feel that the problem is more his end than yours, and they're going to come around him and try and guide him to come back to you. And I know that they're going to be working hard on that.
Yeah.
I feel that at the moment where we stand now is that he's got his heels well and truly entrenched in the ground. He's very, very stubborn. But I do feel that
that's true.
Pardon? That's true.
That's true. Yeah.
And I do feel that there is a woman around, and she's just going on and on and on. Like, sort of not,
right.
I don't think she's really helping matters. And I feel that what my guide is saying to me is that almost like they're making I've got a lot of guides that work with me, and they're a lot of them are from the Bible era. They're from the Bible. And well, they all are, and
yeah,
and they're saying to me that they're making a promise to you that they're going to get really close to you and your son and the lady involved, and they're going to try and help steer him back to you. I guess we just need to watch this space, because they're making that commitment to you, and they're making that commitment to help you. And they're saying to me that it's really important that he reconciles his differences with you, because they're making me feel as though he will end up on a long-term basis regretting it, because it's almost like it's important that he reconciles, sort of like sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Okay. And then I've got another question that's family related, if I have time, if that's okay.
You've got a little bit of time. Go for it.
Okay. All right. I have a family member that lives here that's younger, and I just want to know, can you feel or see anything about what type of a person that the future would hold for them of becoming?
And this is somebody that lives with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a girl or a boy? I can't quite get it. A boy,
it's a
is
boy.
it?
Yes.
Yeah, I just got suddenly told. As I asked, I said, boy, they told me.
Yeah.
Right. Is he, when you say young, is he like a teenager, or sort of early 20s, or so that sort of age?
No, younger.
He's younger. Okay. Well, what I'm being told by my guide is that I get the feeling that he's quite good with computers, and I feel that he potentially will get involved more with. I think that if he were to get involved with, say, like computer studies or computer science or whatever the course is, I just get the feeling that he could succeed quite well. Do you find him to be interested in computers?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And I feel like a little bit better than the average. That's what I feel.
Yes.
I feel like he's got a real flair for computers, and I just get this feeling with him that it's going to be the path that he's going to go along. He's going to be. I really feel strongly that he will gravitate towards computer engineering, computer science, or whatever the course is called. But I feel that he's going to be involved in that sort of way, because he's got a real.
We have an issue with him being so defiant, and I just, that's really what I want to know, if he's going to come out of that. He came from another household and some troubled things, and and he's just being really defiant with us, and we're trying really hard to raise him the right way, and not let him turn to the wrong avenues.
Yeah, but what I'm being told is that although he's still defiant, although he's still difficult, he's not as bad as he was when he first arrived. And I feel that there has been some sort of improvement. And I feel that you're going to notice that gradual improvement as time goes by. And I'm being told that you've got nothing to worry about. He's really going to turn his life around, and he's going to be really good. Nothing to worry about. Now, I've got to, does that all make sense to you? Sort of like how he's got
absolutely. He's 100% better since he came here.
Yes. Yeah, and my guides are assuring me that he's only going to get better. He's going to get better. He's going to do really well academically with computers. He's going to do well. But I thank you very much, Debbie, for calling in. Sadly, we've run out of time and I have to go to my next caller, but it's been lovely speaking to you. Find me on Facebook if you want to connect with me. And my name's Gail Moffat.
Okay, thank you. You have a great day, ma'am.
You too. Thank you. So we have Mary Beth in Spencer, West Virginia. Are you there, please?
Yes.
Hi, Mary Beth. And what a gorgeous name. I love your name. And so I am a medium, and I can connect to a loved one in the spirit world, or I can connect with my guides and give you some guidance. Is there somewhere in particular that you'd like me to focus?
On my relationship and my children.
Right. Right, let's see. I'm going to focus. I was thinking I was going to focus on the relationship, but my guide has just pulled me away to no. We've got to talk about the children. So I think there's something more pressing about the children, and I'm being told that there's one in particular that you've been quite worried about, and I feel that this is sort of like something to do with sort of like an academic ability. And I'm being drawn to something like having sort of, a hyperactive sort of energy around him. Would that make sense to you, one of your children? Yes. Has one of your children been diagnosed with ADHD?
My oldest.
Right, okay, because that's the one that I'm being drawn to. And I'm being told by one of my guides who's another one of my guides that's stepping forward, and they're saying that they're going to be bringing healing to your son, and your son is going to. I need to try and put a caveat in because I'm on live. I'll tell you what they're saying to me. They're saying to me that they're going to bring healing to him, and he's going to improve. And so my caveat is that we have to sort of this is for entertainment purposes only, and so not to take it too seriously. But that's what they said to me. Having said all that, and they're saying to me that it's really important that you are aware of this. You are aware of the healing that is coming your way for your son, and that you will, and he will sort of improve quite a lot as he goes on. Have you been particularly worried about him?
Yes, I'm not allowed around him. I lost him through a CPS case.
Right. I didn't quite hear that because the sound was a bit jumbled, but I heard yes.
I don't have him. I lost him through a CPS case, so I don't get to be around him.
Okay.
And
Because I'm being
Otis has special bond.
Okay, because I'm being told that he's going to be receiving some healing, and I feel that the healing is going to sort of massively help him and improve him. I'm also I'm asking about yourself and sort of reconnecting with your son, and I'm being told that that you're okay. I'm being told that you have been reevaluating things yourself, and that you are looking to. I just get this feeling that what the spirit world are telling me, and I don't know how they're going to achieve this. You know, whether it's through yourself or through your son. But what I'm being shown is how you're coming back together, and this is not going to be a permanent situation. And I just get that feeling that you will be reunited with him, and I feel like there's going to be some healing for both of you around this. But I do feel that that you are going to be making some big changes in your life as well. And I feel I wouldn't be at all surprised if you end up living in a different place as well. I can feel a house move, and I can feel that. I just feel that you're going to be. It's almost like I'm hearing the word lifted out of this situation that you're in. Would that make sense to you?
Oh, yeah. I'm in a bad situation.
Yeah. And I'm being told that this is not going to be, you're going to, like, I feel, I can feel, I don't know if you're religious in any way, but one of my guides is Jesus, and he's just stepping forward. And I just know very strongly that what he's saying to me is that he's coming forward to help you and your family and reunite everybody together. And they are going to be working very hard on that from a healing point of view. Your son is just an incredible boy, and I feel like he's got this great sense of humour and really funny, and I feel that I just feel that it's going to be a really positive reunion. I know that the spirit world, and Jesus has just said this is ordained by God, that for this to all resolve itself. This is your circumstances are coming to an end, and it's going to change. I would say anywhere from 3 months onward, you're going to start. There's going to be some sort of changes in your life, and I feel from, if not before, and I feel that once you've established the changes and you're in a better situation, your son will be back with you.
That would be great.
And is there any other questions that you'd like to ask me?
I was just, is my relationship going to make it? Or, I mean, we're struggling right now, and I don't know if it's going to make it or not. Hello?
I get the feeling that your relationship has been part of the problem, and I feel that you're obviously. I get the feeling that you will. I get the feeling that you will make the decision to walk away. But obviously you've got your free will, and so if you decide not to, you can. But I just get that feeling that you're going to be putting other issues, other priorities in front of the relationship, and I feel the relationship. I just get that feeling there's been up and down, and I get the feeling that there's a selfishness around this relationship as well, and I feel that you're, and at times your heart's not in it. I get that feeling that you sort of think, "What am I doing?" And I feel that you. I also feel with this relationship that I get the feeling of vulnerability from you in this relationship, that you almost like you need to be in a stronger situation to improve your circumstances and get your child back. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yes, perfect sense.
But what's so incredible is you've got my guides coming around and giving you some healing, and it's been ordained by God. So isn't that wonderful? And I wish you so much luck. And if you need to speak to me or find me, I'm on Facebook, and my name is Gail Moffat. That's Gail, and Moffat is Moffat. And it's pretty obvious who I am when you get onto Facebook, if you want to find me. So good luck with everything. All right, thank you. So that's the end of the show, and these are examples of some difficulties that we have in our life. But if we can rectify these difficulties and rectify these problems, then we don't have to do that in the spirit world when we get over there. So thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this planet of ours. It's been a really, really interesting week, hasn't it, with Mercury retrograde and Mercury playing tricks as he does with communication. We even had a couple of little hiccups here just before the show where You know, the producer and I couldn't seem to connect. Don't you just love technology to start the week off? But anyway, it's an absolutely sensational Tuesday. And for those of you that follow the astrological cycles, we're going to talk about a little bit later on in the show the full moon eclipse, which is apparently having havoc with a lot of people around the world. My inbox has been full, even leading up to the full moon. But let's kick the show off with the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Knight of Swords. Now, the Knight of Swords is it's a really interesting card because one of the things over the many, many years that I taught tarot and still teach tarot, people used to say to me, Amanda, I don't understand the court cards. What on earth do they mean? I can't have all these people popping up in my day-to-day life. And I used to try and share with people, if it doesn't make sense to be the first part of what the card is, which is the court card representing a human being, then always look at the secondary meaning, because 9 times out of 10, it's the secondary meaning. It's not sharing with us that we're going to come across these people in our day-to-day life. But if we were looking at a person, this would represent a young male up to the age of 25 years. Now, because it's a swords card, we would also be looking at it being medium colouring, brown hair, brown eyes, pale complexion, not somebody that has got the dark skin. We would be looking at a Caucasian. So anybody that you would say that's got mid-brown hair, hazily eyes, brown hair, bordering on the lines of dark brown hair to black hair, but has the Caucasian skin, then that's what is represented by the swords as far as colouring. Now, the secondary meaning, which is quite often the case with this card, is speedy situation or finish. And you can see the young man with his sword charge tie and he's on his horse and he's going in what looks like going into battle. So he's charging forward. So it's a speedy situation or a finish. Now, I can't tell you how many people will be so pleased that I drew this card today before the show, because everything in everybody's lives at the moment seems to feel very, 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 very stuck. Now, the reasons why things are feeling stuck, and it has to do with planetary configurations, and I know we have a little talk each week about planetary configurations here on the show, but at the moment we're experiencing the phenomenon of what's known as a lunar eclipse conjunct or at the same time as the full moon. Now, let's just sort of get down to some business here. The full moon is a time of the month where we need to release, let go of things, where we look at things that are important in our lives and sort of look at the things that we are ready to release or let go or send out to the universe or whatever little ritual that you want to go on with, and sort of say, okay, this is the time I'm ready to do that. Because the energy this month is in Capricorn, it means it's about anything sort of official. It's connected with official buildings, official things in our lives, governments, banks, doctors, doctors, things like that. Anything that has been sort of weighing us down on an official level that we're ready to release. And sometimes that can coincide with the paying off of a major bill or finding that we're in control of our finances for the first time in a very, very long time. So when we team this with an eclipse, it means that we're sort of more heightened, we're more aware of the things that are going on, and we won't be getting another one of these lunar eclipses until 2021. So we'll have a little bit of a breather of lunar eclipses as such for a couple of years. But this year it's even more important because we have 4 planets that are sitting in retrograde motion or going backwards at the same time as we have this lunar full moon eclipse. So we have 4 planets. We often talk about Mercury, and I spoke about Mercury last week on the show. Mercury retrograde is the planet of communication and the one that mucks up all of our technology and sort of makes telephones not work and our iPads and our iPods and you name it, anything that's technology driven, you know, be prepared. It's not going to be smooth at the moment. People don't have their listening ears on, and we're not just talking about politicians. We're talking about everyday mortals like you and I. So it's a time when we don't have those conversations where we need someone to listen unless we absolutely have to, and don't sign contracts and join up something new unless you fully understand the complexities of what you're signing and what you're agreeing to. Now, this will go through till August 2. So we still, have a few days left there where we've got to really focus on this. We're only at the 17th of July. So we're still in the thick of Mercury retrograde for at least another 19 days. So be very careful about that. And I'm saying 19 days because I think you need to allow a couple of days past August 2 for the energy to really sort of wind down and Mercury to get his momentum back up and going forward again. So Mercury retrograde is one of the 4 planets that's going retrograde. We also have Saturn and Pluto, which are in Capricorn as well, which are sitting there holding hands with the full moon eclipse. So when you add these 2 planets to the mix, Saturn is the planet of discipline, Pluto is the planet of transformation. So here they are all joining forces and having, playing Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosie together with the full moon and the lunar eclipse. So no wonder everybody is sort of feeling very agitated, feeling very stuck, as if nothing is moving in their lives at the moment. It's like every time I try and get something off the ground or get somebody to listen or try and move something along, I feel like I'm really well and truly stuck in concrete. And then to add to the final part of the retrogrades that are happening at the moment is Jupiter, the planet of luck and expansion, our lucky planet sitting in Sag, is also retrograde too. So really nothing much can get off the ground at this point in time. If you are fortunate enough, and I say fortunate enough, to get something new moving during this retrograde period, you are extremely lucky, and it would then be making sure that you really, really fully understand the complexities of whatever it is that you're about to launch or that you're getting involved with, that you fully understand it and it really fits you. And I'm not saying it's a negative time. I'm saying sometimes under these particular cycles, we can have the most amazing opportunities cross our path, land in our lap, and have the opportunity to take something forward or be on the ground level of something groundbreaking or new, or a new form of technology, or whatever the case may be. So it can be a very exciting time at the same time. So that takes me on to the candle of the week very quickly. Yes, I would be working with the full moon, obviously, because we've got the lunar eclipse. I started working with my candle a couple of days ago. I like to sort of work with 2 days on the approach, 3 days of the full moon, and then 2 days on the decline. So I did start a couple of days ago, and I wrote on my list this month things that I wanted to release in my life that I felt should have come to a conclusion or should be completed now, as far as anything that was official in my life. And it was really interesting when I really sat down and looked at this, that the things that I thought now that were important, it was time to release. And interestingly enough, I've had lots of phone calls from people that I haven't seen in a very, very long time, sort of all wanting to catch up with old friends and, chew the fat of old days and